Why fall in love if you can attend Tsinghua University Chapter 97 to Chapter 122? The four of them looked at Xiaojiao almost at the same time. The original fierce quarrel was gone, and the original discussion was also gone. Their gazes were focused on one spot. Xiaojiao's hand, which was holding the pen, froze. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her face. What is wrong? Yangzhan looked at her and asked tentatively, "What did you just say?" Superposition of magnetic fields. How do you stack it? Yangzhan continued to ask. Superimpose the magnetic field and increase the force of the magnetic field. Or, consider the flying car itself. Is it possible to reduce the effect of gravity through interaction? Xiaojiao asked softly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Han led the applause. Xiaojiao was shocked. She touched her chest and looked a little embarrassed. Yangzhan clapped his hands. Yes, yes, yes. I think it's very feasible. Gu Xiaojiao, you're really something. You've really awakened me from my dreams. Xiaojiao. Great. Chuxing smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Xing Jiaquan's expression relaxed a little. We can divide the work and proceed in two separate directions. No matter which direction we succeed in, or if we succeed in both directions, or even if we fail in both directions, at least I'll know what to do next. Sometimes, the more you know, the more you can think of a solution. They had been jumping around in the same circle. Sometimes, a word from a bystander could enlighten them. Perhaps if they were given time, they would be able to figure it out. But just now, it was true that those who were closely involved could not see clearly. Zhang Han's brows relaxed a little. He looked at the others and said, "Since that's the case, let's discuss it together today. After that, we'll divide the work and discuss the situation in the group." I support you. Chuxing raised his hand. The others nodded in agreement. This is a long and complicated process. Everyone has to be careful, but there's no need to rush. Especially the four of you. You still have a lot of classes, and it's almost the end of the semester. You don't have to put all your energy into the project. Zhang Han still had a straight face, but her words were full of concern for everyone. This was a research maniac who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Okay, senior sister, don't worry. If we can't handle our studies, why are we sitting here? Yangzhan raised his eyebrows and began to talk nonsense again. Zhang Han glanced at him and continued, "The magnetic field here has been built. If you have any results, you can simulate it yourselves. Have you read the information sent yesterday?" I did. As I said earlier, Zhang Han brought it up bit by bit. Xiaojiao and the others would occasionally interrupt Zhang Han when they had something to say. The meeting lasted until 1 o'clock. Zhang Han's assistant bought food for everyone and brought it over. They talked as they ate and continued their discussion after the meal. Xiaojiao rubbed her temples. Compared to these professional physics researchers, especially Yangzhan and Zhang Han, her foundation was still too weak. He wrote down half of a book, and there were still many question marks. All of them were things that he needed to continue studying when he returned. Now that he had a general direction, the most important thing was to do and achieve results. Once he understood all of this, he would slowly figure out what to do next. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaojiao rubbed her temples. The others were also a little listless. Even Zhang Han was frowning slightly. That's about it. I personally feel that the success rate of this project may not be as low as we expected, but it may take longer. Chuxing concluded. He reached out for a cup and took a sip. Well, since everyone has a direction, let's leave it at that for this time. If you have any results in the future, feel free to post them in the group. We'll decide on the time after the next meeting. Zhang Han stood up and began to pack her things. Okay. Xiaojiao also stood up and packed her things. Yangzhan and Zhang Han were both from other schools. If they left too late, they were afraid that there would be no cars. Everyone packed up and began to walk out. Chuxing and Xing Jiaquan were students staying in school. Xiaojiao, Zhang Han, and Yangzhan naturally walked out of school together. Junior sister, are you tired? Yangzhan raised his eyebrows. Xiaojiao couldn't hide her tiredness. A little. Haha, you're a mathematics student. It must have been hard for you to listen to physics for the whole day. Zhang Han, who was a person of few words, suddenly interrupted. You're a physics student. Aren't you always thinking about mathematics and chemistry? Xue Jiao was stunned. She suddenly realized that Zhang Han was helping her to criticize Yang Zhan. Although it was all a joke, it was obvious that Zhang Han was very friendly to Xue Jiao. That was why she helped her. Sure enough, Yang Zhan's expression was exaggerated. Well. Senior sister actually helped junior sister criticize me. Zhang Han looked away, slightly embarrassed. She looked to the side. You owe me. Xue Jiao smiled. She reached out and gently held Zhang Han's arm. This was a gesture that Mai Jiejie and the others often did to her. It was a gesture that made her feel warm and happy. Zhang Han's body stiffened. She couldn't help but raise her hand stiffly. But she didn't avoid it, nor did she push Xue Jiao away. Xue Jiao's smile became even brighter. Senior sister, I hope we can meet again soon. Zhang Han's originally stern face relaxed slightly when she saw her bright smile. After a moment, she replied coldly, yes. Shuashan held her arm and leaned close to her. The three of them were already close to the school gate. Yang Zhan approached Xue Jiao and said cheekily, Junior sister, let me tell you. I'm a research machine without friends. I don't have any feelings. You can do it. Zhang Han glanced at him coldly. Xue Jiao also stared at him. You're the one without feelings. Yang Zhan, fine, they were on the same side. Zhang Han's hand relaxed slightly. She had obviously gotten used to Xue Jiao's position. Xue Jiao's smiling gaze inadvertently swept over and was stunned. Her feet stopped. Zhang Han and Yang Zhan also stopped doubtfully. They followed her gaze and saw a man standing in the dim light. A very good-looking man. Hey, junior sister, there's a situation. Yang Zhan approached her and teased her again. He really didn't match his reputation at all. He was famous for being amazing, but he was extremely lively and cheeky in private. Xue Jiao blushed and let go of Zhang Han's hand. She said embarrassedly that. Senior sister, I still have something to do. You guys can go first. Zhang Han nodded. Okay, goodbye. She paused for a moment and added, go home early. Although she didn't speak much as usual, there was a lot of warmth in her eyes. Xue Jiao tilted her head and smiled at her. Her eyes were sparkling. Okay. Don't worry. After she finished speaking, Zhang Han turned and left. Yang Zhan smiled faintly. Such a beautiful junior sister is already taken. Sigh. After he finished speaking, he saw that Zhang Han had already walked far away. He quickly chased after her. Senior sister, wait for me. He approached Zhang Han and said something. Zhang Han glared at him angrily. Xue Jiao smiled and turned around. She walked quickly to Lin Jihua. Why are you here? Lin Jihua lowered her head and gently flicked her forehead. She said in a wrong tone, you were chatting happily with other guys just now. What's wrong? Did I disturb you? Xue Jiao shook her head and her ponytail swayed. What nonsense are you talking about? That's Senior Yang Zhan. Oh. Is it that senior brother Yang Zhan whom you admire quite a lot? What award did he win? And? Aya. Why are you so jealous? Xue Jiao stood on tiptoe and reached out to cover his mouth. Although she was talking about Lin Jihua, she was very happy. Even though they had just met yesterday, she was still very happy to see him today. Lin Jihua kissed her palm and reached out to hold her hand. I'm jealous, so you have to keep yourself clean. You can't be intimate with other guys. You have to understand that you're already taken. Xue Jiao glared at him. Then you have to remember that you're already taken. You can't be intimate with other girls. Otherwise what? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. Otherwise I'll break up with you. Xue Jiao glared at him. When the last two words came out, Lin Jihua's face turned ugly. An indescribable emotion flashed through his eyes. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. He said in a low voice, I won't be intimate with other girls. Don't say those two words again. It makes me uncomfortable, okay? Just thinking about those two words made his heart feel uncomfortable and flustered. Xue Jiao looked at his sad eyes and her heart ached. She raised her hand, stood on tiptoe, and touched his head. No, no. If you don't let me down, I'll never leave you. We'll be together forever. When she said this, she was very serious and sincere. Lin Jihua didn't say anything. He held her hand and walked to the parking lot. She was still young and had just reached adulthood this year. A promise to be together forever was actually very heavy. It was easy to say it, but it was very difficult to insist on it forever. But so what, he would let her maintain her love for him forever. Every day, a little more, from like to love, from love to deep love. If love needed to be managed, he could be a perfect traitor. Xue Jiao sat in the front passenger seat and ate the snacks that Lin Jihua had placed in front of the passenger seat. Wow, you're making snacks for me again. Isn't it a waste of time? Xue Jiao ate potato chips. These were Lin Jihua's homemade sweet potato chips and purple potato chips. They were steamed and baked. There was no unhealthy oil, and the seasoning was very light. It's okay. I'm not busy today. I made them after dinner. There's still a lot left. I'll bring them to you when I pick you up tomorrow. You can eat them at school. Lin Jihua reminded her. No matter how busy the project is, you still have to eat. You're not allowed to starve. Okay, okay, okay. Xue Jiao raised her hands in agreement. She suddenly thought of something. You're still picking me up tomorrow? Yes, I'm not busy these days. Send me a message half an hour in advance every day. I'll pick you up. Lin Jihua's smile was obvious. There were too few opportunities to see Xue Jiao every day. He wished he could pick her up every day. Xue Jiao frowned slightly. Will it be troublesome? No, I'll be moving to the same neighborhood as you in a few days. It'll be more convenient then. Lin Jihua pretended to be casual as he looked at Xue Jiao from the corner of his eye. Xue Jiao's eyes widened. Huh? Lin Jihua was going to live in the same neighborhood as her. Immediately, her face turned a little red. What are you thinking about? Silly girl. Lin Jihua's voice was full of laughter. The Qing family's place was indeed 20 minutes away from his company. However, compared to being able to see Xue Jiao every day, nothing else mattered. Xue Jiao's face was a little red. She looked out the window. No, nothing. She could only say that her first thought was that she would be closer to home after she got married. After she got married, Xue Jiao's face turned even redder. She closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously. What was she thinking about, Xue Jiao? Why are you blushing? What are you thinking about? Lin Jihua turned to look at her at the red light. His voice was low and there was a hint of a smile in it. Xue Jiao felt a little guilty and shrank back. She quickly changed the topic. Didn't I send a message to Uncle Xing? How did you negotiate with my dad? Lin Jihua started the car and raised his eyebrows. WeChat is a good thing. Huh? Xue Jiao was stunned. She looked at his handsome side profile in a daze. Lin Jihua smiled. Look at WeChat. Xue Jiao took out her phone and opened it. A new WeChat group had appeared. There was a conversation from half an hour ago. Lin Jihua, I'll pick up Jiao Jiao tonight. Li Sidong, sure. Old Xing is about to go out. I'll tell him not to go. Qing Mingxua, Qing Mingza, Xue Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. You're really something. Lin Jihua smiled but didn't say anything. He could only get his mother-in-law to stand on his side when dealing with his father-in-law and brother-in-law who didn't like him. She continued to eat her chips. Suddenly, she thought of something. She licked her fingers and took out her school bag. Oh yes, the prize money for my previous thesis is here. This is a gift for you. Xue Jiao was a little embarrassed as she took out a small box and placed it in front of him. Lin Jihua smiled slightly. A gift? What should I do? I really want a gift. Are you going to give it to me? What is it? His voice was low and deep, with a magnetism that made people's ears itch. My bamboo shoots. Xue Jiao, Oh. She seemed to be blushing again. She turned her head and looked at his handsome side profile. Lin Jihua's facial features were very good-looking. However, because his skin was tanned, he didn't look feminine. Instead, he looked exceptionally handsome. He was wearing casual clothes and his hair was let down. Above his eyebrows, his nose was very straight, and his eyebrows were very sharp. Usually, when he looked at people, his eyes were either sharp or hazy, which made her blush. But at this time, when she looked at his side profile quietly, she felt that this man was so handsome that it made her heart beat faster. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Xiaojiao's neighborhood. Lin Jihua stopped the car and suddenly turned his head. He unbuckled his seatbelt, flipped his body sideways, and kissed Xiaojiao. His skills improved rapidly. Oh. After a while, Xiaojiao couldn't breathe. Lin Jihua raised his head slightly and looked at her with hazy eyes. His voice was low and flirtatious. If you continue to look at me like that, I'm going to commit a crime. Boom, Xiaojiao's face turned red. She raised her hand and wanted to cover her face. Lin Jihua held her hand, lowered his head, and kissed it again. His eyes were crazy and his actions were restrained. For a moment, Xiaojiao felt that he really wanted to eat her up. When he let go, Xiaojiao could only gasp for breath. Lin Jihua sat back down and took a deep breath. Jiao Jiao. Get out of the car yourself. Xiaojiao looked at him instinctively and met his restrained and crazy eyes. Suddenly, her face turned red and her heart beat faster. She pushed the car door open and ran away. Lin Jihua lowered the car window and watched Xiaojiao's back disappear from his sight. Then, he reached out and took the small box. He gently opened it and a leather wallet appeared in front of him. He reached out and touched the wallet gently. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His Jiao Jiao. Chen Yan sat next to Lin Jihua. In front of them were the driver and his assistant, Tan Qi. Chairman Su invites you to play golf at his villa in the afternoon. Who will be there? Chairman Zhen from Huaming and Chairman Gao from Yixia. Okay, tell them I'll be there. I don't have any plans for tonight. Tomorrow morning, Manager Su from C City and Manager Zhou from W City will come over to report. Tomorrow afternoon, Manager Tian from Tian will come to see you. I don't have any plans for tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to have a meeting with the project department and the planning department? Sure. Okay. Chen Yan nodded. The car stopped in front of the company. Tan Qi hurriedly got out to open the door. After Lin Jihua got out of the car, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He slowly took out a wallet and opened it carefully. Then, he took out 100 yuan. Help me buy a pen. Tan Qi. What the hell? Chen Yan went forward and took the money. He said calmly, Boss, this wallet looks nice. A gift from Jiao Jiao. After Lin Jihua finished speaking, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, he put away the wallet and walked towards the company. Chen Yan followed him respectfully. Tan Qi. He took the 100 yuan stiffly. Was he really going to buy a pen? Didn't the company still have a few boxes? He looked at the big boss in front of him who was full of energy and Chen Yan who was respectfully following behind him. He really had a lot to learn. When Xiaojiao arrived at the laboratory, Chuxing was already there. She had just put down her bag when Xingjiakuan came in. Morning. Morning. Oh right, last night, 2 people from the math department came looking for me. They're called Gudong Lin and Xingbin, Chuxing suddenly said. Xiaojiao frowned slightly. Weren't they the 2 people who stopped her the day before yesterday? Why were they looking for you? Chuxing was confused. They said they wanted to join our project. What did you say? Xingjiakuan put his bag away and took out a pen and notebook. Chuxing shook his head. They said that they could help us a lot if they joined us. They wanted to ask us what the project was and what we were going to do. They also said that they would soon have a whole year to work on the project. They have more time than us and can help us more. But they're from the math department. Why would they want to join us? Xingjiakuan frowned. At this moment, someone walked in with a loud voice, which math department fellow wants to join you? Chuxing's eyes lit up. He smiled and shouted, Hello, Teacher Jean. In contrast to Chuxing's surprised voice, Xing Jiaquan's back went numb. Hello, Teacher Jean, Xue Jiao also smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Teacher Jean. Not as good as you guys. Teacher Jean waved his hand. Then, he walked to the middle of the laboratory and stared at Xing Jiaquan. I'm not looking for you. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'll hit you? Xing Jiaquan, seeing Xing Jiaquan's awkward expression, Xue Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew that when Xing Jiaquan was in the middle of an experiment and suddenly said that he wanted to go back to the math department for the college entrance examination, Professor Jean was shocked and asked twice. After confirming that Xing Jiaquan was serious, he took off his shoes in front of everyone and wanted to beat Xing Jiaquan up. Professor Jean said sourly, if you want to stay in the math department, then stay. Anyway, you're in your second year now. It's not good for you to change your major. After saying that, he suddenly smiled and looked at Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao's back went numb. She had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, Professor Jean asked a question that went straight to her soul. Student Gu Xue Jiao, do you want to come to the physics department? Xing Jiaquan, who was standing beside her, tried not to laugh. Xue Jiao's scalp went numb. She said awkwardly, no. Professor Jean interrupted her. Look at the physics department. Isn't it good? If it isn't good, why would you be willing to do a project in the physics department? The physics department has everything you want to know, from astronomy to geography. As long as you're curious about it, we can answer it. Xue Jiao smiled awkwardly. Aren't you curious about the endless starry sky? Aren't you curious about the sky and the earth? Aren't you curious about outer space? Aren't you curious about the amazing inventions one after another? Professor Jin's voice was very seductive. Not at all. Another voice answered in place of Xue Jiao. Professor Tan walked in through the door. Xue Jiao was speechless. How did these two enemies end up together? Professor Tan said with a fake smile, it's okay. Professor Jean couldn't get over Xing Jiaquan's change of major, so he's here to seduce you. Just ignore him. Xue Jiao scratched her head awkwardly. She didn't want to get involved in the war between the two professors. To be honest, she originally thought that professors respected each other. Respect was respect, but there was also a lot of disdain. This was especially true for Professor Tan. Although he was strong and seemed to be indifferent to fame and fortune and had a good temper, the truth was not like that. Every time the other professor's students achieved something, they would brag about it. Professor Tan, on the other hand, was always indifferent and calm. However, he would often pretend to show off inadvertently and pretend to be cool. It was a way to attract hatred. There was Professor Liu in the mathematics department, and now there was Professor Jean in the physics department. They all wanted to bite him to death. What do you mean by taking things too hard? Professor Jean was so angry that he stomped his feet and glared. Professor Tan said calmly, isn't that the case? I'm interested in Gu Xue Jiao's physics talent. Haha, I'm interested in Chuxing's physics talent too. Professor Tan was quite calm. Professor Jean glared and asked Xue Jiao, Student Gu Xue Jiao, you're about to graduate in your first year. This is a good time to change your major. Our physics department has received many awards in the past few years, so the situation is quite good. Moreover, we have young professors. Your mathematics department only has a few old guys who won't be able to carry on in the future. You should come to the physics department. Look at how good the physics department is. The project is also very interesting. If you come over, I'll apply for this laboratory for you and Chuxing to use. Xue Jiao, you have to understand that your mathematics talent is limited, Professor Tan retorted. Professor Jean sneered, it proves that Fermat is indeed very good, but you can also prove it if you study physics. Our physics department also has many difficult problems. He noticed that Xue Jiao was holding a thick stack of physics materials in her hands. See, the more you study physics, the more you like physics, right? If you come to the physics department, under my guidance, you'll definitely have a chance to win the China Physics Society Award. His voice was inciting, and he babbled on about all kinds of benefits. He spoke until his mouth was dry, and Xue Jiao was embarrassed. Beside him, Professor Tan said calmly, Student Gu Xue Jiao, Congratulations on winning the 16th Xianxia Mathematics Award. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire laboratory fell silent for a moment. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. Even Xiaojiao was a little dazed, and her eyes became blank. What? Xianxia Mathematics Award? No kidding, Professor Tan continued with a smile. I just received the news not too long ago. I haven't had the time to announce it yet. The other winner is a professor from Peking University's math department. This year's mathematics prize is a pleasant surprise with 2 golden flowers. Oh really? Xiaojiao stuttered. Professor Tan nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up, but he tried hard to restrain himself. Yes. Xiaojiao was still in disbelief. She knew about the Xianxia Mathematics Award. Although it was a youth award, it was very difficult to win this award as a student. As if seeing her confusion, Professor Tan explained, Gu Xiaojiao used another method to prove Fermat's last theorem. This is worthy of being recorded in the history of mathematics. You may not be good enough, but your argument is enough to make you worthy of this award. However, mathematics is boundless. Although this award has been given to you, you can't stop your research in mathematics. Since you've received this honor, you have to be worthy of it. Xiaojiao was dazed for a moment, then she nodded firmly. Yes. I'll work harder. Professor Tan smiled lovingly. Beside him, Professor Jin's face turned pale, then dark, then pale again. As the first student from Tsinghua University to receive this award, he should be happy. After all, this was also the school's glory. However, why didn't Tan Zhongying mention this earlier? She had to wait for him to finish bragging before she pretended to be calm and said it. Wasn't this F***king provocation? Wasn't it just to slap his face? This bastard, Professor Jin gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to bite Tan Zhongying to death. Professor Jin, you see, Gu Xiaojiao is still suitable to continue studying mathematics. You shouldn't waste your efforts. Professor Tan looked at Professor Jin with a smile. Professor Jin spat out through gritted teeth, Tan Zhongying. Does Professor Jin have anything else to say? Professor Tan looked at him. I'm fine. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and strode away. Professor Jin knew about Fermat's last theorem when he was studying, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After he graduated, he continued to do physics research. He knew that Fermat's last theorem was very valuable, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable that he could win a mathematics award. If he had known that Gu Xiaojiao would win this award, he would never have lured Gu Xiaojiao to transfer to the physics department. He was a good seedling in the mathematics world. If he was held back because of him, he wanted to strangle himself to death. How could he lure her into the physics department? Professor Jin left the office, filled with resentment towards Professor Tan. Professor Tan and Xiaojiao were the only ones left in the office. Professor Tan smiled and looked at Xiaojiao. Gu Xiaojiao, come to my office at noon. Let's talk about the award. Okay. Xiaojiao nodded quickly. She was still a little lightheaded. Professor Tan nodded and walked out with a smile. His footsteps were light, and he didn't look old at all. Xiaojiao was his student. The greater her achievements, the happier he would be. Although there was a certain element of coincidence that she could win this year's award, Xiaojiao's hard work and ability were also a part of it that couldn't be ignored. Professor Tan hummed a song and left in a good mood. Xiaojiao's feelings were very complicated. On one hand, she was naturally very excited. On the other hand, she was vaguely flustered. She felt that she didn't deserve this honor. This erratic mood made her become impetuous, but this was an emotion that had to be overcome. At this moment, Chu Sheng walked over and patted Xiaojiao on the shoulder. Good job. Ah, that's Xianxia. Gu Xiaojiao, how are you so good? Xing Jiakuan also had a smile on his face and gave her 2 thumbs up. Then he laughed and said, Gu Xiaojiao, you're amazing. I have to work hard to catch up to you. Xiaojiao smiled embarrassedly and said softly, let's start. Xing Jiakuan raised his eyebrows. This is such a big surprise, and you still have time to study physics? But I still have to work. She paused for a moment. I can't stop doing anything just because I won an award. Xiaojiao grinned. 2 rows of neat white teeth were exposed, and her eyes were shining. Xianxia smiled unconsciously. Then, he silently gave his junior sister a thumbs up. When she was young and impetuous, she rarely thought about the long term. Now that she looked glorious, she couldn't rely on a temporary honor for a lifetime. Life was like sailing against the current. If she didn't move forward, she would fall behind. She had this quality. Even if she was honored, she still remembered her responsibilities. She remembered this moment and cherished every minute and second. This was a rare quality, and it was also a necessary condition to reach the peak of this mountain. Xianxia walked closer and talked to them. "Where's the magnetic field measuring machine?" "It's in the cabinet on your right. Look for it." "Oh, okay. I see it." "Oh right, yesterday Senior Zhang Han said, in the laboratory, work continued." Winning the award probably had a greater impact on Xiaojiao. She heard her name on the radio many times. In addition, there were more media interviews. Xiaojiao didn't usually accept interviews. She only accepted an interview from the school under Teacher Tan's arrangement. Then, she took the certificate to the school gate to take a few photos. Probably because it was the end of the semester and the project was still in the dark, Xiaojiao was in a hurry every day. She wasn't affected by her reputation. Chuxing sighed and said, "Yesterday, the senior from the math department came to me again. They insisted on joining us." Xiaojiao was slightly puzzled. "Gudong Lin and Xingbin?" "Yes, it's them. This time, they're even stronger than last time." Xianxia shook his head. "There's no need. We have enough people for the project now. Physics is fine, but Gu Xiaojiao and I are enough for the math department. The others won't do." He said no because they weren't suitable for the project. Chuxing nodded in agreement. He was already pestered by those two, but he was from the math department. He still wanted to hear Xianxia and Xiaojiao's opinions. Seeing that the two didn't want them to join, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then I'll directly reject them next time." Gu Xiaojiao shouted from the side, "Chuxing, senior, come and take a look at this." "Coming." The two hurried to her side. Xiaojiao was very busy. She had to study for the end of term and work on the project. She hated that she couldn't split her time into two. Qingmingzi was in a similar situation. Tsinghua had to go to work every day. The housewife Li Sidong suddenly had some free time. She started to have plans with the new madams she met. "Sidong. Hurry up, Sister Su is bringing us to a big event today." Li Sidong fixed her hair and asked curiously, "Sister Lu, aren't we going for a beauty treatment? How is it related to Sister Su?" Lu Ling pulled her and said quickly, "We originally wanted to go for a beauty treatment together, but Sister Su said in the group that they're going to have afternoon tea with the upper-class madams soon. She's even willing to bring us along." Lu Ling's voice was filled with surprise, as if something good had happened. Li Sidong was a little embarrassed. She used to be pretty good in Sea City, but now that she was in Beijing, it could be said that she was suddenly different. Her world had turned upside down. Now, she was at most a middle-class person. She really hadn't come into contact with the upper-class rich. "That's not very good. Why is it not good?" Lu Ling glared. "You only have Mr. Qing to dote on you. As wives, which one of us doesn't help the man behind the scenes? Helping the man to make friends? Network, network, network. You have to pull some connections before you can lay a net." Li Sitong's attitude changed instantly. She was raised as a lady from a wealthy family and didn't understand business at all. However, she really wanted to help Tsinghua, hence, Li Sidong quickened her pace and got into Lu Ling's car. "Who's going?" Lu Ling shook her head and replied, "I don't know if they're going. Anyway, there's the district head's wife, Mr. Hua Ming's wife, Mrs. Luo, and Mr. Yixiao's wife. I haven't heard of the others yet. Apparently, there's a lot of people having afternoon tea at Sister Qing's clubhouse." "Ah? Such an occasion? Shall we go?" Li Sidong was afraid that if she insisted on going to such an occasion, it would cause the other madams to dislike her. Lu Ling covered her mouth and chuckled. "Sidong, think about it. If you can't take us there, will Sister Su agree to take us?" Li Sidong was stunned for a moment. She thought about it and agreed. Sister Sue was a smooth and slick woman. Her social skills were really good. She never made enemies with others. However, she wouldn't be too enthusiastic if she didn't have any value. Xianxia once said that the world was like this. If you were strong, more people would treat you with enthusiasm and sincerity. However, if you were weak, you would experience indifference and the various forms of life. Therefore, Tsinghua said that if Li Sidong didn't want to socialize with the other madams, it was fine. He didn't want anything. Even if he wanted something, he could work hard on it himself. However, the more this was the case, the more Li Sidong wanted to be a person who could help Tsinghua. She didn't want to be a burden to him. Okay, Lu Ling approached her and lowered her voice. Speaking of which, Sister Sue actually likes to show off and is very snobbish, is that so? I'm not very familiar with it. I think it's okay. Li Sidong played dumb. She could also see that Sister Sue was snobbish. However, Li Sidong didn't have a high IQ. She didn't dare to gossip. Tsinghua once said that if you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. When gossiping about others, it was easy to be agitated and not watch your mouth. However, it was also easy to plant a disaster. If you could watch your mouth, you could save a lot of trouble. You're too naive. Your husband is too good to you. Look at Sister Sue. She's also a housewife with a poor family background. However, it's because of her social skills that she's been Madame Jiao for so many years. How can she not be scheming? Especially when Madame Jiao is a playboy. Lu Ling said with a pout. Li Sidong tried not to show it on her face, but there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was she also a housewife with a poor family background? Was she saying that her family background was poor? She forced a smile. Sister Sue is quite smart. How is that smart? That's snobbish. Madame Jiao's ability isn't much better than our family's. Look at her. Not only is she popular in our circle, but she can even talk to the upper circle. Lu Ling's tone changed. However, she can't be too snobbish. Look at the Yu family's current situation. It's really sad. The Yu family should also. Li Sidong couldn't help but say. She thought of Xuejiao's classmate. That young and well-behaved girl had a gentle and demure smile. Li Sidong liked this kind of girl very much. She worked hard and got into Tsinghua University with her own ability. Unfortunately, in the end. Although the Yu family didn't take full responsibility, it was indeed their family's fault. Hasn't the Yu family always been like this? Look at their son now. He's gone crazy. Why does he suck up to others to earn money? It's said that their son is seriously crazy now. Their family is preparing to sell the company and take their son abroad to leave this sad place. Lu Ling shook her head and sighed. Li Sidong sighed. Children can like whoever they like. I used to like to force my children, but now I feel that it's better to follow her heart. It might be better. Wasn't that the case between her and Jiao Jiao? In the past, they quarreled every day. She wanted to get involved in Jiao Jiao's matters. In the end, she realized that it was better to talk calmly and let Jiao Jiao make her own decisions. Fortunately, she and Jiao Jiao came to their senses early and didn't cause terrible irreversible consequences. Families like ours are fine, but look at those upper-class families. How many of the younger generation really married Cinderella? It's not easy for our daughter to marry into a better family. Lu Ling waved her hand. Li Sidong didn't say anything. She thought of Jiao Jiao and Lin Jihua. Could that man protect Jiao Jiao and prevent others from gossiping? Oh right. Lu Ling seemed to have thought of something. She pretended not to care and asked, I heard that Lin Jihua came to the banquet you held for your daughter last year? Li Sidong nodded. Yes. That's not very nice of you. How do you know Lin Jihua? He doesn't seem to like to participate in these things. Did he attend the banquet as soon as you came to Beijing? Lu Ling asked this question on behalf of her husband. Although it had been a long time and they hadn't worked together before, she knew it. It was good to ask cautiously and get more information. Li Sidong touched his temples and said softly, We're all from Sea City, oh. Lu Ling had a look of realization. The Lin Corporation is improving too quickly, and Lin Jihua is also acting quickly. I almost thought that the Lin Corporation was a big company born and raised in Beijing. They only moved here a few years ago. Li Sidong smiled and didn't say anything. The two of them chatted and slowly reached the entrance of the clubhouse. Lu Ling called Sister Su. Soon, another middle-aged woman walked out with a frown. Lu Ling's expression changed. She smiled and went forward to shake the woman's hand. Sister Xiang. Long time no see. This so-called Sister Xiang looked at Lu Ling and Li Sidong behind her. She just smiled and said, "Why didn't you come quickly? The district head's wife and Sister Rong are both here." "Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way," Lu Ling said as she followed Sister Xiang in. Li Sidong stood at the door for a moment, then braced himself and followed in. It was lively inside. Li Sidong wanted to sit casually, but she was stopped by someone the moment she entered. "Sister," Li Sidong was stunned. She looked up and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. Come, sit beside me." The person stretched out her hand. Li Sidong braced herself and went forward. "You are?" she asked tentatively. "We met at the supermarket. Have you forgotten?" The person blinked. Li Sidong thought for a long time before remembering the woman who wanted to buy groceries but didn't know how to do anything. Seeing a familiar face, Li Sidong couldn't help but smile. "Sister, it's you." Lu Ling, who was trying to talk, couldn't help but exclaim, "Sidong, you know the mother of the Lin Group's boss, Sister Rong." "Huh? The Lin Group?" Li Sidong was stunned. Beside her, Lin Jihua's mother smiled and said, "Sister, I'm Jihua's mother." Lin Jihua's mother, Li Sidong was quite surprised. Her eyes widened, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Sister Su said with a smile, "So Sister Rong actually knows Sidong." Lin Jihua's mother smiled brightly and said something that stunned everyone. "Of course I know her. She's our future in-laws." "What?" Lu Ling's cultivation was the lowest. She couldn't help but raise her voice. Lin Jihua's mother held Li Sitong's hand and smiled. "Yes, Jihua and Jiao Jiao are dating. Jihua used to have high standards and didn't look for anyone. Now that he's met Sitong's Jiao Jiao, he's finally moved. I'm relieved." The others looked at the two of them, dumbfounded. Lin Jihua. Wasn't he unable to come into contact with women? Jiao Jiao is still young. When Jiao Jiao turns 20 next year, let them get married. His father and I aren't young anymore. When the time comes, let's give birth to a grandson. I'm satisfied with having a child in my old age. Ha ha ha. Lin Jihua's mother laughed heartily. The others' eyes gradually became doubtful. Give birth to a child? Could it be that Lin Jihua had no problems? Li Sitong's face turned ugly for a moment. She took a deep breath and calmed her tone. They've just started dating. Jiao Jiao is still studying. There's no rush. At least wait until Jiao Jiao graduates from university. We can't decide on marriage. Lin Jihua's mother patted Li Sitong's hand with a worried expression. I know that too. But Jihua isn't young anymore. He didn't want to date in the past, so there were some ugly rumors outside. If he gets married and has a child earlier, he can stop the rumors. Jiao Jiao won't have to work so hard. Li Sidong couldn't help but withdraw her hand. She smiled and said, "Her father and I can't make decisions for her. It's up to her. Moreover, those rumors are fake. Sooner or later, they'll collapse. There's no need to rush to prove it." She was so angry that her liver hurt. What was she saying? In order to clear Lin Jihua's name, Jiao Jiao had to marry Lin Jihua at the age of 20? Li Sitong's attitude made Lin Jihua's mother's face change. It didn't look too good. Sister Su quickly tried to smooth things over. Those rumors outside can't be taken seriously. Jihua will get married sooner or later. There's no need to worry about it. Yes. There's no need to worry about it. How can we believe those rumors? That's right. Lin Jihua's mother sneered in her heart. Didn't you guys spread those rumors too? She had to get back her face today. Our Jihua is really good at everything. It's just that he's a little cold. Now, there's finally a girl he likes. Coincidentally, I also like Jiao Jiao from the Sidong family. It's pretty good to get married early. Jiao Jiao still has 3 years to go before graduation. By then, Jihua will be 31 years old. Lin Jihua's mother looked at Li Sidong with a worried expression. Li Sidong tried his best to smile a little. Jiao Jiao is too young. There's no rush to get married. Jihua isn't that big either. Young people nowadays get married late. I really like Jiao Jiao, but there are too many variables for young people nowadays. There's still 3 years to go before Jiao Jiao graduates. She's in school every day, and Jihua is working. If he likes another girl that I don't like, then it'll be terrible. I like Jiao Jiao too much. I'll be at ease if they settle down early. Jiao Jiao will be 20 next August. At that time, we'll have a big celebration. Lin Jihua's mother smiled again and turned the bracelet on her hand. Li Sidong took a deep breath. I don't make decisions for the children. Besides, it's really too early to get married next year. Lin Jihua's mother's face turned cold. After a while, she stood up and said with a smile, Sidong, I have a gift for you. I left it in the car. Let's go and get it together. Li Sidong stood up and replied, okay. She didn't want to stay inside either. The two of them walked out. Almost as soon as they walked out of the door, Lin Jihua's mother looked at Li Sidong sternly. Sidong, I also like you very much. His father and I don't have any prejudice against Jiao Jiao. If Jihua likes Jiao Jiao, we'll support it. But don't you know how people are talking about Jihua now? Only by getting married can they make a name for themselves. When you rejected me just now, others will think that there's really something wrong with Jihua. Otherwise, why would you avoid me? Li Sidong took a deep breath. This isn't a matter of whether Jihua has a problem or not. Without the consent of Jiao Jiao and Jihua, how can we decide on their marriage without their permission? Besides, Jiao Jiao is only a freshman this year. In August next year, they're not even in their 3rd year yet. Do you think that Jihua has to marry Jiao Jiao? You can't just stand in Jiao Jiao's position. You have to stand in Jihua's position and think about it. Lin Jihua's mother's face turned completely cold. Li Sidong refused to be outdone. Lin Jihua has never told me that he wants to marry Jiao Jiao next year. Jihua's body is fine. He doesn't have to marry Gu Xiaojiao. Lin Jihua's mother narrowed her eyes. Then you talk to Lin Jihua. Li Sidong finished speaking and turned to leave. She was very angry, but she also knew that she had offended Lin Jihua's mother today. Li Sidong took a taxi to Xianxia's company. She went straight to Xianxia's office and told him everything. I offended Lin Jihua's mother, but I really don't want Jiao Jiao to get married so early. The veins on Xianxia's forehead throbbed. He suddenly stood up and pushed everything on the table to the ground. You did nothing wrong. What does she mean? In order to prove that Lin Jihua is fine, she let Jiao Jiao marry him for everyone to see? Can this prove anything? Is the next step for Jiao Jiao to bear Lin Jihua a child to prove it? Li Sidong was stunned. She was so angry about getting married next year that she didn't think about it carefully. If they got married next year, would she have to compromise and have a child next year? I've said before that Jiao Jiao is still young. Don't tell anyone about her relationship with him for the time being. Lin Jihua's mother is really too much. Tsinghua looked at Li Sidong. Sidong, send a message to Jiao Jiao. She's not allowed to take Lin Jihua's car back tonight. I'll go and pick her up. When Li Sidong told Xue Jiao not to take Lin Jihua's car at night and waited for Tsinghua to pick her up, Xue Jiao was dumbfounded. Not allowed to sit in Lin Jihua's car, why, how did Lin Jihua provoke them? At night, Xue Jiao walked out of the school gate with doubts. Lin Jihua was standing in a familiar place. Xue Jiao opened her mouth and wanted to ask him what had happened. Jihua, however, as soon as she opened her mouth, a voice interrupted her. Jiao Jiao, come here. Xue Jiao turned around and saw that it was Tsinghua. She hesitated for a moment, then turned her head and looked at Lin Jihua in confusion. Finally, she walked towards Tsinghua. Dad, what's wrong? It's okay. Get in the car first. Tsinghua smiled, reached out and rubbed Xue Jiao's head, and opened the car door. Xue Jiao sat in the car and turned to look at Lin Jihua again. Lin Jihua was obviously confused and was walking over. Tsinghua started the car and drove past Lin Jihua. Dad, did Jihua do something wrong? Xue Jiao asked tentatively. Tsinghua drove seriously and said softly, he didn't do anything wrong, but if his family did something wrong, it can only be blamed on him. Ah? Xue Jiao was stunned. Then, she thought of Lin Jihua's family. She had been with Lin Jihua for some time, but she hadn't had much contact with his family. But Xue Jiao knew that Lin Jihua had a domineering grandfather. This grandfather had almost killed Lin Jihua and Xue Jiao. None of his relatives treated him sincerely. Fortunately, these relatives were all suppressed by Lin Jihua and no one dared to act rashly. But his parents, Xue Jiao had seen it once and had a strange impression of it. As for Lin Jihua, her feelings towards her parents were also relatively indifferent. She supported her parents normally, but she didn't do anything extra. That was his parents, who had always left him with a bad impression in the name of loving Lin Jihua. Did his parents do something? Xue Jiao asked. His grandfather was locked up. The other relatives did not dare to say anything, so only his parents were left. Tsinghua was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that Xue Jiao could guess it. He was silent for a moment and suddenly asked Xue Jiao, Jiao Jiao, is love, or Lin Jihua, important to you? Yes. Xue Jiao nodded without hesitation. Tsinghua's heart tightened. He continued to ask, then, are you willing to sacrifice anything for Lin Jihua? Xue Jiao didn't understand why he asked this, but she still replied honestly. If it's an appropriate sacrifice, I will. Tsinghua's expression completely changed. He had always thought that Jiao Jiao was quite rational. Why, Xue Jiao continued, love is a matter between two people. If you want to be together forever, you will have to get along for decades. How can two people live together without getting used to each other? How can they not encounter things that require a little sacrifice? I can't really let him sacrifice for me forever. If he needs me to do something for him, I'm willing. She had a smile on her face. She knew all the things that Lin Jihua had done for her. He was willing to walk 100 steps for her, just for her to look back at him. But Xue Jiao was not willing. When she confirmed her feelings, she would be willing to walk towards him. Tsinghua was stunned for a moment. It happened to be a traffic light. He stopped and looked at Xue Jiao. Does this sacrifice include marrying him when you turn 20 next year and having children? Xue Jiao looked at Tsinghua and smiled. Are Jihua's parents urging me to get married? Dad, don't worry. Jihua won't do that. Tsinghua didn't like to hear his daughter trust another man so much in front of him. He couldn't help but say, what if Lin Jihua also strongly urges you? Will you agree to him? This time, Xue Jiao shook her head firmly. No. A necessary sacrifice doesn't mean giving up everything. Love is a part of life. It's a very important part, but it's only a part. There are also family, friends, career, and dreams. Dad, don't worry. I understand in my heart. And? What? And Jihua won't let me make such a choice. Xue Jiao was very sure of this. He had never made things difficult for her. Even if he liked her, he silently endured it for a long time. Tsinghua didn't say anything. Xue Jiao understood, so he was relieved. The car drove for a long time. Tsinghua couldn't help but ask, how are things going in school recently? Xue Jiao's eyes lit up. She replied excitedly, there's finally some direction. But the three of us are preparing to slow down a little. After all, the final exams are coming soon. It's the same for senior sister Zhang Han. She's been working on a project with a mentor recently. She'll only start working on our project during the winter break. But there's finally a direction. Dad, let me tell you. Today we. Tsinghua listened to Xue Jiao with a smile and nodded from time to time. Behind them, a familiar car followed them. After Xue Jiao was taken away, Lin Jihua immediately got into the car and called Chen Yin. Quickly find out what happened to the Qing family today. Then he paused and continued, it might have something to do with me. After that, Lin Jihua started the car and chased after them. When he was almost at the Qing family's house, the call came. Lin Jihua immediately picked it up. Chen Yan on the other end of the phone spoke very quickly. So far, we found that Madame Li Sidong met with some other madams in the afternoon. Your mother was also there. Bang! Lin Jihua punched the steering wheel. His face immediately sank. Time was too tight. Lin Jihua couldn't find out too much. But just the news of Li Sidong meeting with Lin Jihua's mother was enough for Lin Jihua to infer everything. He invited so many madams and tried to get Li Sidong to come over. It was just to clear the name. As for what he said to Li Sidong, it was probably to urge him to get married and have children. Lin Jihua's expression was extremely serious. His eyes were dark. Sure enough, I indulged them too much. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of the Qing family's house. Qing Shua's car was parked outside. Qing Mingzi stood at the door and took Xue Jiao away. Only Qing Shua was left standing in the same place. Obviously, he was waiting for him. Lin Jihua drove the car over and got out of the car. Uncle Qing. President Lin, you and I are of the same generation. There's no need to be an uncle. Qing Shua put on a fake smile. The corners of Lin Jihua's mouth were slightly bitter. His previous efforts were almost all for naught. Uncle Qing, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Seeing that he didn't quibble, Qing Shua's expression became better. But he still said seriously, your parents are the most unstable factor in the Yu family. How can I rest assured and leave Jiao Jiao to you? Qing Shua interrupted him. I'm a father, a selfish father. So don't feel wronged. I will only stand from the perspective of not letting Jiao Jiao be wronged. Lin Jihua's eyes were serious. I don't feel wronged. I just feel very angry. You have to believe that my mood right now is not much better than yours. Qing Shua snorted. Finally, he looked at him and said, those are your parents. They are muddle-headed, but they still care about you. You can't completely abandon them. If that's the case, how can you guarantee that Jiao Jiao won't be hurt in the process of interacting with them? They won't. Lin Jihua's voice was firm. This time, it's my fault. I've been too busy recently and neglected them. So they have the leisure to intervene in these matters. Qing Shua's brows finally relaxed. He thought for a moment and only said, your parents hope that you will get married and have children next year. Jiao Jiao is still young. In recent years, she definitely won't consider these things. If you want a son, quickly find someone to marry. Lin Jihua's voice was firm. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for as many years as I want. Of course, he couldn't wait to marry Jiao Jiao right now. Just thinking about these two words made his heart soften. When he thought about Jiao Jiao becoming wife, he only felt that his heart melted and his life was complete. But he would respect Jiao Jiao. To her, marriage was still too early. Lin Jihua, I have to show you the Qing family's attitude. Before I graduate from university, I will not agree to marriage. Even an engagement is impossible. Qing Shua looked at him with a serious face. Okay. Lin Jihua slowly opened his mouth and agreed. Qing Shua looked at him deeply, turned around, and entered the neighborhood. Lin Jihua stood in the same spot, feeling a little lonely. After a moment, his phone vibrated slightly. Jiao Jiao, dear, go home early today. Don't mind it too much. Let's have dinner together tomorrow. Mwah. This sentence was followed by an emoticon of a kiss. Lin Jihua smiled. The corners of his mouth were raised high, as if he had walked from a world of ice and snow to the warmth of spring in an instant. Father Lin stood up angrily and panted. What does she mean? She only thinks about Gu Shuajiao and doesn't care about Jihua's awkward situation at all? Mother Lin sighed and sat down on the sofa. Based on what she means, Gu Shuajiao won't consider marriage in the next few years. They think that Jihua can only have her daughter? Lin Chongping widened his eyes. What are they trying to do? Jihua's body is fine now. What kind of woman can't he want? Their family's background is comparable to ours. That's climbing up the social ladder. Mother Lin continued to sigh and didn't say anything. Tomorrow. We'll start matchmaking for Jihua tomorrow. Mother Lin's expression changed. She quickly stood up to appease Lin Chongping. No. Have you forgotten how much Tsinghua disliked us matchmaking in the past? If we provoke him again. Are you stupid? We don't have to tell him. Then how do we introduce them? Mother Lin was puzzled. You bring the girl. Before Lin Chongping could finish his sentence, the door was opened from the outside. More than 10 men in black came in side by side in 2 rows. Their aura was shocking. Then came Chen Yan, who was holding a briefcase, followed by Lin Jihua, who was wearing a suit and leather shoes. Jihua. What are you doing? Mother Lin was shocked. Lin Jihua stepped in and stood in front of them without saying anything. Chen Yan immediately opened his briefcase, took out a piece of paper, and said loudly, Mr. Lin, Madam, these 10 bodyguards are highly professional bodyguards. The 2 elders can choose 4 of them. From today onwards, the 4 bodyguards will follow the 2 elders closely. If there's a place they can't go or someone they can't meet, the bodyguards will stop the 2 elders. These are the details of the 10 bodyguards. Please take a look and choose as soon as possible. Lin Chongping and Mother Lin were stunned. What did that mean? Chen Yan continued in a flat voice. At the same time, all of your sources of funds in the country will be frozen. From now on, your living expenses for the next month will be based on your performance. What? What do you mean? Mother Lin was in disbelief. You're getting people to spy on us? Lin Chongping clutched his chest and said in a trembling voice, Unfilial son. Lin Jihua said softly, I've given you countless chances, but you still want to meddle in my affairs. I've said before that you're not allowed to meddle in my Jiaojia's affairs. Since you refuse to change, I can only find people to spy on you. I'll visit you every month. Other than that, don't come looking for me. If you have any other expenses or problems with your health, you can find the bodyguards. They'll report to me, Lin Jihua said calmly. You're treating mom and dad like this just because of a woman? You don't want mom and dad anymore? Mother Lin was in tears, still in disbelief. Lin Jihua said softly, I'm not only doing this for Jiao Jiao, but also for myself. I've really indulged you too much. Did he feel guilty? Actually, that wasn't necessarily the case. Lin Chongping and Mother Lin gave birth to him, but it was Grandma who raised him. They said that they loved him every day, but they also kept meddling in his affairs, causing him all kinds of harm. They didn't change no matter how hard they tried. Grandma passed away, and old Master Lin almost killed him. Taking care of them in their old age was the most he could do. Hurry up and choose. Lin Jihua's voice was steady as he strode out. Lin Chongping's voice came from behind. Bastard! How can you be so heartless? Why did I give birth to you? Lin Jihua stopped in his tracks and turned back. I'm sorry, but you really did give birth to such a heartless son. Also, you should reflect on yourselves. If you continue to disturb Jiao Jiao, you won't have a daughter-in-law. You won't have a son and a wealthy life in your old age. He strode away, a mocking smile on his lips. Then, he looked at the dark sky outside, not knowing where to go. After a while, he walked resolutely in one direction. In the sky, the moon peeked out from the clouds again. Xue Jiao lay on the bed. She hadn't fallen asleep yet. After returning home to revise for a while, she lay on the bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. Lin Jihua didn't reply. She didn't know what was going on. Xue Jiao was a little worried about him, so she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. At this moment, her phone vibrated. Xue Jiao opened it. Lin Jihua, Jiao Jiao. Xue Jiao quickly replied, yes? After a while, the reply came, I want to see you. Xue Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She felt that Lin Jihua's tone wasn't quite right. She almost instinctively got up, opened the window, walked to the balcony, and looked down. Sure enough, a familiar figure was standing downstairs. Her heart ached. She hurriedly opened the door with her phone and quietly went out. Lin Jihua was standing below her balcony. He raised his head. His face was illuminated by the moonlight, and he looked cold and lonely. Xue Jiao ran over and whispered, why are you here so late? As soon as she finished speaking, the man pulled Xue Jiao into his arms and hugged her tightly. Jiao Jiao, there was an indescribable sadness in his voice. It was desolate and lonely. Zhihua? Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment, but she still reached out and gently patted his back. Lin Zhihua hugged her tightly and pressed his chin against the top of her head. What's wrong? She asked softly. I miss you. The corners of Xue Jiao's mouth moved slightly. She patted his back and coaxed him, I'm here. I'm here. Lin Zhihua didn't say anything. He just hugged her tightly. The night wind blew, and there was the sound of leaves rustling. Sometimes, happiness was hugging the person you loved when you were sad and depressed. Even though she was petite, she gave him endless strength. Just by saying that he wanted to see her, Xue Jiao knew that he might be downstairs. This tacit understanding made Lin Zhihua's heart soften. I actually know that my parents won't change, but I only have these two relatives who still care about me. His voice was very calm, as if he didn't have any emotions. But his sudden appearance downstairs in the middle of the night was enough to show that he was very abnormal today. Xue Jiao froze slightly, and her hand stopped. Soon, she patted him again, and said softly, You still have me. I love you. Lin Zhihua trembled slightly, and the hand holding Xue Jiao also trembled. What did you say? I love you, Lin Zhihua. Xue Jiao loves you. At that moment, he almost thought that he had misheard or was dreaming. He touched Xue Jiao's face and felt the warmth through his palm. His heart was slightly suffocated. After a while, Lin Zhihua finally calmed down. He hugged Xue Jiao, buried his head in her neck, and nodded heavily. I love you too. I love you very, very much. I love you so much that I don't know how to say it. I love you so much that I feel like I have the whole world. Xue Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she gently hit him. Look at you, a big boss. Why did you come downstairs in the middle of the night? Lin Zhihua also had a smile on his face. He put her down, bent down, and touched her forehead. Because I miss you, Xue Jiao stared at him, but she felt that he might not be able to see, so she pinched him. Just call me in the future. It's the middle of the night. Don't be outside. Okay. Lin Zhihua grinned. He didn't see Jiao Jiao today, and his heart was hurt by his parents' words. Even Lin Zhihua became weak. He shook his head and only felt that his behavior today was quite stupid. But because he was stupid tonight, he heard the words he wanted to hear the most. Look at you. It's so dark and you climbed into the neighborhood. What if you fell? Even if you hit something. Lin Zhihua lowered his head and kissed Xue Jiao's chattering lips. Her words made him feel warm, and he wanted to eat all these words of concern. Xue Jiao's face was a little red, but she still held his hand and responded to him. After a long while, Lin Zhihua let go of her. Xue Jiao's legs were a little weak. She pushed him gently, embarrassed. Hurry up and go back. I still have class tomorrow. Lin Zhihua lowered his head and kissed her forehead again. He smiled and said, Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zhihua lowered his head and kissed her again. You go upstairs first. I'll leave after you go up. Xue Jiao agreed and quickly turned to go upstairs. Then, she walked to the balcony and leaned on the railing. She watched Lin Zhihua wave at her and then turned to leave. She kept watching until she heard the sound of a car engine outside. Then, she entered the room. This was Lin Zhihua's rare vulnerability. She hoped that she could make him feel warm. In the room next door, Xianxia said softly, At least he's okay. He didn't do anything bad. Although Qingmingzi didn't like Lin Zhihua, he still had to say something fair. If Lin Zhihua wanted to do something, he would have done it a long time ago. This man is very good at enduring. At least he really loves Jiao Jiao. Li Sidong yawned. See, they didn't do anything. Let's go back and sleep. Okay. Qingmingzi felt relieved and took Li Sidong back. After that, Lin Zhihua returned to normal. It was as if his vulnerability that night was fake. He was still the strong and scary man. But it was also that night that Xue Jiao learned that Lin Zhihua also had moments of weakness. This made her feel very sorry for him. No one was born strong. Lin Jihua's strength and indifference were caused by being hurt again and again. Qingmingzi and the others didn't stop the two of them, but they still didn't spend much time together. After all, Xiaojiao was about to take her final exam. In fact, Xiaoshan's final results last semester did not satisfy her. This semester, before the last few professional exams, she even stopped working on projects and devoted herself to the army of revision. Jiao, I haven't seen you in a long time. My Jie rushed out from the group of girls and hugged Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. I've been a little busy recently. I've been in the lab all the time. At the end of the semester, there were fewer classes. Xiaojiao stayed in the lab all day and almost didn't have the chance to see my Jie. Do you want to revise with me? My Jie asked her. Sure. Xiaojiao agreed. Next to her, one of the girls who was walking with my Jie suddenly said, Gu Xiaojiao is a big boss. She has a good relationship with the teachers. Even if she doesn't do well, she won't fail. She's different from us. Xiaojiao frowned and looked at the girl who spoke. It was a girl who was wearing glasses, but she didn't have any impression of her. Gu Hui, what are you talking about? My Jie glared at her. Don't you know that you're spreading rumors? The girl named Gu Hui couldn't help but say, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just worried that Gu Xiaojiao won't do well. She's in the lab every day and her classes are half-hearted. What if she doesn't pass? I'm just giving her an idea. My Jie couldn't help but scold her again. Xiaojiao pulled her back and looked at the girl with a smile. I don't know why you're prejudiced against me, but I have to say that I don't need special treatment from the teachers. Although, compared to you, the teachers might want to treat me differently. This girl had probably forgotten how she got into Tsinghua University. After a few years in this world, she was very good at exams. My Jie walked with Xiaojiao. When they were far away from those people, she couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Jiao, you're really good at insulting people. I'm just telling the truth. Ha ha ha, if Gu Hui heard you, she would be so angry that she would jump up and down. After saying that, my Jie approached Xiaojiao. Did you offend the seniors in the third year? Recently, there's been a lot of gossip about you. Even the girls in the female dormitory occasionally say a few words about you. I've been paying attention. It's from the third year. Xiaojiao frowned slightly. Third year? I think I know who it is. Who? Let's go find them. My Jie almost jumped up. Xiaojiao shook her head. There's no hurry. Let's wait until the final exams are over. They can't run away. Let's focus on the exams first. Since there were people questioning her grades, she could only let her grades speak for themselves. As for the two instigators, Xiaojiao didn't want to argue with them right now. She guessed that it might be the two seniors from the mathematics department who wanted to join their project, Gudong Lin and Xingbin. However, she was busy revising and had no time to pay attention to them. Let's go. Let's go and revise. Xiaojiao reached out and held my Jie's arm, not caring at all. Are you sure? My Jie was still a little worried. Xiaojiao shook her head firmly. Not now. How could he not be angry when someone started a rumor for no reason? However, there were priorities. Seeing that the exam was about to begin, if they were to make a fuss and waste time over something that had already happened, the gains would not make up for the losses. That's not to say that we have to swallow everything, but we can't give up more important things just to vent our anger. Lin Jihua had told Xiaojiao before that there was nothing more important than strengthening oneself. The final exam was to strengthen himself and benefit himself. This was the most important thing for him at the moment. You have to understand that the future is long. In the evening, Lin Jihua packed up everything, stood up, took his coat, and walked out of the company. Chen Yan and Tan Qi followed him. Occasionally, they would talk about work. When they reached the parking lot, Tan Qi asked, Boss, should I ask the driver to open the door? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yan and the boss looked over. Tan Qi was stunned. Did he say something wrong? Lin Jihua looked at him and said meaningfully, No need. I'm going to pick someone up. There's no need to call a driver. Ah? Tianqi was even more surprised and couldn't help but say, "Boss, it's so late. Why don't we call the driver to pick her up?" After being an assistant for so long, he also knew that Lin Jihua had been in a car accident and almost lost her life. As a result, he didn't like driving anymore. Most of the time, he was driven by his chauffeur. Letting the big boss go home alone at night was a little. Tianqi's face was filled with excitement as he began to express his loyalty. "Boss. Or I can pick it up for you." Beside him, Qinyan covered his mouth and coughed. Tianqi heard the cough and subconsciously shrank his neck. "Did he say something wrong?" Lin Jihua finally replied, "I'm going to pick up my girlfriend. Why would I call a driver? You want to go in my place?" Tianqi, Lin Jihua took a step forward and stopped. She turned her head back coldly and reservedly replied without the slightest hint of showing off. "Forget it. You're not in love, so it's normal that you don't understand." With that, he walked to the side of the car, opened the door, got in, and started the engine. In the blink of an eye, the car disappeared. "Tianqi?" After a long time, Tianqi finally turned around and looked at Qinyan in horror. "Big boss, are you showing off?" Qinyan looked at him coldly, opened his mouth, and said, "Idiot." After that, he walked to the side of another car. Dumbfounded, Tianqi stared at Qinyan with his eyes wide open. Qinyan turned around. "Drive me home." "Why?" Tianqi stomped his feet. "You're not driving me home?" Qinyan narrowed his eyes and looked 50% like his boss. Tianqi was terrified. "I'll drive." In his heart, he muttered, "This animal is using the tiger's might to intimidate others." The two got into the car. Tianqi smiled and said, How did the boss's wife charm the boss to this extent? Is our boss an old tree blooming?" Qinyan had a computer on his lap and was looking at it. Hearing this, he looked up. "I've noted it down. I'll report it to the boss tomorrow." The car was silent for 2 minutes, and then someone wailed. "Secretary Chen. You can't do this to me. Drive properly. You won't be able to live tomorrow anyway. It doesn't matter if you die sooner or later." "Chen Yan. I want to eat Hugua Temple snacks tomorrow morning." "Okay, I'll buy it for you," Tianqi said through gritted teeth. Chen Yan looked away with satisfaction and looked at the computer on his lap. When Lin Jihua arrived outside Tsinghua University, Xue Jiao was already waiting for him. She was holding a book and reading it under the streetlight. His car stopped in front of Xue Jiao. Her eyes lit up and she opened the door to get in. Lin Jihua frowned as he left. "It's so dark. Why are you still reading?" Xue Jiao mumbled as she read. I have an exam the day after tomorrow." As she spoke, her eyes still didn't leave the book. When he stopped at the traffic light, Lin Jihua reached out and took the book and put it in front of him. "Hey," Xue Jiao exclaimed. Lin Jihua said lightly, "Do you want to be short-sighted? It's too easy for you to be short-sighted now. Don't read in the car. You don't need this time." Xue Jiao glanced at him and looked away. "Oh, okay. Why are you busier than me now? Are you under a lot of pressure?" Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. "No, it's just that it's the end of the semester. The pace of revision is tight, and everyone is working hard. It's not easy to get a satisfactory grade." Xue Jiao sighed. In the past, when they were in 7th High, the most competitive student in the entire grade was Chu Xin. They did take turns to sit in the first and second place, pulling away from the third place. But it was different now. Tsinghua University had gathered the best of the best. It was really difficult to stand out from these people in the exam. Lin Jihua smiled and shook his head. He glanced at her. Must you get first place?" "Not really. I just want to do my best. I'll get whatever grade I can get. I've done my best, so I can't force any grades. But in my heart, I still hope that the results will be satisfactory." Xue Jiao could only shrug. No one didn't care about grades, but she had to constantly remind herself, everyone wanted to be the most special one. Everyone wanted to be the most powerful one. However, there was always someone better than you. Her attitude also had to be correct. After she really did her best, the grades she could get would be her own standard. But she had to give it her all. It was difficult to get results with 50% of effort. If the results were not satisfactory, it was mostly because she didn't put in enough effort in the right direction. Lin Jihua nodded and said helplessly, although I can't wait for you to do nothing every day and just date me, there's no other way. You have more things to do. Well, you can't slack off in university. These 4 years are not the time to play. It's the time to work hard and not waste time. Xue Jiao nodded heavily. Then she turned to look at him. Her eyes were shining like stars. You want me to accompany you? The corners of her mouth curled up. She didn't know where she learned the expression of a playboy. Lin Jihua smoothly parked the car at the entrance of the neighborhood. He unbuckled his seatbelt and turned around. Xue Jiao's lips that had just curled up were covered by someone. Lin Jihua had improved very quickly. Xue Jiao deeply felt it. After a while, the two of them separated, panting heavily. Xue Jiao's eyes were hazy and half-closed. You are shameless, no. Lin Jihua lowered his head and spat softly. I just want you. His eyes were restrained. Xue Jiao looked at him. She didn't know why, when the two of them were together, even if it was just kissing, he seemed to be very restrained, it was as if he was suppressing something. Xue Jiao blinked in confusion and looked at him obediently. Lin Jihua lowered his head and spat again. Girl, I'll wait for you for a few more years. Xue Jiao suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She looked at him and said, Get up, I'm getting off. Lin Jihua smiled and sat back down. He fastened his seatbelt. Let's go. Hey, you can enter the neighborhood now? I moved in today. Why didn't you tell me? Are you surprised? When you're done with your exams, I'll show you around and cook for you. Okay. Some people couldn't wait to pull all-nighters during finals. According to my Jejia, there were people in her dormitory who pulled all-nighters, and most of them slept for 4 to 5 hours. Xue Jiao was a little surprised. She used to work very hard when she was studying, but under the teachings of her family and Lin Jihua, she had now been praised as sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. As a result, she rarely stayed up late to study. However, these people's hard work still made her a little worried. She heard that the exams for the specialized classes that they started this semester were very difficult. The teachers all wanted to come up with questions that couldn't be solved. Fortunately, Xue Han heaved a sigh of relief when she received the paper. The specialized classes were indeed difficult, but they were all things that were changed from the books. Mathematics had always been like this, changing the soup but not the medicine. After all the questions were broken down, the framework was the same. Previously, when Xue Jiao heard Senior Zhang Han say that she needed to build a framework, she mainly built the framework of the book when she was revising. This way, she could avoid wasting time on the same content. Now that she looked at the content, she noticed that most of the content was what she paid special attention to when she was building the framework. She even saw a lot of it when she was helping Professor Tan with his project. Xue Jiao didn't think it was too difficult, so she finished it quickly. She checked it twice to make sure there were no problems and handed it in early. After that, it was the same for the other 3 exams. Xue Jiao felt that she had done her best, so she didn't pay attention to it anymore. After the last exam ended on the weekend, the summer break for the first semester of university officially arrived. In other words, Xue Jiao had already spent an entire year in university. Time in university really flew by quickly without anyone noticing. High school, at least when one was in the middle of it, would be difficult and arduous. However, university was bustling, and it would pass in no time. After the exam, she quickly walked out of the school. Sure enough, a familiar car was parked not far away. Before she could wave, the car had already driven over. Xue Jiao got into the car. How was the exam? Lin Jihua asked with a smile. It was okay. I did my best. Lin Jihua nodded and asked with a smile, Are you hungry? A little. Are you cooking tonight? Xue Jiao smiled and looked at Lin Jihua. She had been thinking about it since noon. Lin Jihua's culinary skills were not much worse than Wu Luxiang's. Sometimes, she would still wonder if there was anything Lin Jihua couldn't learn. Of course. You're on vacation now. You're welcome to freeload during the summer break. Lin Jihua's expression was relaxed and smiling. When he was with Xue Jiao, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Xue Jiao shook her head and said a little embarrassedly that I might be very busy this summer break. I have to start working on a project tomorrow. Also, I want to do some mathematics in my free time. After all, I'm from the mathematics department. She had received the Xianxia Mathematics Award and had been receiving a lot of attention. Professor Tan also had high hopes for her. She couldn't dedicate the remaining 3 years to physics. She wanted to use this holiday to do some math-related things. It was just that, she felt a little sorry for her boyfriend, Lin Jihua. As expected, Lin Jihua's mood visibly sank. Xue Jiao looked at him with a guilty conscience. She also wanted to stay with him every day and eat together, but she felt that there were still many things waiting for her. She also observed the couples around her. Most of them were always together. She and Lin Jihua didn't seem to spend much time together. Every day, he would come to pick her up and drive her home. That was the time they spent together. It was rare for them to have a private date, especially when Xue Jiao was busy. Lin Jihua was indeed in low spirits. He had read the dating manual yesterday and had made a lot of plans for their summer vacation. Those dates that made her happy just thinking about it and made her smile, but obviously, there might not be any. However, at this moment, Lin Jihua suddenly thought of Yi Tianyu for some reason. The boy who had almost moved Xue Jiao's heart had failed because he didn't understand Xue Jiao. As a result, Lin Jihua had been trying hard to restrain and suppress his surging emotions. He couldn't wait to be with her 24 hours a day. He wanted to go shopping with her, go to the movies, or go to the underwater world. He could do anything as long as he was with her. But Xue Jiao was too busy. Lin Jihua had been suppressing his emotions. He wanted to understand Xue Jiao. He couldn't make Xue Jiao feel oppressed and uncomfortable like Yi Tianyu. She was still young and might not have the patience for her other half. Therefore, Lin Jihua suppressed all her emotions. It was fine if she didn't have time. They had a meal once a week, or after they moved, the distance from school to home every day, plus the video call, became all the time they spent together. She was going to be a sophomore soon. She would be even busier. Lin Jihua had never thought that there would be a day when he really wanted to ask, what if his girlfriend was too busy to accompany him? Lin Jihua kept driving and didn't say anything. Xue Jiao's heart tightened and she turned to look at him. Jihua, after a long time, Lin Jihua forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about work. What do you want to eat tonight?" Xue Jiao tilted her head to look at him and said softly, "Anything is fine." After saying that, she felt that it was too perfunctory, so she added, "Everything you cook is delicious." Lin Jihua smiled and drove Xue Jiao to his new house. The building he lived in was exactly the same as the one Tsinghua bought. They were also very close to each other, and there were only 3 buildings between them. But when she opened the door, she saw that Lin Jihua and the Qing family's decorations were completely different. No matter what, the Qing family was a big and small family. They had to consider everyone, so their style was more warm and mixed. However, Lin Jihua's apartment was different. Xue Jiao had been to his apartment in Sea City, and it was also decorated in the same style. It was cold, mechanical, and spacious. It was very simple, but also very cold. Lin Jihua smiled as he brought her a pair of slippers. It was a pair of snow-white, cute slippers with rabbit ears. There was only one pair of female slippers in this shoe cabinet. Come and change into them. They've been washed. Xue Jiao couldn't help but laugh. You bought them for me? Of course. Who else would come to my place? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. Xue Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. She changed into the slippers, and the size was just right. I'll wash my hands and cook first. If you want to drink water, pour it yourself. Lin Jihua reached out and scratched Xue Jiao's nose as he said dotingly. She nodded, and he went into the kitchen. Xue Jiao walked around and looked around. She only felt that this house was extremely simple. She slowly approached the coffee table. There were 2 washed couples cups on it, and there were 2 turtles printed on them. She thought of how he often called her little turtle in a doting manner. Xiaojiao couldn't help but smile. She poured a cup of water and held it in her hand as she slowly walked to the kitchen. Lin Jihua had just taken the vegetables out of the fridge. When he heard the sound, he turned his head and looked over. Xiaojiao was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. She wore the slippers he bought for her, and she was holding a couple's cup with a little turtle printed on it. Lin Jihua's heart softened, and he couldn't help but smile dotingly at her. The grievances and depression in his heart seemed to be invisible in this kind of scene. His heart was swollen, and he was satisfied and happy. The 2 of them looked at each other for a moment. Lin Jihua suddenly said, "I'm thirsty." Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment. She smiled embarrassedly and approached him, bringing the cup to his lips. Lin Jihua chuckled, took a sip, and then smiled. "It's sweet." Xiaojiao's cheeks were slightly red. She put the cup aside. "Let me help you. Let's do it together." "Okay." She also knew how to cook, but with Lin Jihua's skills, she could only wash the vegetables or bring him a bowl. She couldn't help much. He was very satisfied, and the smile on his face never disappeared. It took more than an hour for the meal to be ready. There was black chicken soup that had been simmered in the morning, steamed fish that had just been cooked, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of lettuce and meat slices. They were all Xiaojiao's favorite dishes. "It's time to eat." Lin Jihua put the food on the table. Xiaojiao, who had finished washing her hands, walked out. She walked behind Lin Jihua and gently pressed against his back. "You always cook what I like to eat. You don't cook what you like to eat. What you like to eat is what I like to eat." Xiaojiao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Lin Jihua grabbed her hand and asked her to sit down beside him. Then, he skillfully scooped a bowl of soup for her. They had a lot of time to eat together, but this time, they were in Lin Jihua's house. Both of them were in a good mood and satisfied with the meal. But after they cleared the dishes, it was already 8 o'clock. Xiaojiao should go home. "I'll drive you." "Okay." The 2 of them were like a young couple. Hand in hand, they walked to Xiaojiao's house. Under the dim yellow light of the street lamp, Lin Jihua said softly, "If only we could do this every day, how nice." Xiaojiao turned her head and pursed her lips. "When I'm free at night, I'll try to come back for dinner." The word "come back" pleased Lin Jihua. The corners of his mouth curled up. He actually became satisfied again. The 3 buildings were very close to each other. Soon, they arrived at Xiaojiao's house. "Then I'll go back. Good night." Xiaojiao pursed her lips. She was a little reluctant to leave. Lin Jihua bent down and lowered his head to face her. There was a smile in his eyes. "Did you forget something?" Xiaojiao blushed. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Jihua also lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. It was light and shallow. His voice was also very gentle. "Good night. Good night." This was the first time Lin Jihua walked her to the door. He only turned around when he saw Xiaojiao enter the house. Compared to just a moment ago, his back seemed lonely and cold, all alone. But his palm still felt the warmth of Xiaojiao's body. It felt warm. The next morning, Xiaojiao's first day of summer vacation. She rushed to school. Carrying her backpack, she went straight to the laboratory. Chuxing and Jingjiakuan had already arrived. Zhang Han and Yangzhan were not there yet. But after a short wait, they arrived. This was the first group meeting of the summer vacation. "Little junior sister, long time no see. Are you guys on summer vacation?" Yangzhan asked with a smile as soon as he entered. Xiaojiao looked up and said seriously, "The officials should be on vacation." "Ha ha ha, the officials? Little junior sister, are you complaining that we don't have a vacation? I'm pretty disgusted too." Yangzhan raised his eyebrows and joked. Xiaojiao shook her head. She couldn't be bothered with him. Zhang Han sat down next to Xiaojiao. Her gaze fell on Xiaojiao's notebook. "Notes?" "Yes, the things we've done. Some were successful, some were unsuccessful, and some came to mind occasionally." Zhang Han gestured that she wanted to take a look. Xue Jiao handed it to her. Even someone as strict as Zhang Han felt that Xue Jiao's notes were very valuable. What they'd done, what they'd succeeded, what they'd failed, and why they'd failed. Everything was written down. Zhang Han finished reading and returned it to her. Let's talk about the current progress and problems. Also, let's talk about everyone's opinions. Okay. They began to talk about the current situation. But to be honest, there wasn't much progress. This project was good, but it was too vague. They had to explore it bit by bit. Xue Jiao was still the one who listened. She took notes from time to time. Occasionally, she frowned and occasionally relaxed. They chatted until noon. They went to the cafeteria for lunch. When they came back, they continued talking. Actually, I don't think it's very likely that we'll succeed in this project. It might really be a waste of time and energy. After a long discussion, Yang Zhan suddenly said this seriously. This project was Chuxing's blood, sweat, and tears. It was also his wish. Thus, he couldn't help but refute, how long have we been working on it? How can we give up so easily? This isn't about giving up so easily. We're not giving up, we're just postponing it. At our age and experience, it's really difficult for us. After a few decades, when we have more information and our knowledge reserves are sufficient, it'll be time to start. Yang Zhan argued. His words were sincere and sharp. Chuxing didn't say anything. He didn't know how to refute, but he was very unwilling. Zheng Jiaquan looked at Yang Zhan. I've never admitted defeat in such a situation. This is just the beginning. Yang Zhan shrugged and spread his hands. Okay, this is your point of view. But can you find a direction? We've been in contact for so long. Even if there are many other things that have delayed us, there's no progress at all. Is this enough to tell us that we really don't have a way? Zhang Han fell silent. After a long time, she stood up and said, let's call it a day for today. Go back and be quiet. When we meet again tomorrow, tell us your thoughts and decisions. She was a rational person. She knew that the most important thing in research was the direction. Therefore, she wasn't in a hurry to start work. Determination and thoughts were the most important. Okay, we can think about it today. Especially little junior brother and little junior sister. The two of you just finished your exams. Rest for the night. Yang Zhan also stood up. The meeting ended before 4 o'clock. It wasn't a bad ending, but when they left, they all had different emotions. Gu Xue Jiao. Just as they reached the door, Chuxing's voice sounded behind them. Xue Jiao turned around and smiled. What's the matter? Xue Jiao seemed to know what he was going to say and interrupted him. Chuxing, since I promised you, there's no reason for me to give up halfway. Chuxing was stunned for a moment. Then, he scratched his head and smiled. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I'm also a beneficiary. It's my honor that you thought of me. After saying that, Xue Jiao paused for a moment. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first, are you busy? Chuxing was puzzled. Xue Jiao smiled embarrassedly. There's something urgent. After saying goodbye to Chuxing, she immediately took a taxi home. It was just past 4 o'clock. When she got home, there was no one at home. Xue Jiao went straight to the kitchen. At around 5 o'clock, she came out with a thermos box. She walked quickly to the entrance of the community and waved her hand to stop a car. Go to the Lin group. She actually knew that Jihua was in a bad mood because she wasn't a competent girlfriend. But she would also work hard to be a slightly competent girlfriend. Xue Jiao smiled and touched the insulated box in her hand. She didn't have time to go on a date with him. Although that guy felt wronged in his heart, he still smiled and pretended that he was fine. But she could actually feel that he was very unhappy. Therefore, Xue Jiao was prepared to be a competent girlfriend and visit her computer boyfriend to give him a surprise. She even changed her clothes and put on a long dress, which made her look less childish. Xue Jiao looked up and saw her face in the rearview mirror. After thinking for a while, she let her hair down again. The right side of her hair was pinned behind her ear, while the left side of her hair hung naturally in front of her chest. Xue Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. Well, this time, he looked mature. Little girl, you're on a date. The middle-aged female driver smiled. Her expression was very loving. Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed, but she still replied with a smile, yeah. The driver sighed. Your boyfriend is so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend like you. I'm very happy too. Xiaojiao smiled brightly. Ever since he got together with Lin Jihua, he had never made her sad or embarrassed her. He loved her and took care of her like a boyfriend, but he was also like an elder who tolerated her. Thinking of this, Xiaojiao smiled again, and her eyes narrowed into slits. If Lin Jihua knew that she treated him as an elder, she was afraid that he would be so angry that he would bite her again. The driver looked up at her and couldn't help but say again, young lady, you're really pretty. Thank you, Xiaojiao replied with a smile. The car soon arrived at the gate of Lin's company. After Xiaojiao paid, she opened the door and got out of the car. She looked up and saw a few big words on the tall building in front of her, Lin Corporation. Outside the office building, nothing could be seen except for the dark glass that reflected the dim light of the setting sun. Xiaojiao slowly approached. She knew that Lin Jihua was in the company. Last night, she said that the meeting would last until the evening. Lin Jihua said that he would pick her up after work. Based on her understanding of Lin Jihua, she probably hadn't had dinner yet. The corners of Xiaojiao's lips curled up as she quickened her pace. Her skirt swayed as if it was swaying on one's heart. The door of the Lin Corporation was open, and the atmosphere of the lobby on the first floor was different from that of the Tsinghua company. After coming to Beijing, Tsinghua's company only occupied 2 floors of the office building. Unlike the Lin Group, because it was involved in a wide range of businesses and had too many departments, the company also had a lot of employees. Xiaojiao stepped into the hall and scanned the entire hall. There was an entrance and 2 passageways on the opposite side. Obviously, one needed to swipe a card to enter. There was also an entrance on the side. She walked closer. At this time, there were people coming out from the opposite passageway. There was a reception desk in the middle of the 2 entrances. There were 2 young ladies with good temperament standing there. There were also 2 security guards on the other side, occasionally nodding to the people who came out. Ma'am, what can I do for you? The receptionist greeted her with a smile. Xiaojiao walked closer and replied with a smile, I'm looking for someone. Xiaoyu, I'm here to get my express delivery. A middle-aged woman came out of the passageway, turned around, and said to another receptionist. That person immediately lowered her head and took out an express delivery. She smiled and said, Sister Wu, what did you buy this time? I hid it for you. It wasn't discovered. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I was busy in the afternoon and didn't have time to come out to get it. It's just a soy milk machine. The machine at home is broken. Thank you for your hard work. If you don't help me hide it, you will be fined again. It's okay. The receptionist smiled. Sister Wu turned her head and saw Xiaojiao. She smiled and said, Young lady, I'm looking for someone. Xiaojiao smiled and said again. Sister Wu was obviously a warm middle-aged woman. When she saw her holding a lunchbox, she couldn't help but say, Are you bringing food to your father or your mother? The managers are all in a meeting today. Your daughter is too considerate. The receptionist, Xiaoyu, said, Sister Wu, don't you want to wait for Uncle Jiao? Look at you. You are not considerate at all. Hey, how can the boss starve them? Sister Wu didn't care. The receptionist who received Xiaojiao had a gentle attitude. She smiled and asked, Young lady, who are you looking for? I have to make a call first. Otherwise, you can't go in. This is the company's rule. Her voice was apologetic, and her attitude was gentle and polite. Xiaojiao couldn't help but nod her head at the attitude of Lin Jihua's employees. Xiaojiao had just opened her mouth when Sister Wu said, Young lady, the executives are in a meeting today. You can't answer the phone. Did you tell your parents in advance that you are coming? Who are your parents? Whose family has such a beautiful young lady? I'm looking for Lin Jihua. Xiaojiao grinned and added, He is my boyfriend. There was a moment of silence. The 3 of them narrowed their eyes as if they had heard something unbelievable. The 2 receptionists froze and didn't say anything. Xu Jiao asked, the executives are in a meeting? Can Lin Jihua answer the phone? Or? She thought for a moment and realized that she only knew the secretary who followed Lin Jihua around. Or can Chen Yan answer the phone? The receptionist suddenly came back to her senses. The receptionist who received Xu Jiao stuttered, yes, yes, yes. I will call the secretary's office. Her hand trembled a little, and she almost dropped the phone she was holding. Hello. Hello, this is the front desk. Please help me contact Chen Yan's secretary. After a moment of silence, the receptionist continued, hello, Secretary Chen. I'm Su Qian at the front desk. There is a lady here looking for President Lin. The person on the other end of the phone said something. Su Qian looked at Xu Jiao and asked, may I know your name, Gu Xu Jiao? Su Qian hurriedly said, her name is Gu Xu Jiao. After Su Qian finished speaking, he clearly heard something fall on the ground on the other end of the phone. Then, he heard Chen Yan's anxious voice. Take care of her. I'll be right down. As the first secretary, Chen Yan had always been the most like Lin Jihua. His voice was flat and emotionless, like an emotionless machine. This kind of panic was unprecedented. Su Qian hung up the phone and looked at Xu Jiao. He stuttered, Miss Gu, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll get you a glass of water. Secretary Chen will be right down to pick you up. Next to her, Xiaoya showed a standard sweet smile. She stood up straight and put her hands in front of her body. No, I'll stand for a while. Xu Jiao replied with a smile. People kept coming out of the side passage. Some people even greeted the receptionist, Xiaoya, Xianxia, are you off work? Do you want to have a barbecue together? Xiaoya was a little stiff. She smiled and replied, not now. Then, she turned around and quickly poured a glass of water for Xu Jiao. Have some water, thank you. Xu Jiao quickly took the glass. She was a little embarrassed by their enthusiasm. Ms. Wu, why are you still here? Do you want to go back together? A woman with short hair came over and casually leaned against the front desk. Ms. Wu pulled her back and glared at her behind Xu Jiao's back. Then, she forced a stiff smile at Xu Jiao. The short-haired woman obviously didn't understand. She looked at Xu Jiao and asked casually, who are you? Ms. Wu reached out and gave her a hard pinch. At this time, someone came out of the side passage. A slightly familiar face appeared in front of him. Whether it was the receptionist, Ms. Wu, the short-haired woman, or the people coming out of the front passage, they all shouted one after another, hello, Secretary Chen. Chen Yan nodded and hurried over. He smiled at Xu Jiao with embarrassment. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, at this moment, Chen Yan was wondering if his boss would deduct his salary if he heard this. Moreover, he wasn't actually old. He was just too worried. He wasn't as handsome as his boss. When he put on a straight face, he looked like a barely handsome uncle. In fact, he was only in his 30s, he wasn't married yet. You're welcome. Let's go up this way. Chen Yan respectfully extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Xu Jiao picked up the lunchbox, but she felt that the glass in her hand was too troublesome. She didn't know what to do. Su Qian almost immediately leaned forward and reached out to take the glass. Let me do it. Thank you. Xu Jiao smiled gratefully. Su Qian was immediately flattered and replied, you're welcome. Xu Jiao held the lunchbox and followed Chen Yan's gesture to the side door. Chen Yan followed her and deftly opened the door for her. Then, they went upstairs through the private passage and elevator. After they entered the elevator, the receptionist immediately went crazy. Who is this? Who is this? She's using the boss's private passage. The short-haired woman was stunned. Su Qian patted his chest and couldn't help but drink the water that Xu Jiao hadn't drunk before to calm himself down. The boss's girlfriend, what? Ms. Wu held the package and looked at it. Then, she looked at herself. This? I think I was seen by Secretary Chen. Is my salary going to be deducted? Not only did the boss's girlfriend see it, but she also heard it. Xiaoya was about to cry. The short-haired woman still didn't believe it. That's impossible. This girl looks too young. Besides, our boss doesn't interact with women. I heard that the boss is in a relationship. She's so pretty and has a good temperament. Maybe the boss really, Ms. Wu also said, yes, yes. Besides, all kinds of women have come to the boss before. Which one of them was picked up by Secretary Chen? The short-haired woman quickly took out her phone and said in horror, I have to tell them right away. Then, the Lin Corporation's major groups without Lin Jihua began to shout, Boss Lin's girlfriend is here. Immediately, there were all kinds of shocked and what the F***ck exclamations. The number of messages in the various groups increased to 99 plus. Xue Jiao followed Chen Yan upstairs. The elevator didn't stop halfway and went straight to the top floor. Let me hold it. Chen Yan reached out his hand. Xue Jiao shook her head. No, I'll hold it. Chen Yan didn't dare to say anything else. Fortunately, the elevator arrived quickly. Chen Yan pressed the button and made a gesture of invitation. Please. Xue Jiao walked out quickly and said with a smile, Uncle Chen, you can call me Xue Jiao. Chen Yan was terrified and only dared to nod stiffly. He led the way from the side and passed by a small office, a pantry, a reception room, and a large conference room with the door closed. Lin Jihua's office was at the innermost part. There was a desk at the door. A man and a woman were sitting there with their heads down and working. Secretary Chen, seeing Chen Yan, she immediately greeted them and then nodded at Xue Jiao with a smile. Chen Yan pushed open the door to Lin Jihua's office. Wait in the boss's office. I'll help you inform the boss. No, let him have the meeting. I'll wait for a while. Xue Jiao smiled and walked into Lin Jihua's office curiously. Someone stood up and asked in a barely audible voice, who is this? Are you letting her directly into the boss's office? Aren't you going to wait in the reception room? Chen Yan looked up and said in a low voice, don't worry about it. Chen Yan turned around and saw Tan Qi walking out of the small office. Tan Qi. Tan Qi turned his head. What's wrong? They said you brought someone up? Give me the information. I'll deliver it. Gu Xuejiao is here. Go to the boss's office and take care of her. Chen Yan went forward and lowered his voice. What? Tan Qi opened his mouth in surprise. He was probably the only one in the company who knew who Gu Xuejiao was, except for Chen Yan. Chen Yan said meaningfully, this is a chance to please the boss. Go. Tan Qi immediately handed the information to Chen Yan and rubbed his hands. I'll do my best. Chen Yan glanced at him and went straight to the conference room. As the boss's personal secretary, he was paid an unimaginable salary. He had to do things that no one else could. In the whole company, he was definitely the one who knew the boss best and knew how to act according to the boss's wishes. Put Gu Xuejiao in the reception room, did he want to die? And he knew that what he should do now was to interrupt the meeting and tell the boss that Gu Xuejiao was here. When Chen Yan pushed the door open, the atmosphere inside was very tense. Recently, Lin Jihua's temper was not very good. The higher-ups were all trembling with fear and were afraid of being scolded. At this time, a manager had his head down. The temperature of the air conditioner was just right, but he was sweating profusely. Lin Jihua's face was cold. If you submit this kind of thing again, I can only say that you're really incompetent. Bang, Lin Jihua threw the report in his hand on the table. He stared at him with a pair of sharp eyes and didn't speak anymore. The man's legs trembled slightly. At this time, Chen Yan pushed the door open. A few people turned their heads slightly to look. Chen Yan went straight to the top and said something in Lin Jihua's ear. Then they saw the boss, who had a stern face just now, stand up with a look of surprise. Redo this report and give it to me before you get off work tomorrow afternoon. Today's meeting ends here. Everyone, take a rest. After that, he walked out of the conference room under the gaze of the entire conference room. The person who was scolded just now collapsed and patted his chest with relief. What happened? Who saved my life? Some people had already taken out their phones and started looking. Then they whispered in each other's ears in shock. I want to see what he looks like, do you dare to see? I don't dare. Lin Jihua was almost smiling as he entered his office. Chen Yan didn't follow him in. Jiao Jiao. Lin Jihua said these two words affectionately. Xue Jiao smiled embarrassedly. Why did you come out? Didn't I say that I wouldn't disturb you? It's okay. The meeting just ended. He walked to Xue Jiao's side. At this time, Tan Qi came in with 2 cups. One was steaming milk, and the other was room temperature water. He respectfully placed the cups in front of the two. Lin Jihua looked at him approvingly and nodded. Tan Qi was overjoyed, but he calmly walked out and closed the door. Lin Jihua sat down on the sofa. He reached out and pulled Xue Jiao into his arms. He tried to control his happiness as he asked, "Why are you here?" Xue Jiao grinned. Her eyes curved, and then she waved the lunch box in her hand. "I brought you food." Lin Jihua held her hand and pressed it against his stomach. He looked hungry. "I was just hungry." "Why are you so considerate?" Xue Jiao bumped her forehead against his and smiled. "I can be even more considerate." She looked at Lin Jihua's uncontrollable happiness and couldn't help but smile. She was happy too. She felt very satisfied. "You made this?" "Of course." Xue Jiao lifted her chin proudly. Lin Jihua laughed and reached out to take the lunch box. "Ha ha ha, then I'll have to try it." He pulled Xue Jiao up and walked to the table next to them. It was also at this time that he walked out of his ecstasy and noticed Xue Jiao's outfit today. Lin Jihua's eyes lit up. He tilted his head and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. "My Jiao Jiao is so beautiful," she was dressing up for him. Just the thought of it made him feel overjoyed and his heart warm up. Xue Jiao smiled embarrassedly and pushed Lin Jihua to sit down. Let's eat, let's eat." Lin Jihua smiled and sat down. Xue Jiao sat next to him. She took the chopsticks from the lunch box and placed the lunch box in front of him. He smiled and buttoned his sleeves. Then he opened the lunch box. It was an exquisite set of noodles. There were tomatoes on the side and an egg in the shape of a heart. Xue Jiao knew that Lin Jihua liked to eat noodles. He smiled brightly and looked at Xue Jiao. "So this is a love lunch box?" Xue Jiao blushed and said shyly, "Yes, yes." "Hurry up and eat." "Have you eaten?" "Xue Jiao, don't tell me you haven't eaten." Lin Jihua smiled even more brightly. "I've eaten. I've eaten everything that can't fit in the lunch box." Lin Jihua picked up his chopsticks and ate it. He nodded. "It's great." Xue Jiao smiled shyly. "It's not as good as yours." Lin Jihua picked up a little more and fed it to Xue Jiao. "Here, eat." Xue Jiao didn't stand on ceremony and opened her mouth. The two of them ate a bowl of noodles. They ate it one by one. Xue Jiao licked her lips. "What else should we eat?" Lin Jihua took his jacket. "Let's go. The lunchbox, someone will clean it up." After he said that, he held Xue Jiao's hand and went downstairs. Lin Jihua didn't take the elevator downstairs. He held Xue Jiao's hand and went down from the staff elevator. Every time the door opened, the people outside looked at them stiffly. No one dared to go in after greeting them. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd floor that a young lady came in with a phone call. When the elevator door closed, she looked at the two of them and then at their hands. Her eyes widened in horror. Then, she stammered, "Hello." "Hello, boss." "Hello, madam." Xue Jiao moved her hand awkwardly. Lin Jihua held it tightly and didn't let go. That person leaned against the corner until the elevator reached the 1st floor. After Lin Jihua and Xue Jiao left, she hurriedly turned on her camera and secretly took a picture of their backs. She posted it in the group. "Damn. I was in the same elevator with the boss and his girlfriend." Picture. There were all kinds of replies below. Of course, Xue Jiao didn't know any of this. She and Lin Jihua held hands like a normal couple. They bought some snacks and watched a movie. It was a romantic comedy. They weren't very lucky. The movie was labeled as a romantic comedy and they laughed awkwardly the whole time. But the two of them held hands and didn't smile at all. Jiao Jiao, I'm very happy today. It's the happiest day since I grew up. Lin Jihua held Xue Jiao's hand and walked her downstairs. Back then, old Master Lin had groomed him as his successor. He was very strict with him, so he rarely played like a child. Moreover, he was young and mature. He didn't have many friends and it was difficult for him to be with others. When he came of age, he left sadly. When he came back, he took over the Lin Corporation. Happiness only came after he met Xue Jiao. Will it still be like this in the future? When the two of them arrived downstairs, he looked at Xue Jiao. His eyes were deep as he stared at her carefully and nervously. Xue Jiao's heart ached a little. She squeezed his hand and nodded with a smile. It will. When I'm free at night and you're not busy with work, we'll go out again. Okay. Lin Jihua held Xue Jiao's hand. His eyes were gentle. Xue Jiao looked into his eyes. After a while, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his chin. She whispered, there will be happier times in the future. When we get married. With that, Xue Jiao turned and ran away. Lin Jihua was stunned for a long time. Then he raised his hand and touched the place where Xue Jiao had just kissed. The corners of his mouth lifted and his eyes were full of smiles. So good. God was so good to him. The first 20 years of suffering were all for waiting for this one person. With this person around, his barren years had blossomed into a flourishing scene of flowers and brocade. The next day was another meeting for their project. Xue Jiao ate breakfast and arrived at the lab at the same time as yesterday. Today, she was the first person to arrive other than Chu Xing. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to wait long before the others arrived one after another. After sitting at the table, Zhang Han didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, regarding the project, after tonight, what do you all think? Yang Zhan shrugged and sighed. I still say the same thing. We really don't need to waste any more time. There are still many projects that we need to work on. We can shift our focus to other areas. There's no need to fixate on the illusory flying car. Chu Xing took a deep breath. His gaze swept across the crowd and he said softly, I think we can't give up. This is indeed a new field. There's no previous experience, but no matter the results, we are the predecessors. I remember Gu Xuejiao said before. Senior Yangzhan, we can stand on the shoulders of giants. We can also be giants. We can't stop just because we don't have a direction. Otherwise, it will be difficult for human technology to progress. Yang Zhan looked at him and frowned slightly. It was obvious that he was conflicted, but in the end, he didn't want to continue. At this time, Zhang Han suddenly said, I want to continue. I think this project is valuable. It's too early to give up now. Yang Zhan looked at Zhang Han. She looked back at him firmly. Alright, since senior sister is also willing to persist, then let's continue. I'm following senior sister's footsteps closely. Yang Zhan raised his eyebrows. At this time, the other three sensitively felt that there was something going on between Yang Zhan and Zhang Han. Yang Zhan didn't want to continue the project, but because of Zhang Han, he continued to persist. Zhang Han glared at him. Then let's discuss the direction. What we have now, the few of them began to discuss. As usual, they were confused. How could they overcome the flying car's gravity? Their current superimposed magnetic fields could only lift very light pieces of paper. They couldn't even lift a little bit of weight, let alone a heavy flying car. As Xue Jiao listened, her gaze gradually drifted into the distance. Zhang Han noticed that Xue Jiao seemed to be thinking about something. She didn't take notes, and her eyes didn't move. What are you thinking about? As soon as she finished speaking, the original discussion immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Xue Jiao. Ah? Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment. She looked at everyone blankly. Clearly, she had been really lost in thought earlier, so much so that she had no idea what they were talking about. Zhang Han repeated, what were you thinking about just now? Her words were not a harsh reprimand. She was just puzzled, as if she was expecting something. The other three also looked at Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao, she thought for a moment and said, I was thinking of a sentence. Roberto Durola of the University of Padua in Italy said, under the influence of a strong magnetic field, the nature of vacuum will change dramatically. Can we consider it from this direction? Zhang Han frowned and replied calmly, the geomagnetic field cannot change the nature of vacuum. Before Xue Jiao could say anything, Yang Zhan suddenly had an idea and his eyes lit up. I understand what junior sister means. Let's not consider the fact that the magnetic field is far less powerful than gravity. What we need is balance. Balance under the influence of a powerful magnetic field. As he spoke, he was a little excited. He hurriedly took out his notebook and began to check. Xue Jiao and the others stood up and leaned over the table, closely watching Yang Zhan's every move. What do you think? No problem. We can first create a model to simulate the various situations. Junior sister Gu Xue Jiao, come and help me calculate. Let's assume that this was probably what it meant to come back from the jaws of death. Originally, he had almost given up all hope, but he suddenly had inspiration and direction, which changed the originally hopeless situation. Xue Jiao held a pen and began to calculate and speculate with Xingjiakuan according to their ideas. The laboratory was completely lively. Everyone was serious and expectant. Meanwhile, at the Lin Corporation. When Lin Jihua came to work in the morning, she brought 2 photo frames with her. Then, she took out 2 freshly printed photos. One was taken at the entrance of the cinema with Xue Jiao, and the other was secretly taken by Lin Jihua when Xue Jiao was eating. With a smile on his face, he put the 2 photos into frames, one on the left and one on the right of his desk. Lin Jihua stretched out her hand and gently stroked Xue Jiao, who was smiling brightly. At this moment, Chen Yan knocked on the door. He tilted the photo and then quickly withdrew his hand. He pretended to be calm and said, "Come in." Chen Yan respectfully pushed the door open and came in with a document. "Boss, this is the information you wanted, Manager Wen." His words paused as he noticed the photo beside him. His gaze shifted over. A group photo was slanted, and he could see it from his angle. Even though it was clearly night time in the photo, he could still recognize the faces of Gu Xue Jiao, who had just been here yesterday, and his boss, whom he saw every day. Even though the man who usually had a cold expression on his face was smiling with a doting look in his eyes. "Manager Wen, what's wrong?" Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. Chen Yan quickly collected his thoughts. "It's like this. Manager Wen's report was not up to standard yesterday, so he worked overtime last night to redo it. Should I call him up now?" Lin Jihua nodded. "Let him come up." Chen Yan glanced at the photo from the corner of his eyes. He could not hide the awkwardness in his eyes. "Is there anything else?" Chen Yan looked at the photo and took a deep breath. He said in a calm tone, "You and Ms. Gu Xue Jiao are very suitable for each other." Lin Jihua smiled again. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but he quickly restrained himself. He put his fist to his lips and said calmly, "You have good taste." Chen Yan, after a moment, Lin Jihua said again, "Chen Yan, yes." Chen Yan immediately looked at Lin Jihua without looking sideways. "You can think about your personal problems. I'm not an unwise boss." Lin Jihua's tone was full of concern. Chen Yan, when Lin Jihua chose him, he said that he hoped that he would be on standby 24 hours a day. Work came first. Nothing was more important than work. He glanced at the photo from the corner of his eyes again and said weakly, "Okay." Chen Yan dragged his tired feet and left. His eyes gradually became confused and he began to doubt his life. We agreed to be workaholics together. Why did you fall in love? Boss was richer than him, more capable than him, and now, he had a girlfriend. How could the world be like this? Manager Wen knocked on the door not long after Chen Yan left. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Wen came in with the report, trembling. "Be boss. Let me take a look." Lin Jihua took the report and motioned for Manager Wen to sit down. He was expressionless as usual, but his eyes were sharp. He lowered his head slightly and began to flip through the report. Manager Wen sat down nervously and secretly observed his expression from the corner of his eyes. Lin Jihua looked at it carefully. Manager Wen didn't dare to speak and could only look around nervously. Manager Wen was an old man. When Lin Chongping was managing the company, he was there. At that time, the boss was easy to fool and they didn't have much to do. After Lin Jihua came back, the situation changed. Although they didn't have to worry about the company going bankrupt, those who weren't capable were slowly kicked out of the company. Manager Wen was quite capable, so she stayed behind. However, Lin Jihua was a workaholic and knew a lot. He could see their problems at a glance and couldn't be fooled. He was also clear about rewards and punishments. If they did well, they would get a big bonus. If they didn't do well, then they had to be careful of being squeezed out by others. Manager Wen was considered a senior executive, but he had no choice. The competition was fierce these days and there were many newcomers. He didn't dare to be careless and do his job well. Manager Wen was very nervous when facing a boss who was much younger than him. He couldn't help but look at a photo. It wasn't facing him, but he could see it clearly. Was this the lady boss who saved him yesterday? She was really beautiful, but wasn't she too small? Manager Wen was lost in thought. What are you looking at? Lin Jihua suddenly asked. Manager Wen replied almost instinctively, Lady boss. The moment he finished speaking, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale. It was over, he was going to lose his job, there was no one to take care of his wife and child. Unexpectedly, Lin Jihua nodded calmly and replied, oh. He closed the report and said, there's still a problem on page 16. Go back and calculate the budget, then pass it to Tan Chi. Manager Wen hurriedly took it. Okay. He was still a little confused when he walked out of the office. His feet were also floating. He looked at the report in his hand and turned to look at the closed door. This, it was settled just like that, it passed? Manager Wen was overjoyed. He clasped his hands together and said silently in his heart, when you would like to thank Lady Boss for her kindness and benevolence. Then, he walked away briskly and passed the news to the group. There was a photo of him and the Lady Boss on the boss's table. It was also from here that the news that Lin Jihua had a girlfriend and that she was likely to be the future Lady Boss of the Lin Corporation spread. First, it circulated within the company. Then, it started to spread. As long as one knew or cared about it, they would know. As for the problem with Lin Jihua's health, it was self-evident. Deceive others? Back when the situation was so critical, Lin Jihua didn't even think of deceiving others. Now that the Lin Corporation was thriving, how could it be deceiving others? The next day, Lin Jihua went to discuss a collaboration with an energy company. They arranged to meet at a clubhouse. After he opened the door, he noticed that other than the boss and secretary of the company, there was also a familiar woman. She should be a celebrity. Before Lin Jihua entered, Chen Yan immediately reminded him in a low voice, Che Yuxian. She's a B-list celebrity. He frowned slightly but still walked in. President Lin, you're here. Take a seat. A pregnant man inside stood up and greeted him. Lin Jihua's mouth twitched slightly. He said politely, sorry to keep President Xiao waiting. Hey, I came early. It's okay. Come. Che Yuxian, pour some water for President Lin. President Xiao raised his eyebrows at the other woman. The woman quickly stood up and said with a smile, I've heard so much about President Lin. I'll make a cup of tea for you. Those who could be celebrities were naturally good-looking, especially the one in front of him who was famous for her looks. She calmly knelt down beside him and began to make tea. From her posture to her actions, it was obvious that she had learned how to make tea. Che Yuxian looked at Lin Jihua from time to time with a seductive look. Her meaning was self-evident. Lin Jihua ignored her and looked at President Xiao. President Xiao, I personally think that the collaboration between the Lin Corporation and your company is mutually beneficial. Do you have any good ideas about the collaboration? It's naturally a good thing that we can collaborate with the Lin Corporation. President Xiao laughed happily. Lin Jihua looked at him and said naturally, then let's draft the contract. That's exactly what I was thinking. President Xiao smiled. He sat opposite Lin Jihua and looked very natural. However, his eyes kept glancing at the female celebrity next to him, hinting at something. President Xiao, do you have any objections? At the side, Che Xiaoxian leaned towards Lin Jihua and handed over the cup. President Lin, Xiaoxian has embarrassed herself. Please try Xiaoxuan's cooking. President Xiao was prepared to ease the atmosphere before talking, but Lin Jihua kept pressing him, so he had to state his purpose in advance. It's like this. Of course, the Lin Corporation will be the priority. I'll definitely cooperate with President Lin. But, can you give me an extra 10%? This ratio of 3:7 is a little. Lin Jihua interrupted him. I remember I said before that it's at most 30%. President Zhao's expression froze. Che Yuxian smiled and said, President Lin, you haven't tried my cooking yet? As she spoke, her body was almost pressed against Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua stood up and looked down at her coldly. He slowly opened his mouth. Since you know it's ugly, why are you still offering it? He turned around and walked away. Since your company is not sincere, then let's forget about the cooperation. Lin Jihua walked away and said softly, Chen Yan, help me make an appointment with President Wang. President Wang was the boss of another energy company. He was President Zhao's rival. Hey! President Lin, wait. Let's talk again. Wait. President Zhao rushed out, his voice anxious. Lin Jihua's face was filled with rage as he left with Chen Yan. President Zhao saw that he couldn't catch up. He turned around and kicked the table. Didn't you say that Lin Jihua's body is fine? What's going on? In the past, it was rumored that Lin Jihua didn't like women. Those who tried to seduce him would offend him. Therefore, no one had dared to slap him in the face. However, wasn't there a rumor recently that Lin Jihua was fine? There was even a photo of them holding hands. What else could there be? Then today's reaction, the secretary next to him said nervously, maybe, he doesn't like this type? President Zhao. Che Yuxian said timidly. President Zhao glared at her. Useless thing. It was rare for him to invite Lin Jihua. He had shown full sincerity and naturally wanted to fight for the benefits. Who knew, he was still slightly afraid. If Lin Jihua still couldn't touch women, then his actions today would be a slap in the face. What cooperation was there to talk about? This was a feud. Make an appointment with Lin Jihua again. Help me apologize properly. Don't give the cooperation to Wang. Don't offend Lin Jihua. On the other side, Lin Jihua got into the car. Chen Yan said respectfully, Boss, when do you want to meet President Wang? No. Ah? Chen Yan was stunned. Lin Jihua looked out the window and sneered. I've broken up with Xiao. Wang will definitely ask for more. We can't negotiate with less than 40%. Let Xiao wait for 2 days. When he's anxious, we'll reduce the profit by 50% and then sign the contract. Chen Yan was slightly stunned. If that was the case, from the original 70% to 75%. An additional 5% would mean tens of millions in profit. He looked up at Lin Jihua and felt a wave of admiration. He could earn tens of millions with just a few words. Lin Jihua must have thought of a way to deal with this from the moment he saw Che Yuxian. No wonder Lin Jihua didn't react when Che Yuxian said she would make tea for him. If it was in the past, his face would have turned cold. Lin Jihua looked out the window in a daze. He wanted to Jiao Jiao. Was she working on a project? Had she eaten? As if their minds were connected, Lin Jihua's phone vibrated. It was Xue Jiao's exclusive voice. The corner of his mouth lifted as he opened it. Today ends at 6 p.m. Lin Jihua's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Chen Yan. Schedule everything for tonight. Everything must be finished before 6 p.m. Okay, boss. Chen Yan nodded. At 6 p.m., Xue Jiao started to pack her things. Little junior sister is leaving? Chu Xing raised his eyebrows. He used to call her by her name, but Yang Zhan called her little junior sister every day, which led to everyone calling her little junior sister. Even Chu Xing started to call her little junior sister. Okay, you guys continue. I'll bring these deductions back to do. Xue Jiao packed her bag. Little junior sister, are you going on a date? Chu Xing smiled faintly. Xue Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. Then she nodded calmly. Yes, so I'm leaving first. Bye. She carried her bag and left the laboratory. As a woman with a boyfriend, she naturally had to arrange her work and relationship properly. Work took up the most time, but she couldn't not allocate time to her relationship life. Now that their project was in the advancement stage, Xiaojiao planned to finish work at 6 p.m. every 2 days. Then she would go on a date with Lin Jihua. When she walked to the school gate, Lin Jihua's car also drove over. Xiaojiao opened the car door, sat down, and hugged her bag to her chest. Lin Jihua smiled. "Let's go eat. Then watch a movie." "Okay. What do you want to eat?" Xiaojiao stretched out her slender fingers and tapped her chin. "Let's eat Western food today." "Okay." Lin Jihua nodded and turned the car around. He drove seriously, but he asked curiously, "Why did you finish work so early today?" Xiaojiao smiled and turned to look at him. "Because I want to go on a date with you." Lin Jihua's hand trembled and he coughed. "Oh." After a moment, he added, "I want to too." Xiaojiao covered her mouth and laughed. After dinner, the two of them held hands and went to the cinema to watch a foreign anime sci-fi film. The imagination of the future in the film was fascinating. Lin Jihua watched with his 3D glasses. Xiaojiao turned her head and whispered in his ear. "Lin Jihua, I believe that one day, flying cars will become a reality. No matter how many years it takes, no matter which country it comes from, I believe that their theory will originate from our country. My partners and I will work hard to be the stepping stones for our technological advancement." She would work hard. Zhang Han, Yang Zhan, Xing Jiakuan, Chu Xing, the younger generation were also working hard. Chu Xing had said that even if he had to research for a lifetime, he would prove the feasibility of flying cars. In this generation, there were impetuous people, but there were also down-to-earth people. Lin Jihua watched the main character in the film jump onto a spaceship with English words written on it. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Yes, I believe." After watching the movie, Lin Jihua held Xiaojiao's hand and walked slowly along the road. "Handsome, buy a bouquet of flowers for your girlfriend." A woman jumped out with roses of various colors. Xiaojiao blushed and looked away. Lin Jihua looked at her and smiled. He shook his head and didn't buy anything. Xiaojiao froze for a moment, but didn't care. Instead, the woman pouted and whispered, "It doesn't matter if people are rich or not. Why are they so stingy? His girlfriend is so pretty, but he can't bear to buy her a rose. It's such a waste of his face." The square was very lively, especially at this late hour. There were all kinds of things for sale. Lin Jihua walked a few steps and stopped. "Is this for sale?" It was a small stall with all kinds of things and a pile of dolls. "Yes. 20 yuan. Xiaojiao was held by Lin Jihua's hand. She watched as Lin Jihua took out the wallet she gave him, bought a fox, and handed it to her. "Jiao Jiao, this is for you." Xiaojiao froze and looked at the fox in front of her. She remembered Lin Jihua's words a year ago. He said that the little prince should fall in love with a fox, not a rose. Xiaojiao reached out and slowly took the fox. Lin Jihua whispered in her ear, "Jiao Jiao, do you like roses or foxes?" Xiaojiao raised her head and looked at him. Lin Jihua's eyes were very serious at this moment, but there was also nervousness and caution. Xiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. She raised her eyebrows. "I'm not telling you." Lin Jihua, he choked at first, then smiled helplessly. "Okay, I won't tell you. There's a lake in front. Do you want to take a walk?" Xiaojiao nodded. "Okay." She still couldn't bear to leave Lin Jihua. She couldn't bear to leave now. The two of them walked over. The sky was already dark, and the path was faintly discernible. They walked on the wooden corridor. Xiaojiao was held by Lin Jihua in one hand and a fox doll in the other. She chatted with Lin Jihua. The two of them walked to the other side of the lake. The street lights were further away, and the light was darker. Ouch, Xiaojiao didn't see a staircase and missed it. Lin Jihua immediately squatted down and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Xiaojiao moved her feet, but she didn't feel any pain. She shook her head. "I'm fine. I was just scared." Lin Jihua squatted down in front of her and said softly, "I'll carry you." No, I'll carry you." "Jiao Jiao, I want to carry you." Lin Jihua's voice was firm. Xue Jiao was stunned. The corners of her mouth rose, and she lay on his back. The moment she lay on his back, Xue Jiao felt very warm and steady. He had this kind of strength. It seemed that he could carry her on his back whenever she couldn't walk and continue walking. A year ago, Lin Jihua carried her through the cold of adolescence. A year later, he carried her through the darkness and the dim light. There were other people walking by the lake, and there were also some insects chirping. After walking around this section of the road, the light gradually brightened. Lin Jihua was still educating her. You must be careful when you walk. Fortunately, nothing happened just now. What if the stairs were too high? In the future, you. Xue Jiao lay on Lin Jihua's back. She smiled and interrupted him. What should I do? Sometimes I feel like you're my elder. You're so good at educating me. Lin Jihua patted her. His voice was a little angry. You're still angry at me. Xue Jiao moved up and pressed her face against his. Okay, I won't be angry at you, uncle. Lin Jihua, he patted her again, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Naughty. Xue Jiao's fox swayed in front of him. She suddenly said, I don't know if I like a rose or a fox, but I know, I like you. Lin Jihua's feet stopped. His hands trembled slightly. In the eyes that Xue Jiao couldn't see, ecstasy and restraint rolled over and over. In the end, it all turned into thick ink that didn't disperse. After a while, Lin Jihua still didn't say anything. He tightened his grip on Xue Jiao and then continued to walk forward. Xue Jiao was a little surprised. It's not the first time I've said that I like you. Why are you shy? Lin Jihua's voice was a little hoarse. It was sexy and pleasant. Jiao Jiao, no matter how many times you say it, I'll be very happy. Xue Jiao smiled. I like you. Lin Jihua's lips curled up. I like you. I like you. I like you. Lin Jihua took a deep breath. After a long time, it seemed that a sentence came from the depths of his throat. I like you too. Xue Jiao buried her face. It seemed that no matter how many times she heard it, she would still be very happy. Jiao Jiao. I'll send you back. Okay. Do you have a date the day after tomorrow? Yes. Then let's cook at home. Okay. Xue Jiao licked her lips. She thought of Lin Jihua's cooking. Jiao Jiao. Marry me after you graduate from university, okay? How can you propose like this? Then I'll propose properly when the time comes. Lin Jihua's voice trembled. Will you always be so good to me? Yes, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Then I'll think about it. Okay, think about it carefully. Xue Jiao snorted. What if I don't agree to marry you after thinking about it? Then I'll think about it again. Xue Jiao blushed and continued, what if I can't think it through? Lin Jihua's voice was firm. Then keep thinking about it. I'll keep waiting. Xue Jiao buried her face in his back, but the sweet smile on her lips never fell. Is love like this? You can say all kinds of nonsense and still feel happy. As long as she was with him, she would feel sweet in her heart. Xue Jiao tightened her grip on the fox's hand. She thought to herself, this guy is quite jealous. Back then, the little prince had comforted her by saying that the little prince should love foxes and not roses. Actually, at that time, he had already liked her. Xue Jiao blushed. She reached out and pinched Lin Jihua's cheek. You really are a fox. What a sly fox. Lin Jihua licked her lips and chuckled. Then you are the one who tamed the fox. I am a tamed fox. I only listen to you. Really? Really? One of them was lying behind him with a blushing face and a smile on her face, while the other was looking forward with a smile. The light was dim at night. He carried her all the way to the parking lot and gently put her down. Let's go home. Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment, then she glared at him. They were clearly two houses, so why did he say that they were going home? Lin Jihua chuckled, not minding that she was still glaring at him. Jiao Jiao, are you going to work overtime tonight? Xue Jiao was very busy, and she was a person who would never stop working. After going out on a date with him, she would definitely have to work overtime when she got home, yes. Xue Jiao didn't deny it, but said, "Don't worry, it won't take long. There aren't many tasks left." Lin Jihua nodded and drove her back steadily. She was just thinking that in the future, she could arrange less time-consuming activities like watching movies on dates. Xue Jiao maintained a balance between her love life and her work. Every day was fulfilling and happy. At the beginning of August, the results of all the subjects were released. Although there was no blatant ranking, the class monitor also had a total score, so they could ask about it in private. Xue Jiao was working on a project that day, but her phone kept vibrating. By the time she finished her dinner, she realized that her classmates were praising her in the class group chat. "Congratulations, Gu Xue Jiao. That's amazing, Guru. Oh my god, how can he get full marks in so many subjects? Worship." My Jiejiao also knew about Xue Jiao's results and immediately sent her a private message. "My god. Sob sob sob, why are you so awesome even though we're both doing the final revision?" Even Ding Qi sent a message to congratulate her, but he also told her another piece of news. "Jiao Jiao, I did pretty well this time, so I'll probably go abroad to continue my studies after my sophomore year ends. Let's get together more during my sophomore year. My friends are only you guys." Xue Jiao's mouth slowly lowered, and her eyes dimmed. Speaking of which, she felt sorry for my Jiejia. They used to live in a 4-person dormitory, but one of them left, and the other one was going abroad after her sophomore year. She spent all her time in the lab. On the other hand, my Jiejia had no companions, so she could only make new friends. Snowflake sighed slightly and replied, "Okay. Is life like this? Everyone goes their own way. No matter how good your relationship is, you can't walk together." The people she knew in high school were gradually leaving her, and so were her friends in university. It seemed that she could only watch them go further and further away. Beside her, Lin Jihua reached out and touched her head. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so depressed?" Xue Jiao shook her head. "I just miss my friends." Lin Jihua chuckled and reached out to touch the tip of her nose. "All good things must come to an end. Sooner or later, people will separate for various reasons. People's energy is limited. When they are busy, they don't remember anything. Then, they will find that they have lost contact with the people they knew before." As he continued to make new friends, he also continued to drift away from his old friends. But there will always be old friends who have been with you for many years. The distance can't be controlled. As long as you don't alienate them in your heart, you will be as close as before when you meet them again. Xue Jiao looked up at him. "Did you have good friends before?" Lin Jihua was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. "No. When he was young, he was very mature and didn't get along with his peers. When he grew up, he focused on his work and didn't have any so-called true friends. It was difficult for a person like him to give his true feelings. In this life, he would only give his heart to Xue Jiao." Xue Jiao held his hand and looked at him with concern. Lin Jihua smiled at her and tightened her hand. He chuckled and said, "Don't be too afraid of separation. Separation is a path that should be followed. As long as everyone moves forward with flowers and applause, each of us has our own path, and each of us is safe." Xue Jiao smiled in relief. "Okay." Lin Jihua suddenly raised his eyebrows and his eyes were full of smiles. "But there is someone who can accompany you until you grow old and never leave you." Xue Jiao was stunned at first, but then she understood. She blushed slightly and glared at him. Lin Jihua lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead. In the second semester of university, even though Xue Jiao wasn't like other students who spent their days in the library revising textbooks, she still used her grades to explain what it meant to be "you are still Papa Papa." After school started, my Jieje used Xue Jiao's grades to fiercely slap the face of her roommate who had mocked Xue Jiao. Only after her roommate's face turned green and white did she look for Xue Jiao with satisfaction. "Jiao Jiao, you don't know how infuriating she is. I used to wonder how she got into our school. It turns out that she is a special student who only has limbs but not brains." My Jiejia complained while sucking on her favorite strawberry-flavored lollipop. Xue Jiao also ate the lollipop that my Jejia handed to her. She shook her head and said, "Don't waste your time on her. Have you thought about which teacher to study under? You should try to do some projects. Our knowledge can't be learned from books. You still have to know how to use it. No matter what career you want to pursue in the future, it's always right to learn professional knowledge." My Jejia hugged Xue Jiao and said, "Okay, okay. I know that you care about me. It's decided. I'm going to study under Professor Liu. Professor Liu is young and open-minded. It's not as difficult to get in as Professor Tan. Also, I think Professor Liu's personality is very interesting." "That's good." Xue Jiao was relieved. "By the way, Xingbin and Ge something said that you didn't study hard because you were the top scholar and only knew how to please the teachers. They also said that you went to the physics department to ride on Zhang Han's and Yang Zhan's fame. You don't have any respect for the mathematics department." My Jejia told her the rumors that she had heard recently. She continued to sneer and said, "That's funny. You are already famous enough. Why do you need to ride on others' fame? There are many people who work with other departments to do projects. These two are just jealous of you. I'm telling you in advance so that you won't be able to stand it if you suddenly hear it." Xue Jiao frowned. Why were these two so petty? The most important thing was that other than rejecting them, she didn't seem to have done anything to offend them. "But don't worry. There aren't many people spreading rumors. Everyone is busy and doesn't have time to care about this kind of thing. I'm well informed, so I know everything." My Jejia patted her chest. Xue Jiao frowned and couldn't help but say, "If I have the chance, I'll ask them what they mean. But thank you, Jejia. Thank you for telling me this. Don't mention it. We have such a good relationship. What's there to thank me for?" My Jejia said and hugged Xue Jiao. Ding Qi was busy with tutoring classes and exams. She only had my Jejia by her side. After school started, Xue Jiao began to squeeze in every day. The progress of the project sped up. Chuxing was almost devoted to it. As a team member, she naturally couldn't be a burden. However, there were more classes in the second year than in the first year and the schedule was tight. As a result, the 4 graduate students that Mr. Jean had assigned to their team had been of great help. Chuxing had been cutting down on his rest time. They had tried to persuade him several times, but to no avail. All they could do was remind him from time to time. On this day, Xue Jiao went to Professor Tan's office to see him. She noticed that there were many unfamiliar students in room 305. Xue Jiao glanced at them quizzically and looked away. "Professor Tan? Gu Xue Jiao, you're here. Have a seat." Professor Tan smiled and went to the water dispenser to get Xue Jiao a glass of water. "Thank you." Xue Jiao smiled and took the glass from him. She then asked, "Professor Tan, why are you looking for me? Can't I look for you for no reason?" Professor Tan looked at her with a half-smile. Xue Jiao said, "Of course you can." "Ha ha ha." Professor Tan laughed and sat down opposite her. "I just wanted to ask about your recent situation. How have you been?" "Pretty good. I'm just busy," Xue Jiao replied obediently. Professor Tan put down his glass and said, "That's right. At your age, you should be busy. It would be weird if you had nothing to do." He paused for a moment and continued, "How's your project going? It's already been half a year. You can't possibly stay in the physics department forever. You're there, and so is Xingjiakuan. You've snatched away all the people I need." The last sentence was said with a sour tone, as if he was very dissatisfied. Xue Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. She then looked at Professor Tan and said, "Professor Tan, you have so many people in room 305. Isn't it enough?" "It's precisely because it's not enough that I have so many people. If the two of you were around, we wouldn't be so short of people." Professor Tan pursed his lips and continued to say sourly, "Our project shouldn't take too long. The follow-up progress is a bit too difficult. If we can simulate what we have now, it's time to publish a paper. After that, it'll be their physics and mechanical projects. Senior and I won't be able to get involved," Xue Jiao explained. "Professor, don't worry. We won't run away." Professor Tan was finally satisfied. He pointed at the name list on the table and said, "They've all left. I still have to recruit a postgraduate student this year." Xiaojiao followed his gaze and happened to see two familiar names on the list. Lin and Xingbin. This was fate. What are you looking at? Professor Tan followed her gaze and looked over. Xiaojiao shook her head and said, "Two people I know." "Oh, a busy person like you still has time to know fourth-year students? Come on, tell me. I'll refer to them." Professor Tan picked up the name list and brought it closer. He then narrowed his eyes and looked at it. Xiaojiao was silent for a moment. Then, she looked up and told the truth. "It's Senior Xingbin and Senior Lin. They wanted me to join their project on the application of Fermat's theorem. I rejected them. Then, they applied to join our current project. We also rejected them." Xiaojiao did not exaggerate. She just told the truth. Since Professor Tan asked for her opinion, there was no need for her to cover up for two people she did not like. Professor Tan frowned and commented seriously, "Opportunistic and dishonest." After he finished commenting, he picked up a pen and crossed out the names of the two people. Of course, Xiaojiao did not expect that Professor Tan not only crossed out the names, but also inquired about the nature of the two people. In the end, after the discussion between the professors, none of them were willing to take them. Not only these capable old professors, but even a few younger professors were not willing to take them. This was something that Xiaojiao did not expect. She was busy with projects and studies all day long. She did not have time to pay attention to these things. One day, after she finished lunch, she was about to go to the laboratory to help out. However, she was stopped by someone. Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao turned around and saw Xingbin and Lin rushing over with angry faces. "Was it you?" Xiaojiao's face turned cold. Xiaojiao, I really did not expect you to go so far. Not only did you not let us join your project, but you also ruined our reputation and prevented us from getting into graduate school. How can there be people like you? You're too shameless." For a moment, Xiaojiao wondered if there was something wrong with the two people in front of her. Not letting them join the project, stop them from applying for postgraduate studies. Xiaojiao narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "I don't understand what you're talking about." After saying that, Xiaojiao turned around and left, not wanting to waste any more time on these two fools. "You're not allowed to go." Lin pulled her back. Xingbin's eyes were also spitting fire. He said angrily, "You don't dare to admit what you did? I asked Chuxing to join the project. He didn't explicitly reject us at first. Did you say something that made him reject us immediately?" Xiaojiao. Xingbin continued to accuse her as if Xiaojiao had done something that would incur the wrath of the heavens and the people. "And this time, we had a high chance of getting into Professor Tan's postgraduate program. You were the one who stirred up trouble again, causing the entire circle of instructors to reject us? Xiaojiao, you're such a jerk." Lin glared at Xiaojiao angrily. Xiaojiao's expression changed from confusion to shock, and finally, she looked as if she was looking at an idiot. Her attitude had always been mild, but now she really could not help but scold them. "First of all, why do the two of you think that it would be so easy for two mathematics students to join the physics department's project? Just because Chuxing didn't agree, you think that I don't agree? Well then, I have to officially tell you that right now, I do not agree with it. Because I feel that not only are the two of you lacking in strength, there are also some problems with your thinking." Xiaojiao interrupted him. "Secondly, what do you think I instigated? Extreme personality? Not doing proper work? Evil intentions? Or are you spreading rumors?" Xingbin widened his eyes in disbelief. Lin couldn't help but ask, "What right do you have to say that we're the ones spreading rumors?" Xiaojiao looked at them and sneered, "Weren't you the ones who spread the rumor that I was a snob? Also, without any evidence, you're saying that I stopped you from joining the project team and stopping you from applying for postgraduate studies. These are all rumors." She took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "Remember this is the last time. If you come in front of me and say these words again, don't blame me for sending you a summons. There's a price to pay for spreading rumors." Xingbin and Lin were stunned and stared at Xiaojiao. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that Gu Xiaojiao was said to be a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, and she was also the sister of the famous Qingmingzi. Xiaojiao only glanced at them coldly, then turned around and left calmly. She just didn't want to deal with these crazy people, but it didn't mean that she didn't have a temper. If she really wanted to sue them, it wasn't impossible. Qingmingzi company had lawyers, and Lin Jihua company had a legal department. She believed that if there was a need, Lin Jihua would be very willing to lend her his power. Perhaps Xiaojiao's threat worked, or perhaps Xingben and Gudong Lin still had to fight for postgraduate studies, and they also had to face the biggest obstacle in university, graduation. As a result, they didn't look for Xiaojiao again after this incident. Xiaojiao was never a person who would stare at others. Her attention was always on herself, her family, and the people she liked. These two people, who were somewhat annoying to Xiaojiao, quickly became passers-by in her life, almost without a trace. So many years later, she was invited to give a lecture at a university. Xingbin stood behind the school leader and came up to shake hands. She couldn't remember his face at all, so she just gave him a polite smile. As a result, Xingbin, who was full of complicated feelings, couldn't say anything and was quickly pushed to the back. In the afternoon. Jihua. Yes? Lin Jihua turned his head and looked at her warmly. Xiaojiao smiled and said, "If I wanted to borrow your power, would you?" Yes? Lin Jihua's brain short-circuited for a moment, but his hand still drove steadily. When Jiao was in the car, he was extra careful, afraid that something would happen. Using your power to bully others. Xiaojiao rolled her eyes and said, "I want to use your power to bully others." Lin Jihua was stunned and almost thought that he had misheard. But it was only for a moment, and he smiled happily and proudly. "Jiao, if you're not using my power, then it's yours." His voice was affectionate. "What's mine is yours." Xiaojiao blushed and glared at him angrily. The car quickly entered the garage, and Lin Jihua held her hand and sent her home. "I really want to hold your hand and go home directly." Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed. She was supposed to go on a date with Lin Jihua today, but Xianxia told her to go home early for dinner. She didn't have much time to eat with her family, so she quickly agreed. She suddenly thought of something and said tentatively, "Why don't you go home with me today?" Lin Jihua didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Okay." Xiaojiao. Thus, when Xianxia opened the door, he happened to see Lin Jihua's annoying face. "This is a family dinner. What are you doing here?" Lin Jihua smiled slightly. "It's because of the family dinner. That's why I'm here." Xianxia, if a tree didn't care about its bark, it would definitely die. If a person didn't care about his face, he would be invincible. "Oh, Jihua is here too. Come in." Li Sidong, who was behind Xianxia, sounded surprised. Lin Jihua held Xiaojiao's hand and swaggered in. He smiled and said, "Hello, uncle and auntie." Qingmingzi was holding a bottle of red wine in his hand and was opening it. When he saw Lin Jihua, he glared at him. Why was this shameless man here? Since he was already here, he couldn't chase him out, especially when the two women at home were quite welcoming of this man. The table was full of dishes and red wine. Xianxia and Li Sidong naturally sat on one side, while Lin Jihua and Xiaojiao sat on the other side. When Qingmingzi sat down and looked at both sides, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Today isn't a special day, but recently, our families have been busy with their own things and we haven't had a good time together. I'm busy with the company, and Mingzi is also busy with his business. Jiao. Xianxia paused for a moment and continued, Jiao has to study and fall in love. The schedule is too tight. We haven't had a good meal together like this in a long time. Dad. Xiaojiao opened her mouth and felt a little guilty. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had given Lin Jihua time and owed her family. People were always like this. The person closest to them, was likely to be the person who was the easiest to ignore. Xiaojiao suddenly became a little depressed. Lin Jihua held her hand under the table and comforted her silently. No, I'm not blaming everyone. It's a good thing to be busy. We're all busy with business. This is what we should do. But in the future, our Saturday nights will be designated as a family gathering day. No matter how busy we are, we must try to spare some time for dinner. Tsinghua squinted his eyes and smiled. Okay. Qingmingzi immediately agreed. Xue Jiao also nodded. No problem. Tsinghua picked up his cup and stood up. Of course, the most important thing is the great achievements our family has made since we moved to Beijing. Mingzhe Company was officially established a few days ago. Jiao Jiao won the Xianxia Mathematics Award. At the end of last semester, they won first place in their specialization and received the highest scholarship. And Dad's company has also taken a step forward, and its scale is continuing to expand. Congratulations, Dad. Xue Jiao and Qingmingzi were delighted and said in unison. Congratulations to you too. At this time, Li Sidong lowered his head slightly. I'm the most useless, nonsense. Tsinghua immediately retorted. Mom is the one who has contributed the most to our family. She guarded the rear for us and supported the three of us by herself. Qingmingzi immediately added, yes, Mom, you're the most indispensable person in our family. You plan 3 meals for us every day and take good care of us. Their eyes moved to Xue Jiao. Even Li Sidong looked at her nervously. The relationship between this mother and daughter was worrying. After being deeply hurt in the past, it was unknown how long it would take to warm up that warm heart. Xue Jiao looked at Li Sidong and nodded with tears in her eyes. She only said, thank you, Mom. These 3 words contained all the meaning within them. Li Sidong's eyes reddened. She quickly reached out and rubbed her eyes. She nodded fiercely. It's what I should do. It's what I should do. She suppressed the tears in front of her eyes and said softly, Jiao Jiao. Mom will make you happy forever. Xue Jiao nodded. There was something in her eyes that was about to roll out. Lin Jihua reached out and hugged her from behind. Her hand wiped in front of her eyes and wiped her tears. There was a saying, the greatest sorrow of parents was that they became more and more careful in front of their children. However, the more they cared, the more careful they were. Li Sidong cared about Xue Jiao very much. The way she cared about her in the past might have been wrong, or perhaps a little selfish. However, she still loved her. Even after the incident with Xue Jiao, she changed her attitude with difficulty and sympathized with Gu Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao had actually forgiven her a long time ago. Gu Xue Jiao, who had already left, should also forgive her after a long time. She actually cared about her mother the most. She hoped that the girl could still live well in another world. She hoped that she could live freely and happily. Qingmingzi smiled and said, Dad, didn't you say that it would be enough to earn living expenses in the future? Why are you still working so hard at such an old age? Brat. What did you say about your father? What do you mean by an old age? I'm not old yet. What's wrong with me being ambitious? Tsinghua glared fiercely at Qingmingzi. He looked extremely angry. Qingmingzi raised his hands and surrendered. Okay. You're still in the prime of your life. Tsinghua glanced at Lin Jihua from the corner of his eyes. His emotions were complicated. In fact, he didn't need to work so hard at all. However, the gap between Rec Journey and the Lin Corporation was really too big. In the future, when Xue Jiao and Lin Jihua got married, there would be a lot of gossip. If Rec Journey was a little more powerful, he could at least narrow the gap. Perhaps Lin Jihua and Xue Jiao wouldn't care. However, as a father, he always wanted to give the best he could give. At this moment, Lin Jihua, who had been silent tonight, suddenly raised her head and spoke. Uncle, Auntie, I think you can trust me more. As soon as Lin Jihua finished speaking, everyone looked at him at the same time. Especially Tsinghua, who had been seen through by him, felt embarrassed for a moment. With such a small company, they were still trying to compete with the Lin Corporation in the future. Lin Jihua held Xue Jiao's hand tightly and said firmly, Jiao Jiao is the person I care about the most in my life. She's my everything. I can't let anyone hurt her. I'll let them treat Jiao Jiao the same way they treat me. In fact, he was even more respectful and reverent. Tsinghua was stunned for a moment, but in the end, he pursed his lips and said, what you did is what you did, and what I did is what I did. After a pause, he said, you have to do this. I hope you can keep your word. Lin Jihua nodded with a smile. Some promises had to be fulfilled with actions in the future, not by swearing now. Xue Jiao turned to look at him, her eyes slightly moved. Qing Mingzi only said, "It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. Don't think that the Qing family can't do it. If you let Jiao Jiao down, we will fight you to the death." Lin Jihua still smiled and nodded. She was not put in a difficult position at all. Jiao Jiao was a priceless treasure. He deserved to be wronged if he wanted to take away a priceless treasure from a family. Tsinghua finally smiled with satisfaction and poured him a cup of wine. The two of them clinked their cups and downed the wine in one gulp. After that, Lin Jihua did fulfill his promise. Especially after they got married, rumors about President Lin and Mrs. Lin had been circulating around everyone who knew Lin Jihua. At that time, almost everyone knew that Mrs. Lin was President Lin's precious wife. They would rather offend President Lin than his wife. At the end of the night's party, Tsinghua and Lin Jihua drank. Qing Mingzi also drank a lot, but Xue Jiao and Li Sidong only drank a little. They did not dare to drink too much. Lin Jihua. Again. Tsinghua's face was red, and his eyes were half closed. Lin Jihua's face was not red. He only half closed his eyes and half lay down. "Dad, don't drink anymore. You're drunk." Xue Jiao looked helplessly at Tsinghua. The other party grinned in her line of sight. "I'm not drunk. I drank too much. I'm sober." Qing Mingzi stood up and supported him. Okay. Dad isn't drunk. I'll help you to wash up now." He supported Tsinghua to the room. Li Sidong stood up and looked at Xue Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, help Jihua to the guest room to rest. I'll clean up the dishes first." "Okay." Xue Jiao agreed. She supported Lin Jihua. He cooperated and followed her to the guest room. Xue Jiao threw him on the bed and muttered, "How can I wash up like this? Jihua, get up and wash up." Xue Jiao pushed Lin Jihua, who closed his eyes as soon as he got on the bed. He said, "Okay." Xue Jiao lowered her head and wanted to help him up. Suddenly, the world spun, and Xue Jiao was flipped on the bed. The drunk man was on top of her, laughing softly. His eyes were clear. Xue Jiao was stunned. She said in a daze, "You're not drunk." He and Tsinghua drank almost the same amount. Tsinghua was a good drinker. Why was Tsinghua drunk, but Lin Jihua was fine? This didn't make sense. Lin Jihua smiled and replied, "I'm good at drinking. I won't get drunk." Xue Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. There was someone who couldn't get drunk? "Sweetheart." Lin Jihua put his face close to hers. They were very close, and his voice was ambiguous. "Instead of worrying about whether I'm drunk or not, shouldn't you be worried about your own situation?" Xue Jiao. He kissed Xue Jiao's lips while she was stunned. His technique was practiced. Soon, Xue Jiao was a little weak. She could only passively accept some of it. Fortunately, Lin Jihua didn't want to do anything overboard. He quickly let go and lay beside her. Then, he held her hand. "Jiao Jiao," it was just 2 words. They were hoarse and low, but they seemed to come from the depths of his heart. They were full of indescribable affection. Xue Jiao took a deep breath. Her face was still a little red, like the red clouds that hadn't receded yet. She glared at Lin Jihua and said angrily, "You teased me. You pretended to be drunk." Lin Jihua blinked innocently. "I'm innocent. If I didn't pretend to be drunk, your dad would have drunk more. I can't let your dad continue drinking. Should I thank you if you say that?" Lin Jihua blinked. "You don't have to thank me. Your dad is my dad. It's what I should do." Xue Jiao, "Besides, if I wasn't drunk, how could I enter the room?" Lin Jihua added. Then, he looked around the room with satisfaction. Before marriage, this room could be his long-term residence. After marriage, when he came back, he would naturally live in Xue Jiao's bedroom with her. Xue Jiao. A moment later, Shuashan kicked him and roared angrily, "Why aren't you going to wash up?" "I'm going back to my room." Xue Jiao ran off after saying that. Only Lin Jihua was left sitting there with a big smile on his face. Tsinghua had almost accepted him. Now, Jiao Jiao was still young. That night was Lin Jihua's first night staying with the Qing family, but it definitely wouldn't be his last. Now that he had a relationship and a family, he had to deal with the problem of work. The project had been progressing smoothly in the middle stages. They were all dedicated and hardworking people. They could be considered talented people. Professor Jean would occasionally come over to take a look. Although he didn't know the future of the project, as a physics professor, he was very good at physics. Occasionally, he would give them some pointers, and it was enough for them to be enlightened. The project was difficult in the early stages, but it became easier in the middle stages. However, at the end of the semester, the project was pushed to the later stages and became difficult again. So we can't do anything today? Xing Jiakuan frowned. Chu Xing nodded and explained, senior's plan failed. Junior's plan also failed. Even senior Yang Zhan's plan failed. Now, only senior Zhang Han's plan is left. If it's correct, our project will come to an end. If it's not correct, then, we can only come up with a new plan. Xing Jiakuan frowned. Xue Jiao was also a little helpless. This project was really too difficult. It had been almost a year, and this project was only a faint candle light. Where was the light? There was no sign of it. It's not far from the end of the semester. Don't stay in the laboratory today. Go and revise. Xing Jiakuan put down his things and pushed up his glasses. It was Saturday, and everyone had no classes. Okay, let's all go and revise. Senior Zhang Han's plan should be finished in a few days. Okay. Xue Jiao agreed and left the laboratory with her bag. She planned to go to the library to revise first. However, even on a Saturday, the library was full of people. Xue Jiao thought for a while and sent a message to Lin Jihua. Are you busy today? At the company? I'll go and revise. The message was quickly replied. It was Lin Jihua's voice message. Jiao Jiao, I'll pick you up? He sounded very happy. Xue Jiao replied to him. No need. I'll go home and get some books. I'll take a taxi. Lin Jihua rejected her. Then I'll get Tanqi to pick you up. He'll send you home and then send you here. Xue Jiao thought for a while and agreed. While Xue Jiao was waiting for Tanqi, Lin Jihua hung up the phone and immediately smiled. He reached out and pressed the bell. Chen Yan quickly came in. Boss. Chen Yan, order a set of desks for me right now. Jiao Jiao, pink ones. The material has to be safe and clean. It doesn't have to be too big or too small. Send it over quickly. Lin Jihua instructed. Chen Yan was stunned for a moment and quickly replied, okay. 40 minutes later, a car arrived downstairs to deliver the desk. Then, the desk was carried up in a swaggering manner. The desks and stools were not packaged. They were made of wood and painted pink. Obviously, they had been ventilated for a long time, so there was no packaging. They were simply wrapped in a piece of white cloth and sent upstairs from the staff elevator. Soon, the private groups of the Lin Group exploded. Big news! Big news! Chen Mi bought a pink desk for the boss and moved it up. What? Pink? Our company lacks desks? Lacking my ass. Didn't you see that it was sent to the boss's floor? But it could be used by someone else. The boss has a daughter? Xiaogu is crazy. With the boss's age, even if he has a daughter, can he use a desk of this height? Damn. Damn. Is it the boss's little girlfriend? I don't think so. I saw the boss's girlfriend last time. Although she looks quite young, she shouldn't be a high school student. Actually, there are quite a lot of college homework. I think with the boss's personality, his girlfriend shouldn't be a bookworm. Maybe she's not a student. Maybe the desk isn't used for homework? It could be said that the whole company was very concerned about the gossip about the boss. Su Qian and Xiaoyu at the front desk chatted as they carefully scrolled through the group. The boss's girlfriend does look very young. She looks like she's 17 or 18 years old. I think so too. They only saw a photo last time. She was dressed very maturely that day, but her face looked very young. I think so too. Maybe she's a high school graduate? Or a senior? It's not impossible that she's a freshman. The two of them were talking when they noticed someone walking in from outside. When they saw the person in the lead, they immediately stood up straight, put away their phones, and maintained a warm fake smile. Tanchi pushed open the door with a domineering look. His cold face swept across the hall, and then he immediately grinned, turned around, and respectfully invited the person behind him in. Please come in, Xiaojiao smiled and nodded, then walked in. She first smiled at Su Qian and Xiaoyu, then walked over. Before she could get close to the corridor, someone came out from the side. The man who could make people sweat just by looking at him strode out. Su Qian and Xiaoyu were so scared that their smiles froze, and they didn't dare to look around. Jiao Jiao. The man who was so scared that people didn't dare to move said softly, but his voice was full of affection. Xiaojiao smiled and walked over. Then, Lin Jihua stroked her ponytail and gently held her hand as they walked to the elevator. She even turned around to say goodbye to Su Qian and Xiaoyu. Bye-bye, big sisters. Bye-bye. The two of them stiffly turned their heads and looked over, stuttering. It was also at this time that they noticed Xiaojiao's outfit today. She had a high ponytail, wore a medium-length down jacket, and carried a backpack that was obviously filled with books. She was definitely a student. Their boss was an old cow eating young grass. The two of them stared blankly as the old cow naturally took the young grass backpack and let her in. He even lowered his head from time to say something, and his eyes were filled with warmth. Su Qian and Xiaoyu were dumbfounded as they watched their boss and his girlfriend disappear from their sight. The two of them turned their heads and saw shock in each other's eyes. It's really small, he's definitely a student. The two of them were almost certain that the boss' girlfriend was a student. At this moment, all the major private groups were extremely lively. Almost everyone was waiting for first-hand news from the two of them. Little you? Xianxia? Is the boss's girlfriend here? Or is the boss's relative's child here? Boss, you don't have any relatives, could they be distant relatives? That's right. Not all of his relatives have been dealt with by the boss. It must be a little girl. When Su Qian saw that no one else came in, he took out his phone and revealed a piece of news. It's indeed the boss's little girlfriend. She should be a student. They've already gone upstairs. It seems like they'll be in the boss's office the whole day. The replies below came quickly, F***CK. As expected. Old Wang, are you going to report your work later? You can take the opportunity to see the boss's girlfriend. Boss actually found a student. Which school is she from? I don't think you can tell. This is really shocking. I want to see the boss's girlfriend. Su Qian, Xiaoyu, do you know anything else? Yes, quickly send out all the information you have. Xiaoya suddenly gave Su Qian a gentle nudge. She seemed to have thought of something. Do you still remember the name of the boss' girlfriend? Let's do it. Last time, the boss's girlfriend had told her name, but Xiaoya didn't pay much attention to it, so she couldn't remember it. Su Qian also seemed to have forgotten. She scratched her head and thought carefully before saying, I think it's called. Gu, Su Qian frowned. After a while, his eyes suddenly opened. I remember. Gu Xiaojiao. Boss's little girlfriend is Gu Xiaojiao? Yes. Su Qian nodded affirmatively. When Chinmi picked her up that day, I made a note of it. I just don't know which one. Then I'll do it. Xiaoya quickly took out her phone and opened the browser. Su Qian leaned closer to her and tilted his head. A student. I don't think there's any information about him on Baidu. Besides, we don't know the correct way to write his name. Just check it out. It's not that troublesome. As she spoke, Xiaoya had already typed the two words Gu Xiaojiao into the browser, and a Baidu encyclopedia popped up below. Although she was checking, she felt the same way as Su Qian. She felt that nothing would be found on Baidu. But soon, reality slapped her in the face. There was a photo of the three words Gu Xiaojiao on Baidu. It was the one posted on Tsinghua University's official website. What the Su Qian thought that she was an excellent receptionist and could handle any situation. Even if she saw Lin Jihua, she could still force a fake smile. However, at this moment, she couldn't even fake a smile. All that was left was a shocked expression with her mouth wide open. Gu Xiaojiao is a sophomore at Tsinghua University. Fuck. She scored 731 in the college entrance exam. There's more. The winner of the 16th Xianxia Mathematics Prize. The two of them looked at each other and said together, she's really the boss's girlfriend. A big shot's girlfriend was also a big shot, who said that a student couldn't be a big shot. Wasn't this a living example? After a moment, Xiaoya sighed. I really couldn't tell, Su Qian nodded. That's right. She looked like a delicate little girl. Even a few words from her would scare her. How could she be so awesome? Xue Jiao was led by Lin Jihua to the office. He seemed very happy. The corners of his mouth curled up as he held Xue Jiao's hand tightly. When they passed by the small office, Xue Jiao felt that someone was looking at her. However, when she looked up, everyone in the office had their heads down and were doing their jobs. They looked very serious. What are you looking at? Lin Jihua asked softly. Xue Jiao shook her head and only said, nothing. After a pause, she said, am I holding you up today? Why would you? Lin Jihua was surprised. I'm very happy. With you by my side, my efficiency will be much higher. Xue Jiao looked up. Seeing that he was serious, she revealed a bright smile. In this cold winter, it was as if flowers had bloomed in spring. Lin Jihua was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled as well. He held her hand, raised it, and kissed it gently. Xue Jiao blushed. Soon, the two of them walked into Lin Jihua's office. Xue Jiao had already been to Lin Jihua's office before. Naturally, she knew the layout of his office. Therefore, she naturally noticed the desk that was very different from the office style at first glance. The large office was painted in a cold grayish-white color. Out of nowhere, there was a set of pink desks. It was a little strange and a little awkward. You. Xue Jiao tried to open her mouth. Lin Jihua nodded and grinned. I asked Chen Yan to buy it. Do you like it? You can put it here in the future. You can use it when you want to come over to study. Xue Jiao, Lin Jihua's taste was quite good. However, for some reason, his taste this time was so terrifying. It was suffocating. Do you think putting a pink desk in this office is a good idea? Is there a problem? Lin Jihua was surprised. Xue Jiao raised 2 fingers. First of all, it doesn't match. Second, anyone who comes to your office in the future will guess that this desk is for a girl. Lin Jihua turned his head and looked at the desk. As long as this desk was for Xue Jiao, he felt that it matched well. It even looked like a couple's desk with his own desk not far away. As for the second point, he couldn't wait for the whole world to know that Xue Jiao was his girlfriend. At this moment, Xue Jiao said, but since you worked hard to prepare it, I'll reward you. Before Lin Jihua could react, Xue Jiao raised her head, tiptoed, and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Jihua came back to his senses. He instinctively wanted to pull her closer and deepen the kiss. Xue Jiao reached out and pressed her hand against his lips. She chuckled and said, no, today is not a date. It's business. You should work. I should also study. Lin Jihua sat back down at his big desk and started to work. Xue Jiao sat on the pink desk and opened her textbook and notebook. He looked at the face she recognized and shook his head gently with a smile on his face. This day was the best day Lin Jihua had been at work. He was very efficient. From time to time, he would tilt his head and look at the girl. His mood was also very good. For the employees of the Lin Corporation, today was also the most relaxed day they had had recently. Today's boss was too easy to talk to. So much so that their work reports were easily approved. Of course, there were times when Lin Jihua would be angry. But as long as he turned his head and looked at the girl sitting not far away, his tone would become much gentler. He would point out the problem and ask them to go and fix it. The boss is too easy to talk to today. I was prepared to be scolded, but the boss let it go so easily. I feel like the boss is different when the little lady boss is sitting next to him. Is the little lady boss really that good looking? Our department manager is on a business trip. He can't go up to report. She's really good looking. Little fairy, oh my god, she's even prettier than the spokesperson for our latest project. Prettier than an A-list celebrity? Are you exaggerating? I'm not exaggerating. It's true. I went up with the manager before. Wow, Secretary Wu said something. Then it must be true. Then, is she from the Central Drama Academy or Beijing Film Academy? Isn't she a student? Just because she's pretty doesn't mean that she'll be a star in the future. The boss's girlfriend doesn't have to be so obvious. I suspect she's a top student. Seeing the heated discussion in the group, Xiaoyu and Su Qian, who had been silent all this time, looked at each other. They didn't need to say anything. Even though they already knew the details of the boss girlfriend, they didn't say anything. But some things could be said, and some things couldn't be said. They still knew this. If the boss got married in the future and the lady boss name was announced to the public, then everyone would naturally know how amazing this girl was. Being amazing wasn't something you were born with. She did have a bit of talent in mathematics compared to others, but she also worked harder than most people. Even when she was in a relationship, she restrained herself and didn't let herself forget to study and work hard. The flying car project had reached its most difficult stage. Their plans had failed one after another, and they were all waiting for Senior Zhang Han's final plan. But after a few days, Senior Zhang Han sent 2 words in the group: failure. All the candles were temporarily extinguished. They had already formulated all the plans, but the results were that all the plans had failed. This meant that they were probably going in the wrong direction, or there were problems they couldn't think of and couldn't solve. This also meant that they might have wasted the past year. Then what do we do now? Xue Jiao murmured. She sat on the stool and was momentarily at a loss. Chusheng was the most upset. He buried his face in his arms. No one knew what he was thinking. Xing Jiaquan reached out and patted Chusheng's shoulder. Let's take it one step at a time. If we really can't do it, let's summarize what we've done and publish a paper. It'll be worth the past year. Xue Jiao took a deep breath and turned her head to look at the various models and data not far away. Sure enough, the world of scientific research wasn't a place where you could do whatever you wanted. While you could receive success and glory, you could also receive failure and waste. Xue Jiao closed her eyes and quickly opened them again. She replied, okay. It wasn't considered a failure. They could only say that they couldn't see any hope at the moment. But in the future, they might have a flash of inspiration and see hope again. Temporary failure didn't count as despair. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. At the door, Zhang Han and Yang Zhan stood there. In such cold weather, there were beads of sweat on their foreheads. It was obvious that they had run over. What's wrong? Zhang Han pursed her lips and said seriously, all the plans have failed. But when I was working on the last plan, I found a problem. I believe that if we push forward from here, our project will usher in the dawn. The 3 of them stood up and looked at Zhang Han in disbelief and surprise. We can't waste any more time. I have a few days off recently, so I cancelled all my work and have 7 days free. Yang Zhan also applied for 7 days off. Can you guys apply for leave as well? Zhang Han continued. They were stunned. Apply for leave? Zhang Han looked at them with determination. Yes, apply for leave. We'll go into seclusion. No problem. Chusheng said eagerly. Our final exam will start in 8 days. Xing Jiaquan nodded. I also have an exam on the 7th day. They then looked at Xue Han. She was probably the only one among them who had to attend every class and was well behaved. Xue Jiao thought for a moment. She and Chusheng had their final exams in 7 days, but they still had classes this week. No problem, I'll apply for leave. What if you don't revise? Aren't you afraid of failing? Yang Zhan raised his eyebrows and teased her. Xue Jiao chuckled. If I would fail if I didn't revise, then I wouldn't dare to say that. They laughed together. They were all brave. In the last week of the semester, the teacher would take attendance. If they didn't attend, they wouldn't be able to get their usual grades. At the end of the semester, they would have to rely on their test scores. They made up their minds. They made calls and applied for leave. Xu Jiao informed Teacher Tan and then sent a message to her family and Lin Jihua. Chuxing and Teacher Jean borrowed the large laboratory next door. They could rest there at night. After everything was done, the laboratory door closed. The seclusion officially began. When the time came, they would either succeed or fail completely. They could only choose one of the two. What Zhang Han had discovered truly made them feel like they had come back from the jaws of death. However, the discovery of a problem in science was not immediately useful. What followed was repeated experiments and modifications. They failed time and time again, but they overturned and tried again and again. But because they rarely worked together like this, their progress was very fast. Even if they failed, they could quickly overturn the previous arrangements and come up with new ones. Senior sister Zhang Han would be going abroad for a period of time during the winter break. This closed-door training could be said to be the last time she would invest time in this project. Xu Jiao majored in mathematics, and her physics knowledge was quite good this year. However, her focus was on mathematics, and it was difficult for her to be compared with the other big names in physics. She was more focused on modeling and derivation, and the main direction was controlled by others. Xu Jiao didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It wasn't her area of expertise, so why should she compare it? She was good at mathematics, and the most important thing for her in this team was to make full use of her mathematical abilities. She did not need to be calculative about physics. One must know when to keep moving forward and when to take a step back. Their seclusion did not mean that they would not go home. On the first day, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Xu Jiao returned home. She quickly washed up and went to bed. The next day, she rushed over early to continue helping. It was the same for Zhang Han and the others. In fact, it was even later than Xu Jiao. Sometimes, he would sleep in the office next door with his clothes wrapped around him. Then, he would wake up and continue, seizing every second. Under such intense work, Xu Jiao didn't even send a message to Lin Jihua, let alone go on a date. It wasn't that Lin Jihua hadn't thought of looking for her, but he knew that this was Xu Jiao's busiest time. If his appearance disturbed her, she wouldn't be angry, but she definitely wouldn't be happy to see him. Lin Jihua reached out and touched the photo on the table. Her eyes were filled with longing. "It's been 2 days, little girl. When you're done, you must compensate me." Lin Jihua had already thought it through. When the time came, she would ask her not to arrange too many things for this winter break. She had to spend the new year with her. On the 5th day, they made a new breakthrough in their simulation and saw the light of dawn. Xu Jiao was no longer going home. Her phone battery was low and no one cared. The food was sent to the laboratory by Zhang Han's assistant. The large laboratory next door was also occupied by them. Since it was the end of semester exams, there were not many students who needed to use the laboratory. Even if there were, they would have been transferred to other laboratories by Professor Jean. Today was the last class of a certain professional class, and the teacher took attendance. When he called Gu Xu Jiao, no one answered. His face darkened, and he jotted it down in his notebook. "Inform Gu Xu Jiao to look for me in my office tomorrow." My Jiejia immediately showed a worried expression, but all the teachers knew Gu Xu Jiao, so they couldn't help her answer. After class, she called Xu Jiao several times, but she couldn't get through. After thinking for a while, my Jiejia walked towards the physics laboratory with 2 cups of hot drinks. The small laboratory that Chuxing borrowed was where Xu Jiao and the others often stayed over the past year. She had been there before. When she arrived at the laboratory, my Jiejia didn't dare to enter with her things. The door of the small laboratory was closed, but the door of the large laboratory next to it was open. A young man with a stubble was sleeping, and a senior brother and sister were eating. She stood there hesitantly for a while. The small door opened, and a man with a haggard face and a stubble came out. However, his eyes were shining. He walked past her as if he didn't see her and went straight into the large laboratory. My Jiejia, although she didn't come often, she had seen Chuxing many times. In the past, when they met on the road, they would at least say hello. This time, she was standing there. Chuxing walked past her as if he didn't see her. "It's time to work." Chuxing's voice was a little hoarse. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior brother and sister who came to help from the physics department took a big mouthful of rice. As they ate, they took the computer and took the things that Chuxing handed over. They were so serious that my Jejia still didn't dare to speak. She waited for a long time. Chuxing returned to the laboratory, and Xiaojiao finally came out. When she saw Xiaojiao, my Jejia really wanted to ask her what was wrong with the laboratory. The man had a stubble, and the woman looked haggard. Her hair wasn't even combed properly. Jiao Jiao, eh? Jia? Xiaojiao was about to walk past her when she heard a familiar voice. She suddenly came back to her senses. My Jejia, she was a little helpless. You almost made me think that I learned how to become invisible. You can't even see me. Xiaojiao scratched her head and said anxiously, Jejia, we've been very busy recently. What's the matter? It's nothing. Teacher Zhen asked you to look for him tomorrow. My Jejia said as she handed a hot drink to Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao took it and replied, oh, okay. My Jejia. She knew that she wouldn't go. Then I'll help you tell him tomorrow. Tell him that you can't leave. It's better than not going. Okay. Xiaojiao hugged her gratefully. Then go and do your work. Take care of yourself. I haven't seen you for only a few days. How did you lose so much weight? My Jejia was a little worried. Xiaojiao replied with a smile, it's okay. I'll look for you when I'm done. She was about to leave. My Jejia pulled her back. Wait, don't forget that the exam is in a few days. You can't miss it. You still have to revise, yes, don't worry. We've already told Senior who the exam time. She'll let us know when it's time. My Jejia. She really didn't want to revise, she said weakly, okay, go and do your work. Jejia, goodbye. I'll look for you when I'm done. Xiaojiao said as she left in a hurry. My Jejia looked helplessly at her back and then at the others who were all focused on the exam. They were all a bunch of crazy researchers, but what a fucking lovable lunatic. On the 8th day, they still hadn't succeeded. However, the sense of urgency of victory in sight prevented them from exiting their seclusion at the scheduled time. In the afternoon, Xiaojiao went to take the exam and came back to help. Zhang Han's original flight was also cancelled and pushed back by a week. Coincidentally, it was exam week. They had to go to the exam from time to time and then come back to work. It was a little late, but they had no choice. On the 10th day, Professor Jean came more frequently. He didn't disturb them and just watched from the side, nodding from time to time. Yang Zhan left first. His exams were in the next 2 days, unlike Xiaojiao and the others who could come back after their exams. On the 13th day, Yang Zhan came back. On this day, they had to build a new model. The original program couldn't support the model they wanted. They asked Professor Jean to help them contact Professor Tang from the computer science department. That day, he came over with Qingmingzi to help modify the software. That night, they worked all night to build the model. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Han, Yang Zhan, Chuxing, Xingjiakuan, and Xiaojiao stretched their heads in front of the computers and stared at them. 10 minutes past 8. The simulation on the computers loaded. A small car with a 5 kilograms logo floated up. Is this a success? Little Junior. How much did you calculate previously? Chuxing grabbed Xiaojiao. He knew the data, but he was suspicious at this moment. Xiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath and said, 5.0178 kg, the highest value available. Ah, Chuxing threw all the data in his hands into the air. Yang Zhan reached out and hugged Zhang Han. He said excitedly, it's a success. It's a success. Zhang Han was also very excited. Her face was slightly red, but she subconsciously patted Yang Zhan hard. Let go of me. Xiaojiao looked at their excited faces and felt a warmth in her heart. She knew that her current expression was the same as theirs. It had been a year. They had been working on this project for a year. Chuxing's eyes were red. Thank you so much. Although his dream of flying a car since he was young had yet to come true, they had paid the first step. Science was like this. There was a first step, a second step, and then countless interested people would continue to push forward. This was the progress of science and also the progress of mankind. They could only achieve 5 kilograms now. It might be harder in the future, but if there was a first step, there would definitely be a second step. Chuxing was also sincerely grateful to these friends who had persevered. Xue Jiao and Jing Jiakuan were from the mathematics department and had spent an entire year on physics. Zhang Han and Yang Zhan were the elites of the current scientific community. Their 1 year was quite valuable, but they had been wasting it on this project with a high failure rate. Fortunately, they had finally succeeded. Otherwise, this heavy burden would continue to weigh on him. Jing Jiakuan reached out and patted Chuxing with a smile on his face. This was originally a project that we were interested in. What are you thanking us for? We should thank you for setting up such an interesting project. Xue Jiao smiled with them. They had persevered for a year and finally succeeded. Half a month ago, they were still in despair. Today, they had reaped this joy. Science was not about giving and receiving. They were the lucky ones. Just as they were ecstatic, Zhang Han's assistant looked at the time and suddenly said, "Little Junior, you have an exam at 9 o'clock. It's the last one, huh?" Xue Jiao was stunned. Then, she threw everything down and rushed to the examination room with a pen. "Hey! Little Junior. You haven't changed yet." Before she could finish speaking, Xue Jiao had already disappeared. Coincidentally, this was Mr. Zhen's exam. Xue Jiao had to go to the office to find him. She didn't go. Mr. Zhen was holding the exam papers and handing them to the invigilator. When he saw her running over in a hurry, his face darkened. Mr. Zhen said in a low voice, "Gu Xue Jiao. You don't have your usual results. Our usual results for this class are 30%. Xue Jiao blushed and replied awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhen." Mr. Zhen put his hands behind his back and continued in a low voice, "You're only a sophomore. Why are you in such a hurry to do the project? You don't even attend classes. If you don't build a foundation, you won't be able to do the project well. No matter how well you do the project, as long as you fail, you won't be qualified for postgraduate studies." Mr. Zhen went straight into the classroom after he finished speaking. Xue Jiao followed him in awkwardly. She didn't refute Mr. Zhen because different people had different ways of thinking. Xue Jiao knew that classes were very important. So, unless there were special circumstances, she would go to every class. But this time, she weighed the value of the class and the project and decided to do the project. The last period was almost all model-related. If she left, Jing Jiakuan would definitely not be able to keep up with Zhang Han, Yang Zhan, and Chuxing. It would be a waste of everyone's time. So, at that time, she felt that the project was more important. And this class, previously, when Xue Jiao was proving Fermat, she had focused on it. This semester, she went to every class and mastered it. It wasn't that she had to go to that class, but, Xue Jiao looked at the paper helplessly. It seemed that she had to score at least 90 to guarantee that she wouldn't fail. The questions were not difficult for Xue Jiao. She quickly finished and handed in the paper. She quickly ran back to the laboratory and discussed the thesis with them. "I suggest that everyone go back and rest. Senior Zhang Han has to catch a flight at night. She's been so tired recently. Everyone should go back and have a good sleep. The thesis is easy to write. When the time comes, we can discuss it in the group," Yang Zhan said seriously. Chuxing nodded. "Okay, I'll print out a copy of everything. Everyone can bring a copy. It's also winter break. The thesis can be discussed in the group." The others nodded in agreement. So, at noon, Xue Jiao went out with her bag. She said in the group that she was done. Lin Jihua said almost immediately that he would come to pick her up. Xue Jiao was a little embarrassed. They said 7 days, but in the end, half a month had passed. They were dating. She had ignored him for a full half a month. The familiar car soon arrived. Xue Jiao smiled and said flatteringly, "Jihua." Lin Jihua was expressionless. He opened the trunk and took out an electronic scale. "Stand on it." Xue Jiao, she hesitated, but in the end, she still stood on it embarrassedly. 42 kilograms, Xue Jiao. She lost 8 kilograms. Sure enough, when she looked up at Lin Jihua, he was staring at the electronic scale. His face was frighteningly dark. Xue Jiao grinned and forced a smile. Jihua, she sounded guilty and nervous. When he first met Lin Jihua, she was already quite thin. Her 8 kilograms was made up for by him eating and drinking well during the 2 years of university. But, this was gone in half a month. Lin Jihua faintly looked at her, her voice light as a feather. I've raised you for a year and a half. I haven't seen you for half a month, and you're gone? Xue Jiao, Lin Jihua looked at her with a straight face. Xue Jiao shrunk her neck guiltily. A moment later, she stepped forward and gently tugged at the corner of Lin Jihua's clothes. When he looked at her, Xue Jiao smiled, revealing 2 rows of teeth. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Jihua. I'm hungry. Look, who could bear to be angry with her like this? This girl had his lifeline in her hands. Lin Jihua helplessly exhaled. She reached out and rubbed Xue Jiao's messy hair. You can be considered to be officially on winter vacation. I can't be angry with you, but we have to set some rules. Xue Jiao widened her eyes and blinked innocently. Lin Jihua's eyebrows loosened. He took her hand and kissed it. First, you must eat 3 meals a day on time. Do you agree? Okay. Xue Jiao was feeling guilty, so she nodded honestly. Lin Jihua continued, Second, come with me to Wuliu Alley for lunch. It was almost the end of the year, and he didn't have time to come back every day to cook for Xue Jiao, so he could only ask Wu Lu Lane to prepare. And? Xue Jiao blinked. Third, you are not allowed to run to school to do projects during this holiday. Lin Jihua's voice became stern. Xue Jiao looked at him and nodded. She had to write her thesis during the holidays, so she didn't need to go to school to do projects. Seeing that Xue Jiao agreed honestly, Lin Jihua finally showed a smile. Then, the longing that she had been suppressing spread. He restrained himself and gently hugged her. Then, he quickly released her. Little Guai, I miss you. His voice was full of forbearance and restraint, as if he had returned to the suffocating longing of the past half a month, and his heart was burning uncomfortably. Xue Jiao hugged him back and quickly let go. I like you too. The haze in Lin Jihua's eyes disappeared in an instant. He had such a treasure, so he should endure some grievances. Xue Jiao also felt guilty towards Lin Jihua. That afternoon, she had lunch with him at Wuliu Alley. However, because she wanted to go back to take a bath and rest, she didn't accompany him in the afternoon. When she got home, Li Sidong and Qingmingzi were both there. The 2 of them looked as worried as Lin Jihua. Jiao Jiao? How did you lose so much weight? Li Sidong's voice was shocked. She was thin to begin with. Losing 8 pounds made her seem like she had lost a lot of weight. Xue Jiao smiled. It's not good to lose weight. I look good with my current weight and height. If I get any fatter, I won't look good. Nonsense. You were thin to begin with, but now you're even thinner. Li Sidong's face was serious. Xue Jiao shook her head and said helplessly, Okay. I'll make up for it soon. I won't do any projects during the holidays. I'll make up for it. Li Sidong was satisfied. Then, he complained, That's right. You used to work too hard. You're just an undergraduate. You don't need to work so hard. When you're in graduate school, you'll have plenty of projects to do. Now, you should seize the time to rest. Qingmingzi closed his computer and said with a smile, Jiao Jiao is not right to work too hard. However, this age is indeed the time to work hard. How can I not work hard now? Jiao Jiao is now ahead of her peers. Compared to her peers, it will be easier for her to achieve success in the future. However, if you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. Li Sidong looked helpless and waved his hand. Forget it. I can't win against you. The 3 of you are working hard. Xue Jiao smiled and looked at Qingmingzi. The next day, Xue Jiao went to school again. After picking up my Jie, she sent her away from Beijing. She didn't have many friends. Jiaxue was too far away from her. They could only contact each other by phone occasionally and send each other things. Dingqi was going abroad next semester. Only my Jie was by her side. After sending off my Jie, the rest of the winter vacation was not as busy as before. However, it was not idle either. Zhang Han had gone abroad and Chu Xing had gone home. They could only discuss and write their theses in the group. Each of them wrote their main parts. Finally, they summarized and revised it. Xiaojiao wrote her thesis in Lin Jihua's office most of the time. He picked up Xiaojiao when he went to work in the morning and took her to Wuliu Alley for lunch at noon. Then, he got off work on time in the afternoon and took Xiaojiao home to cook. Occasionally, he would go to the Qing family's house to eat. It was the new year, but the entire Lin Corporation worked less overtime. After all, the boss didn't work overtime, so the employees didn't have to be so strict. However, relatively speaking, they were busier during the day. They needed to be more efficient. With the lady boss in the company, the boss's temper was indeed better. However, it was as if he had a buff. His efficiency was terrifyingly high. On this day, Xiaojiao sat beside the pink desk. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. She was motionless. Many people might think that Xiaojiao was in a daze. However, when Lin Jihua looked up at her, he smiled and shook his head. He knew that Xiaojiao was serious. When it was close to noon, Xiaojiao looked out the window. She was motionless. Lin Jihua knew that she was in a daze. This was rare. Jiao Jiao? Lin Jihua was puzzled. Xiaojiao suddenly came back to her senses. She said in surprise, "Yes?" Lin Jihua stood up and strode over. He reached out and gently touched her head. "What's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze?" "I'm worried about my final exam results." "Yes?" Lin Jihua was surprised. Xiaojiao was worried about her exam results. Xiaojiao's face was full of worry. She told him what happened and then sighed. "I think my exam results are okay, but I'm afraid that the university exams were different from high school exams. Sometimes, the teacher's preferences had a big impact. It was unlike high school, where there were no usual grades. A point was a point." Lin Jihua smiled and gently tapped her forehead. "Silly." Xiaojiao's eyes widened. She looked at him in confusion. Lin Jihua explained, "Your teacher is so fussy about whether you are in class or not. I think he cares about your grades and attitude. Your hard work from before must have left an impression on him. As long as your exam results are good and you pass the exam, he won't deliberately make things difficult for you. Your school has higher hopes for you than you think. Therefore, he will be very angry if you don't go to class." Xiaojiao blinked. "Really? Really?" At the same time, in the city's Tsinghua University, Teacher Zhen was in his office with his hands behind his back. He was pacing back and forth with a conflicted expression. How could he not be conflicted? He was most angry at Gu Xiaojiao. In his anger, he gave Gu Xiaojiao an average of 0 points. But now, she got full marks. Full marks. The last big question was very difficult. There were 3 people who got full marks, but none of them answered the last question as perfectly as Xiaojiao. Such a perfect answer, how many marks should he give her? Teacher Zhen paced back and forth, touching his bald head from time to time. After a while, he took the exam paper and looked at it again. Before the end of the semester, this person was very serious. She sat in the front row almost all the time. She was very serious. Teacher Zhen was like every teacher in the mathematics department. He knew Gu Xiaojiao. He wasn't as pretentious as Professor Tan, so he didn't want to fight with Professor Tan. But he still admired this student. But this student's behavior of missing classes to do a project made him very angry. No matter how important the project was, how could she not take time out for a single class? But in the end, this student got full marks. Teacher Zhen paced back and forth. Finally, he made up his mind. He quickly walked forward and wrote down a number behind Gu Xiaojiao's name. This was Xiaojiao's 4th new year in this world. This year, winter came early. The winter break was relatively late. After 10 days of break, it was snowing heavily on New Year's Eve. This was the Qing family's 2nd New Year in Beijing. The whole family was still not used to such a cold winter, especially when there was heating at home. But when they went out, it was a world of ice and snow. This extreme contrast made them unwilling to go out. But they still had to buy New Year's goods. On the 29th of December, Xianxia's family of 4 went out together. They planned to go to the city center to buy New Year's goods. The family had just left when Xianxia stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Li Sidong looked over in confusion. Xianxia thought for a moment, then looked at Xiaojiao. Did the Lin Corporation officially have a holiday yesterday? Yes. Xiaojiao nodded. Recently, Lin Jihua had been too busy, so Xiaojiao didn't go to his company. But last night, she still knew about the company's annual party. Lin Jihua invited her, but Xiaojiao was a little embarrassed, so she didn't go. Then it's time for him to buy New Year's goods. Xiangshua's gaze was a little uncomfortable. He said awkwardly, although we can let him come over on New Year's Eve, the house can't be empty. Go call him and let's go together. Xiangshua's gaze was unnatural. He awkwardly put his hands behind his back and quickly walked to the door. Xiaojiao, not to mention Xiaojiao, even Li Sidong and Qingmingzi were extremely surprised. After all, Xianxia hated it the most when Lin Jihua got close to Xiaojiao. This time, he actually took the initiative to invite him. Xiaojiao grinned, and her mood became very good. Wait for me. She turned around and ran straight to Lin Jihua's house. Qingmingzi and Li Sidong caught up with Xianxia. Qingmingzi couldn't help but frown in confusion. Dad, what are you? Xianxia looked at the world of ice and snow in front of him and said softly, they will get married eventually. And after all this time, I have to admit that Lin Jihua is the most suitable person for Jiao Jiao. He can endure loneliness and is willing to wait for Jiao Jiao. When the Jiao Jiao project was completed, her eyes were dark and she was so skinny that only her bones were left. She has only been with Lin Jihua for 10 days, but her face is already rosy. Lin Jihua takes good care of her. As a father, even if he couldn't bear to part with his daughter, he couldn't always reject the man who was truly suitable for her. Qingmingzi nodded in understanding and didn't say anything else. He decided to treat Lin Jihua better later. Lin Jihua's house. Son, your dad and I really know that we were wrong. We can't not celebrate the new year together as a family, right? Lin Jihua listened to Mother Lin's voice on the other end of the phone with an expressionless face. Mother Lin continued to ramble on. The bodyguards you hired don't allow us to go anywhere, and they don't allow us to go anywhere. I know you want them to watch your dad and me, but isn't this too much? They're taking advantage of the fact that you don't care about us and bullying us in private. Lin Jihua's eyes turned cold and he said indifferently, they stopped you because you wanted to look for me, look for Jiao Jiao, and even look for old Master Lin. I've said it before, you definitely can't go to places you shouldn't go. Lin Jihua. Are you going to treat your parents like this during the new year? I'll go back tomorrow afternoon to have lunch with you. Tomorrow night, I'll send you to the old mansion. You can meet old Master Lin as you wish tomorrow night. You're not going to celebrate the new year at home tomorrow night? I heard that you moved to Gu Xiaojiao's neighborhood? Lin Jihua, your surname is Lin. You're not a live-in son-in-law. Her Chung family. Lin Jihua said coldly, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. The moment he hung up, Lin Jihua heard Mother Lin yelling angrily at him from the other end of the phone, it's the new year and you're not going home? Do you think it's good to be alone? Lin Jihua, you. The call was already hung up. Lin Jihua stared blankly at a spot in a daze. It's the new year. Alone, the room was a little empty, so it seemed a little cold and lonely. The bustling new year was someone else's. To him, this day was no different from any other day. It was enough that he could wish Jiao Jiao a happy new year. But before he met Jiao Jiao, he never realized. It was so lonely when he was alone. He was in a daze when the doorbell rang. Someone knocked on the door. Lin Jihua was stunned. Who was knocking on the door? Not many people knew that he had moved to this neighborhood. This knocking sounded like Jiao Jiao. But didn't Jiao Jiao go out with Xianxia? Lin Jihua was a little confused. She stood up and saw the girl standing at the door on the screen. Her eyes lit up. He quickly opened the door and pulled her in with a smile. He covered her face that was exposed to the cold air and said with a smile, where's your key? He had given the key to this house to Xiaojiao so that she could come over at any time. I didn't bring it with me when I went out, Xiaojiao explained. She looked at Lin Jihua. She didn't know why, but she felt that the atmosphere around him was a little heavy. Didn't you go out with your family? Lin Jihua was puzzled. She had sent a message to Xue Jiao in the morning when she was about to go out. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of not seeing the snowy bamboo today. Xue Jiao grinned and reached out to hold Lin Jihua's hand. Dad asked me to take you with me. Let's go shopping together. Lin Jihua was stunned. Together, to buy New Year goods, these words seemed to have gone through his mind several times before he nodded stiffly. Xue Jiao's lips curled up slightly. She could feel that the air pressure on the man beside her was rising, and the cold air began to warm up. All right, Lin Jihua agreed. She took her phone and keys and was led out by Xue Jiao. Her footsteps were quick as she dragged him from the front. His gaze was fixed on their tightly clasped hands. His originally stern expression gradually relaxed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. When Lin Jihua drove to the entrance, another familiar car was already parked by the roadside. Xianxia rolled down the window and said coldly, "So slow?" Before he could say anything, Xue Jiao poked her head out and waved her hand. No, we're already fast enough. Dad, please lead the way. Facing Xue Jiao, Xianxia couldn't be serious. He shook his head with a smile and started the car. Lin Jihua drove after him. The business district they were heading to was the largest one in the area, so it was difficult for cars to drive in at this time. They found a place to park the car early, and then the group of 5 walked over. It was very cold on the road in winter. Almost as soon as they got out of the car, Lin Jihua turned around and wrapped a thick scarf around Xue Jiao. Then, she held her gloved hand. It was the same with Xianxia. Li Sidong cared more about her image than Xue Jiao, so she didn't dress as thickly as Xue Jiao. Xianxia wrapped her hand tightly. Only Mingzi rubbed his cold hands and put them in his pocket. Then, he walked in between the two couples. Li Sidong couldn't help but laugh. Mingzi, after you're done with your work, you still have to remember to find a girlfriend. Look, your sister is walking ahead of you. Mingzi reached out and pulled up his collar to cover half of his face. His handsome face was full of helplessness. Why was it that single men in this era were so unpopular? The 5 people on the road were all good-looking. Xue Jiao and Lin Jihua were so good-looking that people wanted to take pictures of them. Mingzi was the male lead of this world, so his appearance was naturally impeccable. Those who could give birth to these 2 children couldn't be too bad. Xianxia was an elegant middle-aged man. Li Sidong didn't do much these years. She took care of herself every day. Although she didn't look like a young girl anymore, she was still beautiful and elegant. After entering the supermarket, Li Sidong and Lin Jihua discussed what to buy. They all said that they want to eat hot pot on New Year's Eve. Do you eat hot pot, Jihua? Yes. Lin Jihua nodded. Just let me know what you want. My friend has a farm dedicated to growing vegetables. It's ecological and clean. Really? Li Sitong's voice was pleasantly surprised. Will it be troublesome for your friend? Lin Jihua shook his head and smiled. No, I'll give you a call later. Just tell them what you want and how much you want. But it's best to call one day in advance. It's a little far. They can prepare the freshest vegetables the next morning. That farm was indeed his friend's, but he didn't care much about it. Lin Jihua discussed and bought it. They were still going through the procedures, so it couldn't be considered his for the time being. However, it would belong to him soon. When the time came, it would be convenient for both families to eat. He wanted to nourish Xue Jiao's body, so naturally, he couldn't be picky about the ingredients. After the procedures were completed, he could plant all of Xue Jiao's favorite vegetables. Do you have poultry? Li Sidong couldn't help but be tempted. Although she didn't cook much, she was still very familiar with the current market. Lin Jihua nodded. We have chicken, duck, fish, cattle, and sheep. But beef has to wait. That's not a problem. Li Sidong was delighted. Lin Jihua continued, I'll stew a black-bone chicken tomorrow morning and bring it over tomorrow night. Okay. Xue Jiao turned her head and looked at Lin Jihua, who looked like a cook at home. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. As soon as she laughed, Lin Jihua turned his head and looked at her helplessly and lovingly. Tsinghua walked on the other side of Li Sidong. After listening to them talk about the dishes, he said, since the dishes have been decided, let's go buy couplets and lanterns. The Qing family had always been more traditional. Although Qingshua's education philosophy was more liberal, he felt that there was no need to forget the traditions of the ancestors in order to pursue new things. So in the past few years, the Qing family's New Year was very traditional, but also very happy. After all, there weren't many couplets. Qingshuo and Qingmingzi chose their favorite couplets. However, in the end, most of the couplets were of the happy family type. Qingshuo paid more attention to family. Lin Jihua couldn't get a word in at all. He had never bought couplets before, nor had he ever put them up. Xue Jiao tugged at his hand. Lin Jihua turned his head and saw the little girl blinking and saying, Jihua, let's pick one for you too. Lin Jihua was slightly stunned and subconsciously replied, no need. Qingshuo, who was looking at the couplets in front of them, turned his head and frowned. Why not? It's so empty. Lin Jihua, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Okay, let's buy one. Handsome, you can take this as newlyweds. The shop assistant next to them couldn't help but say. There were many customers during the New Year, but this wave of customers was too good-looking. She couldn't help but pay more attention to them and help recommend them. Xue Jiao blushed and said embarrassedly, we're not married yet. Let's buy this. She picked up the everything you wish for one. Lin Jihua turned his head and said in a low voice, what should I do? I want the newlyweds. Xue Jiao glared at him and reached out to twist his waist. In the end, she still chose the everything you wish for one. The two of them huddled together to discuss which lantern they wanted. I think this one is good. This one suits you. But that one is not bad either. I think it looks good. No, that one is a little small. It's too small to hang. The two of them were having a meaningless argument. Lin Jihua turned his head and looked at the girl next to him, whose little face was hidden in her clothes. She was looking up and was still looking at which lantern looked better. For some reason, Lin Jihua couldn't help but feel his eyes sting, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. When he was with Xue Jiao, he felt happier every day than ever before. However, when it came to a new day, he realized that he could be happier. As a result, Lin Jihua also began to look forward to the future and tomorrow. Once a person began to look forward to tomorrow, it was as if a lamp had been lit in his heart, illuminating the future. He began to have happiness and joy that he didn't dare to imagine before. Sometimes, Lin Jihua would imagine himself without Xue Jiao. However, he could only think of 4 words, a dying tree. On this day, Lin Jihua was like an ordinary young man. He held the hand of the girl he liked, and the two of them were discussing whether to buy this or that. They chatted and laughed non-stop. Lin Jihua and Qingmingzi each carried 2 big bags of things to the parking lot. They drove the car to eat together before returning home. The next day was New Year's Eve. In the morning, Qingshuo and Qingmingzi were at home putting up couplets and hanging lanterns. Xue Jiao ran over to Lin Jihua's house to help him. At noon, she went home for lunch, and he went to meet the Lin parents. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Jihua came back. He brought the chicken soup and went straight to the Qing family's house to help Li Sidong prepare dinner. This was the 4th New Year that they had celebrated together. The New Year came with the sound of fireworks and firecrackers. There was an ancient saying that the sound of firecrackers meant that 1 year had passed. For older people, the New Year meant that they were older. But for young people, a New Year meant that they had to start working hard again. The dream that they were still chasing continued in the New Year. Step by step, they continued to move forward bravely. In the New Year, Xue Jiao received New Year's money from her family. She also received a red packet from Lin Jihua. Since the previous year, Lin Jihua had personally folded a heart for her as New Year's money every New Year. Xue Jiao kept this New Year's money in a metal box as if it was a treasure. If nothing unexpected happened, she and Lin Jihua would have a few decades. Every year, they would exchange a heart. She hoped that when they were old, she could leave with a box with dozens of hearts. Just like their relationship, it could last for a long time. New Year's had just started and there was not much pressure. At the beginning of the year, she and Lin Jihua began to walk around, watch movies, and go on dates. When Lin Jihua started work, Xue Jiao followed Lin Jihua to the company to continue writing her thesis. When school was about to start, the thesis was basically finished. Chu Sheng hoped that everyone would gather in advance before the thesis was published. Xue Jiao and the others had no objections. Only Zhang Han had been a little hesitant. Xue Jiao was a little confused. She felt that Zhang Han was deliberately avoiding them, or rather, deliberately avoiding one of them. She also realized that in the group, as long as Yang Zhan spoke, Zhang Han would definitely stay silent. But when Zhang Han spoke, Yang Zhan would definitely reply immediately. It was as if he paid special attention to her and could always catch her every time she appeared. Xue Jiao was a little confused. These two, what was up with them? Because of this strange situation, they did not meet up when the thesis was published. The thesis was published 5 days before school started. At that time, the new year was still in full swing. The weather in Beijing was still so cold that they did not dare to go out. Xue Jiao did not care about the publication of the thesis. It was teacher Jean who helped to publish it. The first author of the thesis was Chu Sheng. Of course, he was not willing to recommend Zhang Han. But Senior Zhang Han said that this project was organized by Chu Sheng. The idea was also Chu Sheng first, so the first author should be Chu Sheng. They all agreed with this statement. Xue Jiao was also very supportive. After she finished the project, she put it at the back of her mind. Seeing that school was about to start, Lin Jihua was very clingy. Xue Jiao did not pay attention to the publication of the thesis, so she did not know that on February 18th, the thesis was published and the scientific community was in an uproar. This thesis was like an earthquake that shook the entire scientific community. When the words flying car first appeared, it almost made people think that it couldn't be real. Flying car, star web, gaming chamber. These were things that only appeared in movies and novels, so how could people believe such terms appearing in a scientific paper? Ridiculous. Do young people these days treat science as a joke? They're always bringing in these sci-fi things. Yeah, remember the flying car theory from before? In the end, it's still a joke. Don't think that just because you've watched some sci-fi movies and novels, you can come up with those imaginary things. Yeah, science is to take one step at a time. How can you reach the sky in one step? Which school are these students from? Let me see. It's them? Who? Peking University's Zhang Han, China Academy of Sciences University's Yang Zhan, and the youngest person in mathematics who won the Xianxia Mathematics Award. There are 2 other students whose names are a little unfamiliar. It's these students? Look at this paper. It seems to be about the current state of the theory. Let me see too. When they saw it, no one said anything as they were all engrossed in the paper. This paper was something that a few rising stars in the scientific world and a few graduate students had spent a year working on. One data after another, one model after another, organized and clear. Flying car, yes, it was indeed impossible to make a flying car, but it would not be impossible forever. Based on geomagnetic levitation and existing scientific theories, it was impossible to make a geomagnetic levitation flying car that could carry people. But the future was not certain. This paper used a large number of calculations and derivations, as well as various models to predict the future of flying car technology. It was very forward-looking. This paper had too many tedious simulations and calculations, so it was a little complicated to interpret. After the first wave of criticism, no one said anything. Almost everyone was reading the paper bit by bit. To understand the paper, one had to understand the thinking of others. This was not a fast process. Inside Tsinghua University, school was about to start, but there were already many people on campus. Especially the seniors who were in their 4th year. They were busy preparing for their graduation project. 4 years were about to pass, and no one did not want to show outstanding results. Among them were the 2 people who were about to graduate, Xing Ben and Gudong Lin. Ever since Professor Tan had rejected them, the 2 of them hadn't been able to find any teachers in top universities to take them in. Since Peking University and Fudan University's mathematics department were so powerful, no one cared about them. As a result, the two of them could only settle for the next best thing, choosing a university that was slightly weaker than their target university. Hate was hate, but the two of them still had to do something, so they didn't have time to think too much about it. However, the project that Xue Jiao and Chu Xing rejected still attracted their attention. Ha ha ha, is that what they're doing? Flying car? Are you kidding me? Isn't that so? I'm dying of laughter. This Gu Xue Jiao thinks that she can do anything just because she solved Fermat's last theorem? Soon, the two of them frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Xingbin hurriedly scrolled down. Both of them stared at the interface. Even though they didn't really understand what was going on, they were sensitive enough to realize that this might be the real deal. At that moment, the two of them felt extremely complicated. Of course, it was still okay now because they regretted it even more the next day. The day after the paper was published, the big names who read the paper came to a conclusion. This paper was very valuable. Flying cars might become a reality. In recent years, whether it was in the field of mathematics or physics, there were many more papers that were more valuable than this. However, none of them were as sensational as this. If a flying car casually came out of a garage in a sci-fi movie and entered the real world, it would become like a car that could be seen everywhere on the road, or it would eliminate the cars on the road. That would be an epic-making technology. This wasn't just a matter in the field of mathematics and physics, it could also be involved in other major fields. It could even be related to industry. In addition, the current technology couldn't really build a flying car, so this paper only provided a partial theory. For researchers, what if a complete and mature theory came out from their own hands in the future, or what if a flying car came out from their own hands, a lifetime of glory that would go down in history? The influence of this paper suddenly reached its peak, almost the entire scientific community was discussing it. Countless people were reading and researching this paper, and countless people were wondering if they could continue to do it. And Xue Jiao's group of 5 walked into the eyes of the scientific community. The new generation excels the old, promising youth, the dawn of the future of science. All kinds of praises began to flow towards the 5 of them, and reporters once again filled the school gates of the 3 schools. Hello, is this Teacher Tan? Xue Jiao picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the phone said something, and Xue Jiao paused for a moment before replying blankly, "Oh, okay." After Xue Jiao put down the phone, Lin Jihua asked her, "What's wrong?" Teacher Tan said that if I don't want to be interviewed by reporters, I shouldn't go to school for now. Lin Jihua paused for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up. He reached out and gently pinched Xue Jiao's little face. "My little scientist, look at you guys, always causing such a big commotion." Xue Jiao was a little embarrassed, and her cheeks were slightly red. "No, it's mainly because of Senior Zhang Han and the others. I didn't do as much as they did, and I didn't contribute as much as they did." "You're modest," Lin Jihua said helplessly, and asked her again, "Do you want to be interviewed?" Almost instinctively, Xue Jiao shook her head hurriedly. No, I'll go in 2 days." She didn't know why, but she always resisted being interviewed. "That's fine, the reporters won't stop you. They will probably contact the school, and we'll see what the school will do when the time comes." Xue Jiao nodded with a blank expression. Lin Jihua smiled, and his eyes were filled with joy. He held Xue Jiao's hand. "Let's go, take our little scientist to nourish her body. You've only gained a kilogram since the beginning of the year. Are you secretly working at night again?" Xue Jiao shrunk her neck slightly, feeling a little guilty. Lin Jihua glared at her, and as he wrapped her in a down jacket, he talked endlessly. Then he held her hand. Xue Jiao's hand was hidden in her sleeve, and Lin Jihua's hand was wrapped in the palm of his hand, together with the sleeve, and they walked out. The tall and short figures walked out hand in hand. Xue Jiao put on the hood of the down jacket, which covered half of her face, and went straight into Professor Tan's office. Haha, Professor Tan looked at her and laughed. "There are no more reporters, why are you still so scared?" Xue Jiao shook her head and said helplessly, "It's not because of the reporters." Professor Tan looked puzzled, and Xue Jiao didn't explain further. It wasn't just the reporters, but also her classmates. Xue Jiao had only published 2 theses since entering university. One of them brought her great honor, and the other was obviously a great honor. As a result, ever since the value of her theses had been interpreted by all kinds of people, Xue Jiao kept receiving countless letters of recommendation, all of which were letters of recommendation, hoping to follow her on her next project. But, she didn't know what her next project was. Xue Jiao had a headache. The group photo of her, Zhang Han, and the others was on the official website again. When she clicked on it, there was also a photo of herself. She felt that, to avoid trouble, it was better for her to hide her face. You guys are really doing great things. I'm afraid that before you even graduate, your achievements will be higher than us old guys. Professor Tan said, but his eyes were full of gratification and happiness. Xue Jiao looked helpless. Professor, you're joking. How could they be compared to someone like Professor Tan? But Xue Jiao also had a small wish in her heart. She hoped that one day, she could have achievements that weren't lower than Professor Tan's, but academics needed accumulation, and she didn't have much accumulation. I really hope that you can be better than me. You guys are still young, and the future is limitless. Dare to think, dare to fight, and guard against arrogance and rashness, Professor Tan said as he stood up. Xue Jiao quickly said, Professor, I'll pour myself some water. She stood up, took a paper cup, and poured herself some water. She also refilled Professor Tan's cup. Professor Tan laughed even more heartily. You're smart. Xue Jiao winked mischievously and sat down across from him. Her face was serious as she continued to listen to Professor Tan's teachings. Gu Xue Jiao, you guys have achieved great things this time. In the future research on flying cars, your theses will become the foundation, the source, and starting point of research. This kind of achievement and reputation is something that many teachers can't achieve. Xue Jiao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Professor Tan raised his hand to stop her. He continued, look now, the entire field of mathematical physics is interpreting your theses. Even many of your teachers are studying and interpreting them in detail. I'm also studying it. It's been 2 days, and I've only seen the 3rd page of your thesis. Xue Jiao followed his hand and looked over. All of their theses had been printed out. There were detailed notes on them, and it was clear that Professor Tan was reading them seriously. You've won a prize that many mathematics researchers can't win in their lifetime, and you've also published this thesis. In the future, even if you don't do anything else, these achievements will be enough for you to live in the mathematics world. Professor Tan's voice became worried, but you're still young, and your future might be glorious beyond my imagination. Your footsteps can't stop here. This project is over, and if you don't want to continue this project, shouldn't you look away from your current glory? Perhaps only those who were truly good to you would tell you to continue moving forward when the honor was right in front of you. Say goodbye to the current applause and glory, and continue moving forward to climb higher mountains and pursue greater achievements. Gu Xue Jiao, people who only see the glory in front of them can only stop moving forward. I hope that you can continue to work hard and pursue your dreams. The wider and more unknown world ahead still needs you. Xue Jiao looked at him seriously and nodded slowly. Her eyes were firm. Professor Tan smiled, then what's your next plan? Xue Jiao didn't hesitate and said her next plan, I want to learn more mathematics. My foundation is still weak. When Professor Tan heard her words, he couldn't hide the praise and gratification in his eyes. In a few days, I'll take you to see my teacher. Xue Jiao's eyes lit up. She didn't know which teacher Professor Tan was talking about, but as Professor Tan's teacher, he was naturally someone worthy of respect. Professor Tan picked up his cup and drank some water. His eyes became relaxed. Gu Xue Jiao, it's been a year. You're finally returning to the field of mathematics. Xue Jiao stood up, raised her head, straightened her back, and smiled. Gu Xue Jiao, reporting. Chapter 112. Professor Tan had always been looking forward to Gu Xue Jiao as his student. During the competition, he had already noticed this talented and hardworking student. And this student had never let him down. She was hardworking and persistent, and she had her own direction. Even though no one supported her in the physics project, she still did it because she loved it. With persistence and love in one's heart, it was easier for one to be together for a long time. After that, Professor Tan told her about all the projects he had done in the past year and introduced them to her one by one. Then, he told Xue Han about the following arrangements to see if Xue Han was interested in anything. Xue Jiao thought for a moment and replied, Teacher Tan, can I follow you for the next year? She winked playfully. Don't worry, I'm a very good assistant. Mr. Tan was stunned for a moment. After a moment of silence, he replied, no matter what, I still have to do some chores. I still have to go to class. You have your own classes too. Following me isn't the most efficient way. Xue Jiao's current situation was indeed a little troublesome. She was obviously unwilling to take on Professor Tan's project. She had already done a lot of projects, and now she wanted to continue learning. Following Professor Tan and running between various projects and research was better than just working on one project. However, the problem that Professor Tan mentioned did exist. Xue Jiao frowned slightly. I don't want to do any more projects or research for the time being. I want to learn more and broaden my horizons. Professor Tan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked up. Wait a little longer. Rest well for a few days. I'll take you to see my teacher this weekend and see if he can give you a good arrangement. Xue Jiao was stunned. She understood that Professor Tan was doing this for her own good. She immediately thanked him. Thank you, Professor. She did not regret choosing the mathematics department at Tsinghua University at all. There was a teacher she had always wanted to follow here, Tan Zhongying. This teacher supported her. No matter how unbelievable her decision was to others, Professor Tan always supported her. This thank you was the most sincere. Professor Tan just smiled. You young people are doing well. Us old guys are happy. Xue Jiao looked at him and smiled. Her eyes were full of emotions, but soon, those emotions turned into determination. She wouldn't let Professor Tan down. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go ahead. I don't need your help here for the time being. Alright, goodbye, Teacher Tan. Xue Jiao said as she stood up. She cleaned up the cup on the table and then turned to leave. Professor Tan tapped the thesis on the table and slowly stood up. His student was so powerful and steady. How could he not go and have a chat with his old enemy, Professor Liu? As for how many cups were left in Professor Liu's office after the conversation, Professor Tan did not care about that. The commotion caused by the thesis was still ongoing. At this time, Chu Xing informed Shui Han to accept an interview. The interview this time was organized by the government. Zhang Han and everyone else had to go. The interview location was set to be in the small laboratory in their school. This small laboratory was a battlefield that had witnessed their hard work over the past year. It was also the place where they became famous. Since the end of last semester, they hadn't met together. Xue Jiao, Chu Xing, and Jing Jiakuan were in the same school, so they would see each other once or twice a week. Zhang Han and Yang Zhan, on the other hand, hadn't seen each other. It was a rare opportunity to gather all the busy people together. Just like the previous experiment, the three people from their school arrived first. However, Zhang Han and Yang Zhan, who used to come together, came separately. Zhang Han arrived first, and Yang Zhan came in after a long time. Xue Jiao looked at Zhang Han and Yang Zhan suspiciously. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She looked at Jing Jiakuan and Chu Xing, but they didn't have any special reaction. Xue Jiao couldn't figure out what was wrong, so she simply put it to the back of her mind and waited for the interview. She didn't accept many interviews and didn't talk much. She stared at one spot and gradually spaced out. Zhang Han didn't talk much either. She was in a daze just like Xue Jiao. Yang Zhan, on the other hand, was at ease. He obviously knew that they didn't want to talk much, so he smiled and helped them deal with the reporter. This reporter was a relatively easygoing middle-aged man. His questions were very simple and his attitude was polite. To be honest, this reporter had interviewed countless scientific researchers and found that almost all of these scientists had one thing in common: they didn't talk about anything. For example, Zhang Han, how did Yang Zhan convince you to participate in this project? Zhang Han, he didn't convince me. Reporter. Then why did you join this undergrad project that no one was optimistic about? Zhang Han frowned, the project is very good. Reporter. Okay, I understand. He decided to ask someone else. Gu Xuejiao, are you in the mathematics department? This girl looked soft and fluffy, like a little fairy. She would definitely answer his questions properly. Xuejiao, yes. Reporter, then why did you choose to participate in this project? you're only a sophomore. Did you encounter any difficulties in the physics department project? Xiaojiao, I like this project. There are many difficulties. The reporter's eyes lit up. Finally, there was something to write about. What are they? Xiaojiao's attitude was serious. The first difficulty was the magnetic levitation. The second was the magnetic field superposition. The third difficulty was, reporter. What is she talking about? Xiaojiao spoke seriously for more than 10 minutes before she finished. She looked at the reporter and waited for his next question. The reporter was silent for a moment and swallowed. Haha, it's really not easy. Chuxing sat up straight and interrupted, science is not easy. No matter how difficult it is, it has to be overcome. This is nothing. Reporter. Yes. After the interview, the reporter left with a stiff smile. Chuxing scratched his head, We haven't eaten yet. Is everyone free at noon? Zhang Han, who had been in a daze, immediately replied, I have other plans, so I won't be going. After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked out. Yang Zhan's feet moved subconsciously, but he stopped. He didn't chase after her, but he looked very disappointed. Naturally, this celebration banquet didn't go as planned. Shui Han looked doubtfully in the direction Zhang Han left, and then looked at Yang Zhan. She was confused. At noon, Xiaojiao told Lin Jihua about this matter while eating. Lin Jihua, huh? What's wrong with you? Xiaojiao saw that he didn't speak and was puzzled. Lin Jihua was helpless. He gently tapped her forehead with his hand. It's really not easy for me to catch up with you, huh? Lin Jihua shook his head and explained, Yang Zhan likes Zhang Han. Zhang Han also likes Yang Zhan, but she's avoiding Yang Zhan. What? Xiaojiao was shocked. Lin Jihua face-bombed, Jiao, ever since you started doing research, I feel that your EQ, which was on the verge of collapse, has been plummeting. Xiaojiao, Lin Jihua chuckled and poured a bowl of soup for her, but it's a good thing. A person's thoughts are limited. A high EQ is attentive observation and has the heart to speak. You have to put your mind on your studies and work. It's okay if your EQ is low, but you have to always remember that Xiaojiao loves Lin Jihua. Sometimes, young people would feel that their memory was deteriorating. This was true. When they were young, their memory would also deteriorate, but it might not be as bad as they thought. It was just that they didn't pay as much attention and scattered their thoughts on other things. Moreover, some things were rusty and forgotten after not using them for a long time. Memory was like that, EQ was also like that. Xiaojiao blushed and glared at him. Lin Jihua wanted to say something, but Xiaojiao's phone rang. She picked it up and her eyes widened. Eh? Xiaojiao hurriedly stood up and explained as she took her coat, Jihua, you can continue eating. I'm full. Senior Zhang Han is looking for me. I'm going to see her. Wait, I'll send you. Xiaojiao had already left his office. She said, it's okay. I'll ask Tan Qi to send me. Lin Jihua saw that she only drank half a bowl of soup and shook his head helplessly. Zhang Han was waiting for Xiaojiao at a Starbucks outside the school. When she arrived, Zhang Han had already been waiting for more than 20 minutes. This lunatic who valued time as her life rarely sat in a daze and wasted time. Senior, sorry to keep you waiting. Xiaojiao sat down opposite her and took off her coat. Zhang Han seemed to come back to her senses and shook her head, it's nothing. She paused for a moment and said, I'm looking for you, for nothing. Xiaojiao, senior, you don't look like you're fine. Xiaojiao's voice had a hint of a smile. Zhang Han hurriedly said, it's really nothing. You don't have to call me senior. You're my only friend. You can just call me Zhang Han. Xiaojiao nodded and didn't stand on ceremony, okay, Zhang Han. Some people had the same aura and would get along well with each other when they first met. Both of them were very busy. They would rather spend time enriching themselves than spending time on making friends. I'll treat you to a cup of coffee. After you're done, I'll send you back, Zhang Han said softly and forced a smile. Xiaojiao looked at her frown and asked tentatively, Zhang Han, are you troubled because of Yang Zhan? Zhang Han was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief, you know? Xiaojiao. No, I don't know. Lin Jihua knows. She thought for a moment and asked again, is it because Yangzhan likes you that you're troubled? Zhang Han's expression instantly turned to horror. This cold senior was obviously frightened. You know? Xue Jiao touched her chin and said mysteriously, Zhang Han, you also like Yangzhan, right? Zhang Han stood up suddenly as if she had been pricked by something. She stuttered, Xue Xue. Xue Jiao, don't talk nonsense. Xue Jiao sat up straight and said mysteriously, Senior, I'm not talking nonsense. Your expression told me. She wasn't wrong. Zhang Han's expression told her, Lin Jihua was King right. Zhang Han sat back down. She thought for a moment and dragged her chair to Xue Jiao's side. She lowered her voice, Jiao Jiao, you're really smart and have a high EQ. Zhang Han's voice was full of envy and admiration. Xue Jiao, being stared at like this by this powerful senior sister, Xue Han felt extremely guilty. But, it seemed like this would make Senior Zhang Han feel more at ease, thus, Xue Jiao nodded, Senior Zhang Han, why are you avoiding Yangzhan? If you have any troubles, tell me. I'll think of a solution for you. Zhang Han was a little embarrassed. But thinking about how high Xue Jiao's EQ was and how smart she was, she thought that she might have a solution. It's just. Yangzhan said he likes me. He is so young. Zhang Han was 4 years older than Yangzhan. In this era, although it wasn't a big deal for an older sister to fall in love with a younger brother, some people still cared more or less. It's okay. The age difference is actually nothing, he's 4 years younger than me. Also, I've decided to dedicate my life to science. Relationships take up a lot of time. Thinking of this, Zhang Han frowned, look, I haven't been able to work properly recently because of these things. Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment. Before she could say anything, Zhang Han couldn't wait to hold Xue Jiao's hand. Xue Jiao, teach me how to not worry. How to not be troubled by relationships? Zhang Han's gaze was serious. Obviously, she was hoping that Xue Jiao could use her high EQ to help her solve her problems. Xue Han also looked back at Zhang Han seriously and said under her expectant gaze, Senior Zhang Han, don't you know, my boyfriend is 9 years older than me? Chapter 113. Xue Jiao's words were very serious and calm, but it scared Zhang Han. WH. What? She was flabbergasted. Xue Jiao's voice was calm. Senior sister, he's my boyfriend whom you've met before. He's 9 years older than me. Zhang Han had indeed seen Lin Jihua before, but it had been at night when the lights were half on. Moreover, when Lin Jihua came to pick up Xue Jiao, he rarely wore a suit. He was also very good-looking, so he didn't look much older than Xue Jiao. Zhang Han was silent for a long time before she choked out, Xue Jiao, why are you with him? Because I like him, and he suits me very well. Xue Jiao's lips curled into a sweet smile. Even her eyes were smiling. Zhang Han couldn't remember the man's face, but he was a man who made Xue Jiao smile whenever she thought about him. He must be a good man. But, love is a waste of time. Zhang Han had made up her mind to contribute to science. Yangzhan was purely an accident. Xue Jiao shook her head. It's okay. Do you think I'm worried about being in love? When I was free, I would go to his office. Then, we would do our own things and have dinner together. Occasionally, when I'm free, I'll squeeze out some time to go on a date with him. This is something that I'm looking forward to. Zhang Han was stunned. She stared blankly at a certain spot. Senior sister Zhang Han, we have been working hard for science for our entire lives, but that doesn't mean that we can't have other lives. Love can be a part of life. When it doesn't come, don't force it. When it comes, don't be afraid or avoid it. Xue Jia chuckled. Zhang Han was still a little scared. This was something she had never encountered in the past 20 years. But, he's so much younger than me, I'm still scared. Xue Jiao picked up the coffee and took a sip. If you like him, you can consider him, but it doesn't mean that you have to be together. If he really likes you and is suitable for you, you will feel it and you will want to be with him forever. His words made Zhang Han fall into deep thought. She was seriously considering Yangzhan as a person, actually. I feel quite happy being with him. Sometimes. I still want to see him after not seeing him for a long time, but it's also very troublesome, just like now. Zhang Han's eyes were blank. I don't know if we are suitable for each other. Also, I've never been in love before. I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it well. Senior Marshal sister, there's no such thing as good or bad when it comes to matters of the heart. The other half of our future is a very important part of our lives. We can't rush, we can't be impulsive, and we can't rush to make a decision that we will regret for the rest of our lives. Xue Jiao's eyes were serious. But you don't have to be so restrained. It's also important to cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Han looked at her. Her eyes were still blank, but it was obvious that she had heard her words. Senior sister, do you know why I took such a long leave of absence when we first met? Xue Jiao suddenly asked. Zhang Han was stunned. She shook her head and felt a little embarrassed. When she first met her, she thought that Xue Jiao was not professional. But in fact, after interacting with her for a long time, she realized that she had misunderstood her. Xue Jiao was very professional. Xue Jiao smiled and her eyes turned red again. Because I have a friend, she slowly opened her mouth and slowly told them about Xu Lan. Xu Lan's departure left an indelible mark in the hearts of Xue Jiao and the other two. She was a person that they would think of in the middle of the night, and then tears would flow down their faces. After Xue Jiao finished speaking, Zhang Han's eyes were already red. She slowly opened her mouth. I'm sorry, if she had known the reason why the girl in front of her didn't come back, she would definitely not have treated her like that. They had known each other for a year. It was only now that Xue Jiao told Zhang Han the reason why she took a leave of absence. Xue Jiao wiped the corners of her eyes and looked at Zhang Han. She said softly, I don't know how you really feel when you are with Yangzhan, but I hope that every decision you make, you won't regret it in the future. Don't make the wrong decision, and don't miss out on the person in front of you. Zhang Han nodded and held Xue Jiao's hand tightly. She had to think carefully about her relationship with Yangzhan. Xue Jiao was right. She couldn't make decisions impulsively, but there was no need to be too worried and afraid. When it didn't come, there was no rush. When it came, there was no need to hide. Jiao Jiao, thank you. You are a good girl. Zhang Han said sincerely. In fact, Xue Jiao was her first friend. She was very lucky to have met Xue Jiao and met Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao had already wiped her tears, but her eyes were still red. She smiled. I thought, it would be Senior Yangzhan who would thank me. Zhang Han blushed and glared at her. After this meeting, Zhang Han seemed to have let down her guard. They agreed on a time for the celebration party, and she didn't hide from Yangzhan anymore. Xue Jiao sat in the car and chatted with Lin Jihua. See? My EQ isn't that low. Otherwise, how could I make senior sister Zhang Han accept it? Am I right? She sounded very happy and smug. Lin Jihua glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were filled with a helpless smile. Jiao Jiao, do you know why you were able to make senior sister Zhang Han accept it? It's not because I'm smart, Lin Jihua chuckled. Because a blind cat bumped into a dead mouse. Two people with low EQ were together, and their brain circuits were also on the same track. Xue Jiao, the interview was released not long after. At this time, the project was still in the aftershock of the scientific community, so many people were paying attention to the interview. Fudan University. In the afternoon, a few boys sat together for lunch and discussed the interview. Yangzhan is really amazing. He's only 1 year older than us. How can he be so awesome? Why don't you say that Gu Shuijiao was in the same year as you? Ha ha ha, I still admire senior sister Zhang Han more. She's the #1 senior sister in the physics world. I'm so envious of them forming a team so early on for such a big project. Speaking of which, did they choose this project team based on looks? They're all so good looking. Yeah, senior sister Zhang Han and God Gu are really good looking. I wonder if they have a boyfriend. What? Do you still dare to dream? The few of them chatted happily. Next to them, there was a very handsome but depressed teenager who lowered his head and ate quietly. Unfortunately, after feeding him a few mouthfuls, he still couldn't get anything in. The people next to him were all from the mathematics department. Yi Tianyu didn't know why he made so many friends from the mathematics department. It was as if he loved the house and its crow. Because of that person, he even started to like mathematics. Haha. Look at this interview. God Gu's words are too professional. How can a layman understand? I'm from the mathematics department, but I don't understand. Yi Tianyu, who had been silent all this time, relaxed his brows and smiled slightly. He said softly, she's always been like this. Very serious and very serious. Yi Tianyu's voice was very soft, and there was an indescribable sense of nostalgia in it. The few of them looked at him at the same time. Yi Tianyu stood up. I'm done eating. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Brother Yu, someone wanted to stand up and chase after him, but he was stopped by the people next to him. Give him some space. What's wrong with Brother Yu? Everyone was very puzzled. Only the boy who stopped him sighed softly and said helplessly, do you know who Brother Yu can't forget and who he has been thinking about for so long is? Who? Gu Shiwajiao. F***ck. Really? Even if Brother Yu was very outstanding, Gu Shiwajiao was now God Gu in their minds. She was a big boss who they could only look at but not reach. The photo that Brother Yu treasures so much in his wallet is a photo of him and Gu Shiwajiao. The background photo that he always takes out and rubs on the screen of his phone is also a photo of him and Gu Shiwajiao together. The others widened their eyes and looked shocked. That person was also a little emotional. Yi Tianyu had never said these things. He had observed it all. He didn't know what had happened between Yi Tianyu and God Gu, but looking at the two who had barely contacted each other in the past 2 years, he knew that it was already a tragedy. But the most worrisome thing was, one who has crossed the vast ocean is no water, one who has crossed the Wu Mountain is no cloud. Shiwajiao had been relatively relaxed recently. The project had ended, and school had just started, so there weren't many classes. Last semester's results were all out. Shiwajiao didn't maintain the standard of first place in her specialization. Fortunately, she only fell to 3rd place. What surprised Shiwajiao the most was that teacher Zhen only deducted 5 marks from her usual grades. This teacher was hard on the mouth but soft on the heart. She didn't fail any subjects last semester, so she didn't have to retake them. Shiwajiao looked at the class schedule and arranged a few more classes for herself. She wanted to finish a few more subjects in advance. When she was in her 3rd or 4th year, she might have time to do other things. At least she wouldn't be as busy as last semester. On Saturday, Shiwajiao and Lin Jihua were in his office. I can't eat with you tomorrow. Teacher Tan and I have to visit his teacher, Shiwajiao suddenly said as she looked up. Lin Jihua smiled. It's fine. You do what you need to do. Shiwajiao rubbed her chin with a face full of curiosity. I wonder who Teacher Tan's teacher is. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Jihua looked up and gently flicked her forehead. You'll find out tomorrow. Right now, you should be thinking about what we're having for lunch. Anything is fine. Or do you want to eat in the office? Yeah. I'm too lazy to walk. Shiwajiao nodded and lowered her head to continue reading. Lin Jihua rubbed her head. Raise your head a little higher. Your eyes are a little high. If you don't pay attention, you'll have to wear glasses. Shiwajiao hurriedly looked up and sat up straight with a face full of horror. Lin Jihua smiled and walked over to his desk. Just then, Shiwajiao's phone rang. She took it out and was stunned. She stared blankly at the phone. Her expression was strange. It was a mixture of shock, confusion, and a little emotion. Lin Jihua had just sat down. He looked up and asked curiously, what's wrong? Someone asked me out for lunch. Shiwajiao explained. Who? Yi Tianyu. At that moment, Lin Jihua almost thought that he had misheard. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He instinctively wanted to say, you're not allowed to go. But he restrained himself. He took a deep breath and tried to sound calm. Oh, why did he ask you out for lunch? Shiwajiao shook her head. She was also a little confused. He said that he had something to tell me personally and that he had to meet me. Then are you going? Lin Jihua's voice was very soft. It seemed like nothing, but his hands were tightly gripping the documents on the table. Xiaojiao thought about it. It had been more than a year. Yi Tianyu had never contacted her. She thought that something must have happened. I want to meet him. But, are you okay with me going? Xiaojiao said the last few words with a smile in her voice. Lin Jihua forced a smile. What's there to be worried about? I know that you like me now, and that's enough. Xiaojiao smiled. She stood up and walked over quickly. She kissed Lin Jihua on the cheek. Then I'll go meet him. I feel that something is really up. In fact, Xiaojiao had not thought about Yi Tianyu for more than a year. Naturally, their feelings for each other were shallow. After meeting him this time, they probably would not meet again in the future. She was Lin Jihua's girlfriend. Naturally, it was impossible for her to meet with a guy that she had feelings for in the past. This was the first time and also the last time. Xiaojiao still wanted to know what Yi Tianyu was up to. She wanted to talk to him. She hoped that they could say goodbye to the past. The sad eyes of that young man were still in her memory. She had found happiness now. Naturally, she did not want him to be immersed in the past. She hoped that he could find happiness too. Lin Jihua agreed to let Xiaojiao go. But as soon as Xiaojiao stepped out of the door, he immediately called Tan Qi. Get the car ready. Rest assured, it was impossible to rest assured, not in this lifetime. Xiaojiao naturally didn't know that Lin Jihua was still following her. Chen Yan called a car to send her to the school gate. When Yi Tianyu sent the message, he said that he was at the school gate. Xiaojiao didn't know how long he had waited before he sent her the message, but he had waited for another half an hour since he received the message. Xiaojiao got out of the car, looked up, and immediately met the eyes of the boy standing at the school gate. He was still so outstanding that it was hard not to notice him in the crowd. It had been a year. The last time she saw him, he had just entered university. Yi Tianyu's appearance was somewhat different from the deskmate in Xiaojiao's memory. But upon closer inspection, it seemed that everything had changed, yet it also seemed that nothing had changed. It was still Zhang Qingchuan's face. He was full of vitality. His hair was cut short and messy. Even if the weather had not warmed up, looking at him still gave people the feeling of the rising sun. Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment. Yi Tianyu had already put his hands in his pockets and walked over slowly. At that moment, time seemed to have intertwined. A youth wearing a black and red basketball uniform with a basketball under his arm, his hair was drenched in sweat and disheveled. The young man walked over against the light. His eyes were like two small fiery suns as he grinned. Behind him were rows upon rows of neatly arranged tables, piled with thick stacks of books, and those unforgettable memories of his youth. Bookworm, long time no see. The young man and the figures in the blue and white uniforms disappeared together. In front of them was still the entrance of Tsinghua University, and in an instant they had returned to the present. The boy in front of her was much more mature than she remembered. He wore a white coat and walked to her. Xiaojiao pulled herself out of her memories and slowly revealed a smile. Long time no see. Depressed. Yi Tianyu looked at her, the corners of his mouth raised. It was still the bright smile in his memory, but his eyes were much deeper. The stubbornness and the two little suns in his eyes had been replaced by a complicated emotion. The young lady in front of him was no longer the same as in his memories. She was more open than in his memories, and her originally youthful face had matured a little. She was wearing a black down jacket, which made her small face look even more delicate and fair. But when she narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled, it was the same as before. I heard that there's a good chef near your school. Can you bring me there to try it? Okay. Xiaojiao nodded. Thank you. The dishes were served quickly. Yi Tianyu naturally washed the chopsticks for Xiaojiao, wiped them clean, and handed them to her. Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment. She raised her hand and took it. Thank you, he revealed a bitter smile, and there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes. Are you so polite now? Xiaojiao pursed her lips, not knowing how to respond. Yi Tianyu lifted his chopsticks and tasted the dishes in front of him. It's delicious. He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly blinked. Do you still remember the noodle restaurant I took you to? Yes. Xiaojiao was slightly puzzled. It was opened by his auntie. It was the restaurant he took her to sneak out to eat at that year's party. Yi Tianyu's eyes were a little red. We won't be able to eat there anymore. The person who made the noodles has passed away. What? Xiaojiao's eyes opened slightly. Terminal cancer. She passed away very peacefully. I just went back to attend her funeral a few days ago. Her little grandson was adopted by my parents. I was away all year round, and it just so happened that they had a companion. Yi Tianyu's voice was calm. Xiaojiao looked at him worriedly. This young man was the most affectionate. She didn't know how sad he must have been at that time. Depressed. Don't be sad, Yi Tianyu raised his head and met Xiaojiao's concerned gaze. How long has it been since I saw this person in front of me? And how long has it been since I saw the concern in her eyes? He didn't know why, but something seemed to be welling up in his eyes. Xiaojiao hurriedly reached out and took out a handkerchief from her pocket. She handed it to him. Don't cry. We have to look forward. Yi Tianyu looked at the handkerchief and froze for a moment. Look forward? But what if I can't forget the past? He slowly raised his head and took it without saying anything. After eating a few more mouthfuls of rice, Xiaojiao asked softly, You wanted to talk to me about. She could sense that Yi Tianyu wasn't going to talk about the auntie's passing. Sure enough, Yi Tianyu raised his head and looked at Xiaojiao. I'm going abroad? Huh? Xiaojiao was stunned. Abroad? Why? Yi Tianyu stared into her eyes, not letting go of a single emotion. There was surprise, curiosity, and only reluctance. His mouth was bitter as he forced a smile. Studying. I applied for Stanford's finance major. Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment. She was a little surprised. I remember you saying that your dream is to play basketball. How could it be? Dreams are just dreams. Reality is reality. What I want may not be what I can get. For example, you. Yi Tianyu looked straight into Xiaojiao's eyes. Xiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. She had never thought that Yi Tianyu's obsession was so deep. Yi Tianyu. Xiaojiao took a deep breath. I came here today to tell you that I'm very happy now. I hope that you can find another suitable partner as soon as possible. Since you've made up your mind to study finance, do your best to go abroad. Don't be ashamed of the choice you made today. But I only like you. I only want you. Yi Tianyu looked at her stubbornly. I regret that day when I graduated from high school. I didn't know how to blame you. If it wasn't for that day, Xiaojiao interrupted him. Her eyes were also persistent and serious. Depression, we're not suitable for each other. I have someone I like. He will be my lover for life. I'm very happy now. I hope you're happy too. Yi Tianyu hadn't mentioned Lin Jihua today. It was as if this person didn't exist if he didn't mention it. But the reality wasn't that he didn't mention it or think about it. That person had always been there. When he missed it, he was by Jiaojiao's side. He slowly opened his mouth. His voice was bitter. Is there really no possibility at all? Xiaojiao looked at him. Her eyes were firm and serious. No, there's no possibility at all. Not in the past, not in the future. She stood up, opened the baijiu beside her, and poured herself a glass. Yi Tianyu, live a good life abroad. Take care of yourself. Life isn't just about love. There are many other things. I wish you a safe journey. Xiaojiao drank it in one gulp. This was her apology to Yi Tianyu. In order to make him forget her as soon as possible, Xiaojiao would never speak of the little bud in her heart. She wanted him to think that it was never possible. This was the first time Xiaojiao drank baijiu. She choked on it and felt a burning sensation in her throat. She put down the glass and picked up her bag. Goodbye. Xiaojiao had just walked out of the door when Yi Tianyu caught up with her from behind. He hugged her from behind and hugged her tightly. Give me a chance, okay? I can give you everything. You can even take my life. Jiao, as long as you say the word, I'll stay. She wanted to struggle, but a drop of water fell from the top of her head. It was warm and desperate. Not far away, Lin Jihua almost couldn't stand. His fingers were tightly clenched in his palms, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. He almost lost control of his emotions. The two young people, one in black and one in white, looked like a perfect match. This might be the last time he hugged the person he loved tightly in his arms. Her head leaned on his chest, but it didn't fill the empty space inside. Jiao Jiao. I love you. Give me another chance. That immature Yitanyu already knows that he's wrong. Let's go back to the past, okay? His voice was humble and flattering. Xue Jiao raised her hand and pulled his hand away from her waist. She turned around and looked up at him. Yitanyu, you've always been the energetic young man in my memory. You can't lose yourself because of love. You can't let love become an obsession. You have to learn to let go of the impossible. Then you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The most suitable person for you, the person who loves you, is still waiting for you. Shuihan smiled. Forget the past. Don't ever lose yourself for someone else. Stanford's finance is very good. Since you've been accepted, go. There's no need to stay for anyone. Your life is your own. Looking at the serious eyes in front of him, Yitanyu's heart was drowning in bitterness. Even now, she was still thinking about him. From the past to the present, she had always been thinking about him. But this was only for the sake of friends. Yitanyu put down his hand completely. He closed his eyes slightly and then slowly opened them. His eyes gradually became clear. Bookworm, if he bullies you, tell me. If he doesn't treat you well, come back and find me. Yitanyu's voice was hoarse. Xue Jiao looked up at him with a smile in her eyes. Depression, you don't have to wait for me. He's very good to me. He won't bully me. You have to move forward. The road ahead is long. Yitanyu opened his mouth. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, okay, he didn't even want to eat this meal. After paying the bill, Yitanyu seemed to be in a good mood. He had a familiar smile on his face and chatted with Xue Jiao about his 2 years in university. He was still smiling when the taxi arrived. Then I'm leaving, Bookworm. Well, have a safe journey. Your future is bright. Xue Jiao also smiled. It was the same smile as before. You too. Don't get bullied, I know. Then I'm leaving. Don't send me off. Goodbye. Yitanyu finished speaking. He turned around, raised his hand, and waved with his back facing her. His back was free and easy. He still looked like a teenager. However, just as she got into the car, the smile on her face disappeared. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, covered her chest, and wailed. For the rest of your life, Gu Xue Jiao, Yitanyu wishes you happiness, peace, and a long life. On the other side, Xue Jiao sighed. She didn't like Yitanyu anymore, but her eyes were still a little sore. She only hoped that he would really let go of the past and live a happy life. How much longer do you have to look? Lin Jihua's voice was sour. Xue Jiao was stunned and turned her head. Why are you here? Why? Can't I be here? Am I affecting your memories with your first love? Lin Jihua's voice was still sour, but his eyes were relaxed. Xue Jiao glared at him. I haven't even complained about you following me. As she spoke, she walked forward. Lin Jihua quickly chased after her. But I didn't complain about him hugging you. You followed me. You didn't trust me. No, I trusted him, humph. Huh? You smell of alcohol? Gu Xue Jiao. Didn't I say it before? You're not allowed to drink. A little, nonsense. Come here and let me see if it's a little. How can I see? You're still. Oh, Yitanyu, who had just returned from Beijing, had an indescribable desolation on his face, but it was also mixed with a kind of firmness after the dust had settled. Dad, I'm going to book a flight over. Yitanyu said. Mother Yi's eyes reddened. Even though this was a good decision, as a mother, she couldn't bear to part with it. Their son had been by their side since he was young. When he went to college in Shanghai, they still went to visit him often. But after he went to a foreign country, it would not be so convenient for them to visit him again. Would he not eat well? Would the body of water be dissatisfied? Would he not be used to the local customs there? Would she feel wronged? Miss Izzy had too many things to worry about and too many fears in her heart. Sigh, since you've decided, pack your things. When are you leaving? Idafa sighed softly. Tomorrow, he said with a smile. It's just 2 years. I'll be back soon. Oh, so early? Idafa responded. After a long while, he added, take care of yourself. Tianyu nodded with a smile, then went upstairs and began to pack. Actually, the acceptance letter had been sent to him a long time ago, but he hadn't planned his itinerary or packed his things. He was still expecting an answer that was impossible to obtain. Tianyu shook his head, picked up some things and threw them into the suitcase. Downstairs, Idafa and Miss Izzy looked at each other, their eyes red. It's good to go out. The sooner we get out, the sooner we can get away from that person. It's also good to let go, Idafa sighed. He actually quite liked Gu Xiujiao. If that well-behaved and sensible girl could become his daughter-in-law, he and Mother Yi would treat her well. But, in the end, they were not fated to be together. For the past 2 years, the two of them had not mentioned Gu Xiujiao to Tianyu. However, they had paid close attention to her in private. That child had become so outstanding and had even met another outstanding man. She did not need their son to disturb her life. Miss Izzy looked upstairs worriedly. She had the same thoughts as Idafa. Even if Tianyu was hurt, they couldn't blame Gu Xiujiao. She was a good girl. Because of her, her young and inexperienced son would work hard and fight hard. It could be said that if Tianyu did not have this girl in his high school life, he might have muddled his way through high school and spent money to study finance overseas. After that, he would return and be brought into the company by Idafa. And now, all of this was his own hard work. He liked this person. Although he was sad and hurt in the end, he himself was becoming more outstanding. Falling in love with the right person was a very good thing. It would make one more outstanding. Although the couple regretted that Xiujiao could not become their daughter-in-law, they were still grateful to her. On the day that Idafa and her mother sent Tianyu away, the weather was clear and sunny, completely different from the mood of the people. They did not dare to show their sadness in front of Tianyu, so they forced themselves to smile. Tianyu smiled too, afraid that his parents would be worried. Son, why did you only bring so little? Miss Izzy asked worriedly. Tianyu's suitcase was very small and could only carry a limited amount of things. This worried the couple. Tianyu smiled. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I don't have much to bring. He reached out and hugged his parents. I'm an adult. Don't worry. Take care of yourself. If you miss me, you can video call me. Okay. Mrs. Yi's eyes reddened again, but she held back her tears. Tianyu picked up the little boy beside him. Little boy, take care of Mom and Dad. The adopted child was already in tears. He clenched his fists. Okay. Brother, take care of yourself. Tianyu smiled. When he heard the boarding announcement, he put the boy down and looked deeply at his parents. He waved and left with his suitcase. What did he have to bring with him? Other than disappointment and sadness, there was nothing to bring. Other than blessings, there was nothing to leave behind. Goodbye. After Tianyu boarded the plane, he sent a message to Lin Jihua before turning off his phone. The content of the message was like this: if you don't treat her well, I won't let go. Lin Jihua saw it and sneered. He calmly replied with 2 words, you're thinking too much. He replied so quickly that Tianyu hadn't turned off his phone yet. Lin Jihua's 2 words were considered polite, but Tianyu understood what he was trying to say. Haha, you're thinking too much. Tianyu, he turned off his phone and shook his head. His gaze was complicated. Lin Jihua didn't tell Xiujiao about Tianyu's message. Xiujiao was also very nervous at this time. She was preparing to visit her teacher with Professor Tan. It was also at this time that Professor Tan told her who they were going to see. We're going to see academician Hu Xing. Xiujiao was holding the gift Lin Jihua had prepared. It was a standard box. When she heard this, her eyes widened in disbelief. Academician Hu Xing. Her expression was rather shocked, as if she had heard some unbelievable news. Academician Hu Xing was the only female academician in the country. Her achievements were remarkable. The most important thing was, Academician Hu Xing is already 90 years old this year, right? Xu Jiao was slightly confused. She remembered that academicians were old, so there was almost no news about them in recent years. Professor Tan nodded and sighed. She's 91 years old this year. Her health. Sigh, I originally planned to take you there when you were a graduate student. But after contacting her last time, I told her about you. She also wants to see you. Xu Jiao's expression was a little moved. No one would be unmoved when they saw such a big shot. Professor Tan adjusted his glasses and noticed the box in Xu Jiao's hand. He asked, "What did you bring?" Xu Jiao blinked. "A manuscript." Oh. Professor Tan nodded in satisfaction. Actually, there was no need to bring a gift, but it was her own intention and he could not stop her. He asked in advance because he was worried that she would be immature and bring an expensive gift. Of course, when he saw Academician Hu Xing later, his expression would not be the same. He could not wait to return to the present and take a good look at the box. He would touch it a few more times before giving it away. Academician Hu Xing lived in the retirement home. When Professor Tan brought her in, there were many other people inside. Academician Hu Xing's husband was also an academician, but he had passed away a few years ago. The people inside were her juniors and a few students. They obviously knew Professor Tan and greeted each other warmly. An old man about the same age as Professor Tan looked at Xu Jiao and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, is this the student you talk about every day, Gu Xu Jiao?" Gu Xu Jiao stood up straight and nodded with a smile. "Hello." She felt that this person looked familiar, but she did not know who he was, so she could only greet him politely. But obviously, this person about the same age as Professor Liu had been provoked by Professor Tan often. "Gu Xu Jiao, ignore him. The students he taught this year are not good, so he's in a bad mood when he sees you." After a pause, Professor Tan remembered to introduce him. "Oh, right, this is Professor Li from Peking University." "Xu Jiao, he's in a bad mood when he sees me?" "You must have provoked him often." Shueshan's face was covered in tears, and she almost cried. Having a teacher who attracted hatred everywhere was quite exciting. At this moment, an old man was pushed out. He was 90 years old and as thin as a stick, but he was in good spirits and had a smile on his face. The living room fell silent, afraid of scaring the teacher. Xu Jiao, who had just sat down, could not help but stand up again with a look of reverence. "You're all here." The old man's voice was soft and gentle. "Yes, we're all here to see you. We'll take turns, but we don't want to disturb you." Professor Li took 2 steps forward and squatted down beside Academician Hu. His voice was gentle, completely different from before. Academician Hu smiled and asked about them one by one. Even Professor Tan was like a student. He sat up straight and reported his research seriously. Then, the old man shifted his gaze to Xu Jiao and said affectionately, "Gu Xu Jiao?" "Yes." Xu Jiao stood up nervously. The old man felt uncomfortable talking, so he waved his hand. Xu Jiao hurried forward and squatted down beside him. Only then did Academician Hu look at her seriously. When he met her clear eyes, he nodded repeatedly, "You're very good, thank you." Xu Jiao did not say much. She just looked at him with reverence. "I didn't have your achievements when I was your age." Xu Jiao raised her head. Her eyes were clear. "But you've been working hard all your life. I can't compare to you." Academician Hu could not help but nod again. He thought for a moment and said, "Your professor told me about your situation. I've already contacted Academician Xi at the Academy of Sciences for you. When you're free, ask your professor to bring you to see him. You can go and study with him for the next year. I know that your studies in school are far from enough for you." Before Xu Jiao could say anything, Professor Tan could not help but look happy. It's great that Academician Xi is willing to guide her. Xu Jiao looked at Academician Hu and then at Professor Tan. She said softly, "Thank you." She was really grateful. She was so lucky to have met so many good teachers in her life. Academician who smiled and chatted with the others for a while before saying, Gu Xiaojiao, do you want to come to the study with me? Okay. Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly nodded. Someone pushed Academician who into the study. Xiaojiao could only quickly follow. She had not given the small gift box in her hand yet, so she could only carry it with her. After the middle-aged man pushed Academician who into the study, he nodded at Xiaojiao and closed the door. Xiaojiao was a little nervous. She did not know where to put her hands and feet. Academician who waved his hand. Xiaojiao moved a chair and sat down beside him. This way, the academician could speak more easily. The academician reached out his hand. Xiaojiao hurriedly reached out her hand and held it. Academician who looked at her and said, Do you know why I want to talk to you in private? Xiaojiao shook her head and looked back at him seriously. Because when I look at you, it's like looking at me when I was young. You're far better than me now. Gu Xiaojiao. In the future, academician who took 2 deep breaths and continued, as long as you keep persevering, your achievements will be higher than mine in the future. Xiaojiao could not help but say, You, academician who tightened his grip and shook his head. Your eyes are so pure. It's rare to see such purity. Do you like mathematics? Yes. Xiaojiao nodded. That's good. Academician who smiled. If you like mathematics, then keep persevering, okay? Okay. Xiaojiao did not hesitate. This was something she had decided on a long time ago. Our mathematics and physics department has a total of more than 120 academicians. There are only more than 20 academicians in mathematics. Is mathematics important? It's very important, but it's too basic. It's not as easy to produce results as other majors. Therefore, mathematics is more difficult. Aren't you afraid? Xiaojiao shook her head and said firmly, I'm not afraid. When I chose mathematics, I was already prepared. Academician whose smile was obvious. He seemed very happy. That's great. Mathematics, she began to talk about mathematics seriously to Xiaojiao. She talked about her experiences over the years and the detours she had taken. She talked about everything, including the good and the bad. Xiaojiao listened attentively. This was an extremely precious treasure. It was the accumulation of an academician's life. When academician whose breathing became more and more frequent, Xiaojiao hurriedly passed her some water. Academician who, have some water. Academician who took the water and took a sip. Then, she said, Gu Xiaojiao, never give up easily, no matter how many difficulties you encounter in the future. Okay. Xiaojiao did not know why, but her eyes were wet. Oh right, you brought me a gift? What is it? Academician who saw that her eyes were red and asked with a smile. Xiaojiao hurriedly stood up and placed the box on the desk in front of academician who. She gently opened it. There were only 2 thin pieces of paper. Xiaojiao wiped her hands and gently took it out and placed it on the desk. This was prepared by Lin Jihua. He seemed to know who he was going to meet today. He prepared this in advance and asked her to bring it today. To be honest, Xiaojiao was also very surprised when she found out what it was. Academician who could not see clearly and was a little curious. Xiaojiao gently pushed her closer. Crash, the sound of a cup falling to the ground and shattering could be heard. Professor Tan and the others who were chatting in the living room hurriedly stood up and rushed into the study room. Academician whose hands were trembling as she caressed the 2 pieces of paper. Her face was full of disbelief. The veins on her forehead were throbbing. It was hard to tell whether she was surprised or happy. She was still breathing heavily and did not raise her head. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the 2 pieces of paper. What's wrong? Professor, what's wrong with you? Professor Tan and the others were frightened. The middle-aged man who had been taking care of academician who immediately stepped forward and reached out to support academician who. He asked worriedly, What happened to you? Come on, breathe, academician who pushed him away. At this moment, the old man's strength was so great that he really pushed him away. She gently picked up the 2 pieces of paper with trembling hands. She was afraid that she would break them, so she took out the packaging from the side and put it back. In fact, these two pieces of paper had already been processed. There was a very thin layer of film on the outside to prevent weathering and dirtying. Only professionals could process it. Ordinary people would not be able to tell. However, Academician who was still very careful. He was afraid that he would break it. This is. Professor Lee looked at the table. His eyes flashed with disbelief as he asked tentatively. Academician whose voice trembled as he said, the Leibniz manuscript. Professor Tan's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously looked at Xue Jiao. At this moment, he realized that this student of his was not simple either. Others didn't know, but Academician whose students knew that their teacher admired Leibniz the most. Also, his teacher had always been devoted to the study of calculus and had praised Leibniz many times. This gift was not only good, but it had also fulfilled his teacher's wish. What? Professor Lee subconsciously reached out to take a look, but Academician who slapped his hand away. Professor Tan looked at Xue Jiao. Really? Xue Jiao nodded. Lin Jihua would not use a fake to deceive her. Academician who didn't let them look at it for long. He carefully put it in a box and looked at Xue Jiao with a smile. Gu Xue Jiao, I'm a little, Xue Jiao chuckled. Teacher, to me, this is just a manuscript written by a great mathematician. Reading this is no different from reading a printed copy. Only those who understand it and love it are suitable to collect it. Academician who thought for a moment and waved his hand. The middle-aged man came forward. She tilted her head and said softly, bring me my notes. The man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. Yes, Academician who emphasized. Okay. The middle-aged man had a complicated look in his eyes. He took out a box from under the bookcase and placed it beside Academician who. Academician who touched it gently and then looked at Xue Jiao. Gu Xue Jiao, these are my notes from all these years. My research successes and failures are all in there. Some of the ideas that I haven't had time to put into practice are also recorded in there. Take it back and it'll be yours in the future. Xue Jiao was stunned. She had the same shocked expression as Professor Tan and the others. This was Academician whose lifetime achievement. Giving it to her was equivalent to giving her a lifetime's worth of experience and ideas. Academician. Xue Jiao wanted to refuse. It was good for the Academician to keep it. Academician who interrupted her. I know what you want to say. What you gave me is what I want, and what I gave you is what you need. I don't need these anymore, and these old things have seen them. I'll give them all to you. If you don't need them in the future, give them to others or donate them. No, they're too precious. Knowledge is precious. Knowledge is only valuable when you know how to use it. Academician who smiled. I've given them to you, so I won't take them back. Xue Jiao opened her mouth. Professor Tan nodded, so she agreed. Okay, thank you. Thank you too. Academician who smiled. If you have nothing else, you can leave. I won't ask you to stay for dinner. I want to see my baby. She touched the box with trembling hands and looked happy. Professor Tan and the others could only leave. When they walked out of the door, Professor Lee glanced at Xue Jiao and then looked at Professor Tan. Old man, you've reluctantly accepted a good disciple. Professor Lee looked at Xue Jiao. Work hard. Don't follow your teacher. After saying that, he walked away with big strides. Xue Jiao blinked blankly. Professor Tan shook his head. He's praising you. But it's useless to be jealous. You're my student, not his. Haha. Xue Jiao, fortunately, Professor Lee didn't hear it. Otherwise, she didn't know how angry he would be. Professor Tan looked at the box in her hands and couldn't help but say, Professor who is so good to you. But Xue Jiao, if you have such a good thing, why don't you show it to me first? If it goes to Professor Hu, I won't be able to touch it in the future. He looked disappointed. Xue Jiao looked at his expression and thought, if I show it to you, I might not be able to send it to Academician Hu. In the end, she didn't say anything. She just blinked and looked at Professor Tan. Forget it. Come to my house for dinner? Let my wife cook a few dishes for you. Also, let me make a copy of this box of notes. Copy. Just as Shui Han was feeling puzzled, Professor Tan added, the professor was really too much in the past. Every time he wanted us to read, he only allowed us to copy by hand. He didn't allow us to make copies. With advanced technology, why did we have to copy bit by bit? Xue Jiao, cooking was just an excuse. Copying the notes was the real reason. That's not necessary. I'll call a cab later. I won't be going to your house for dinner, Xue Jiao said with a smile. Professor Tan. You don't want to make copies for me? This is still considered academician whose work. Since your teacher wants you to copy it by hand, how can I just casually make copies for you? Xue Jiao blinked and looked honest. Professor Tan glared at Xue Jiao. After a while, he said dejectedly, forget it. I'm almost done copying anyway. Let's go. We're going to my house for dinner. Your wife misses you. Xue Jiao thought about it and nodded. She added, teacher, should I call a cab? Go ahead. And so, Xue Jiao ate dinner at Professor Tan's house. During dinner, he drank some wine and called Academician Hu to complain that Xue Jiao didn't let him make copies of the notes. Naturally, he was scolded by Academician Hu. He even praised Xue Jiao over the phone and asked her to come over more often. Xue Jiao agreed. Not long after meeting Academician Hu, Professor Tan took her to visit Academician Shi. Because Academician Hu had asked Xue Jiao to be his assistant for a year. Of course, he had 2 other assistants. Xue Jiao still went to class. The China Academy of Sciences wasn't too far from the school. Every day, Qin Yan would arrange for someone to drive her to school so it was convenient for her to travel between the school and the research institute. She could learn a lot from Academician Shi, but sometimes, there were things that she hadn't learned yet. Xue Jiao had to read books by herself to learn and ponder. When she sat in the classroom, she realized that the things that the teacher was explaining were things that she had already learned and could use with Academician Shi. Because the university had to consider everyone's foundation, they couldn't explain more in depth. Xue Jiao told Professor Tan about this. He was an open-minded person, so he took Xue Jiao to each subject's teacher and told her that she could just take the exams and not go to the usual classes. He also asked Xue Jiao to promise that she couldn't slack off. If her final exam results slipped, she wouldn't be allowed to do so in her 3rd year. Therefore, Xue Jiao planned to go back and forth between her home, school, and research institute for the second half of her 2nd year and the entire 3rd year. Today, Lin Jihua came to the research institute to pick up Xue Jiao. Secretary Chen. Xue Jiao said excitedly as soon as she got into the car with her notebook. What's wrong? Qin Yan turned his head to look at her with a puzzled expression. He was currently sitting in the front passenger seat, while Xue Jiao and Lin Jihua were sitting in the back. Xue Jiao bit down on the pen cap. Lin Jihua helplessly shook her head and reached out to take the pen cap. She opened her notebook and asked seriously, Secretary Chen, how do you help the teachers who follow you? Huh? Qin Yan was dumbfounded and subconsciously looked at Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua raised her eyebrows. She turned on the light above Xue Jiao's head and smiled. Do you want to learn how to be an assistant to Academician Shi? Xue Jiao nodded her head vigorously. Sometimes, I don't know what to do when I follow my teacher, so I can only follow teacher Shi the entire time. He's so busy every day, so I feel guilty that I can't help him with anything. Lin Jihua reached out her hand to hold Xue Jiao's hand and nodded. Although you're only going there to learn, since you're following Academician Shi, he's your boss. If you want him to teach you willingly, you have to be satisfied with him. Qin Yan, teach her as you see fit. Yes, sir. Qin Yan nodded and began to talk about his work experience. As the big secretary, Qin Yan naturally had a set of working methods. Lin Jihua, the boss, was also by his side, and he could even talk about his feelings from time to time. This immediately made Xue Jiao feel enlightened. Thus, from the 2nd day of going to the research institute, Xue Jiao's attitude changed a little. When she was learning from her teacher, she would do her best to help her teacher with some things, and observe the details. When she first arrived at the research institute, everyone saw that she was young and didn't bully her, but they didn't have anything to give her to do. When they were researching, they were usually very silent. Xue Jiao didn't dare to disturb them and could only learn through observation. However, Xue Jiao put herself in the position of a good assistant. Academician, she felt that it was easy to use and was even more willing to bring her along. Occasionally, he would ask her for help. At this time, he would tell her a lot of things that she couldn't learn in school. After staying in the research institute for half a year, Xue Jiao was like a fish in water. She even took the time to take the IELTS and TOEFL exams. The entire third year of university was probably the most low-key year for Xue Jiao since she entered the school. Not to mention the legend of God Gu, she couldn't even be seen. There were also some rumors that she had already left the country. After all, they had basically never seen her in school, nor had they seen her participate in any projects. There were many talents in Tsinghua University. Xue Jiao had disappeared for more than a year, and many people had forgotten about her. Especially the freshmen who had just entered the school. They had just come out of the secluded third year of high school and didn't know about the talents that had emerged in Tsinghua University 2 years ago. As a result, many people didn't know about Gu Xue Jiao, who had once caused a stir. When the fourth year of university started, another batch of freshmen excitedly stepped into the school gates. Xue Jiao also officially returned to school to start her graduation thesis project, which was also the stepping stone for her master's degree. You're finally back. Professor Tan looked a little older than a year ago. Xue Jiao boiled water and made tea for him. Her long ponytail swayed behind her back. Teacher, your health hasn't been good recently. Let's put the project on hold. Put it on hold? Why don't you make it for me? You're so happy staying in the research institute all day that you don't want to go home. Professor Tan blew his beard and glared. In the second semester of the second year of university, Xue Jiao was quite serious. She came back to attend many professional courses. However, from the third year onwards, she became busier and busier. She didn't even come back to attend her professional courses. Fortunately, she did well in the final exams. She came in first in her major, so Professor Tan didn't say anything. Xue Jiao smiled. Her eyes were bright and clear. Then I'll help you when school starts. I'll work on the project after that. Forget it. Your work probably won't be easy. I heard from academician Shi that your graduation project is a big project. You should be busy with your own work. Professor Tan said again, it seems that you've been doing well for the past year. Academician Shi doesn't allow you to leave. He even said that you'll be his student in the future. When he said the last sentence, Professor Tan's voice was quite sour. He looked at Xue Jiao and waited for her to say something. Xue Jiao smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. I'll be your student no matter what. Professor Tan drank the tea Xue Jiao made and raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. Oh right. Did you go abroad to study as a master's student or as a doctor? As a master's student. Xue Jiao's gaze paused for a moment. Speaking of which, she didn't dare to tell Lin Jihua that she was going abroad to study for 2 years. That guy had been complaining that she hadn't been with him for the past year. Would he be angry when he heard the news? Xue Jiao was a little worried. However, this was the situation in the country. Studying abroad was a necessary path for one to do research in the future. This was also a threshold. Professor Tan was obviously supportive. He asked her again, has the school decided? With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to apply to any school. Yes, it's decided. Which school? MIT. Professor Tan nodded. MIT's mathematics was not the best, but Xue Jiao had always been an upright person, just like how she chose Tsinghua University instead of Peking University and Fudan University. He only asked, have you decided on a teacher? Xue Jiao hesitated for a moment. She thought about it and told the truth, fellow, she recommended a teacher to me, James from Stanford. He also suggested that I apply to Stanford. But actually, I have another idea in my mind. A professor from MIT, but that person has never accepted a student. I don't know if my application will be successful. Never accepted a student, this surprised Professor Tan a little. He looked puzzled, who is it? Connard. Professor Tan frowned almost subconsciously. He knew this person. He was a famous lunatic and a genius in his early years. He became a professor at MIT at the age of 30. However, it was said that he gave up on mathematics after the age of 30 and focused on horoscopes. It had been more than 20 years, but he was still the same. Kong Lade is no longer doing research, no. Xue Jiao's voice was resolute. He is still doing research, but he hasn't come up with a result yet. She had accidentally seen Kong Lade's news on the internet. The horoscopes he had been studying for more than 20 years were actually mathematics. Qing Mingzi had given her the horoscope map that had been hanging on her bedside and accompanying her through all these years. It was Magarsi's horoscope mathematics. Xue Jiao called it that for the time being. She did not know what Kong Lade called it. Her voice was very firm, which surprised Professor Tan. However, this was Xue Jiao's decision, so he did not try to persuade her. A teacher was a guide, not a decision-maker. Have you thought it through? Yes, I want to apply first. She could not forget that map. It was the first thing she was interested in when she stepped into the gates of mathematics. Life was like this. Occasionally, one would want to be willful. Kong Lade was not a lunatic, but a lunatic. Xue Jiao really wanted to see him. Just like before, she was determined to follow Professor Tan. She was stubborn sometimes, but she didn't want to give up on her stubbornness. Professor Tan didn't try to persuade him. It had been a few years, and he knew what kind of personality this student had. All right. By the way, what's the theme of your project? Analysis of celestial geometry. Professor Tan was stunned and subconsciously raised his voice. Are you really going to study some constellations with Kong Lade? Xue Jiao nodded seriously. Professor Tan, Xue Jiao was chased out by Professor Tan. He usually put on the airs of a teacher. Now that he was familiar with Xue Jiao, he no longer put on airs. Just like just now, when he was provoked, he directly threw Xue Jiao out. Xue Jiao wasn't angry. She left Teacher Tan's office with a cheeky smile. However, when she thought about how she hadn't come clean with Lin Zhihua, she felt depressed again. She actually didn't want to go out, but going out was the best choice. Studying with Professor Kong Lade for 2 years was also her new wish. She didn't have much time to accompany Lin Zhihua to begin with. Now that she had to go abroad for 2 years, would he be so angry that he would ignore her? Xue Jiao was a little conflicted. She lowered her head and walked slowly. When she reached the school gate, she remembered that she hadn't sent Lin Zhihua a message. After Xue Jiao sent the message, she sat on a bench in the school and waited for him to arrive before going out. The weather was still hot, but in 2 days, the new batch of military training would begin. The bench was under the shade of a tree. The afternoon sun was blocked by the trees. In the distance, the fiery red sunset was setting. Xue Jiao looked around casually. There were students walking around in front of her. There were new students and old students. She didn't recognize them, so she couldn't tell which year they were in. Her gaze gradually drifted away. Her project hadn't officially started yet, but this time, she still planned to do it alone and not form a team. After chatting with her, she felt that this project was a big project and she needed to form a team. In fact, that wasn't the case. In the past few years, Xue Jiao had been studying the map from time to time. She had also looked up a lot of information and made some simple calculations. She actually already had a certain understanding of celestial geometry. All that was left was how to establish an analysis system. Xue Jiao had analyzed it clearly. She could do this project alone, so she didn't need to form a team. Speaking of teams, Xue Jiao remembered the time when she worked on the flying car theory project with Zhang Han and the others. Zhang Han went abroad to study for a doctorate. Right after she left, Yang Zhan followed. They were at the same university, but one was studying for a doctorate while the other was studying for a master's degree. After chasing each other for 2 years, the two of them finally got together. Xing Jiaquan also went abroad this year. He was studying at Stanford. This was the school that she had always recommended to Xue Jiao. However, in the end, she still wanted to choose Professor Kong Lade from MIT. Chuxing was also very busy. The last time Xue Jiao sent him a message, he only replied a day later. After their flying car theory was completed, he formed a new team. They were all physics students who were interested in flying cars and wanted to continue exploring. Xue Jiao thought about this group of hardworking people and couldn't help but smile. Everyone was outstanding, and they were all working hard to become even more outstanding. She was in a daze and didn't notice the two guys who were pushing and yelling next to her. "Senior, do you know her? She looks familiar, but I didn't see her in my second year." "Is she in the same year as you?" The guy was a little hesitant, but he really didn't see her in school. "She was so beautiful, so she should have some impression." "Senior, she's so beautiful, I'm not blind. If you want to hit on her, just go." "Huh? Wouldn't that be bad? What are you afraid of? You're in university. Don't be afraid." The second-year guy tried his best to pretend to be calm and encourage the first-year guy next to him. His hands were silently tidying his clothes, and his face was full of nervousness. The freshman was also a bold one. He took 2 steps forward and sat down next to Xue Jiao. "Hello, are you from our school?" Xue Jiao snapped back to reality and turned her head. Sitting next to her was a boy wearing glasses. His face looked very young, and it was obvious that he was still young. Behind the bespectacled guy stood a baby-faced guy. He gave her a cute smile and 2 small canine teeth. She replied politely, "Yes, I'm a freshman in the mathematics department this year. This is my roommate, a second-year senior in the mathematics department. What about you, beautiful girl?" The young bespectacled guy smiled. Xue Jiao was a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet a junior here. She smiled slightly and said, "I'm also in the mathematics department." "What a coincidence. We're classmates?" His eyes lit up. Xue Jiao shook her head. At this moment, her phone vibrated slightly. Her eyes lit up. Lin Jihua was here. Xue Jiao stood up and replied, "Junior, I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, she walked away. "Junior?" The bespectacled guy and the baby-faced guy looked at each other in confusion. "Is she a senior?" "Senior, you've never seen such a beautiful senior?" The baby-faced guy rubbed his chin. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it seemed. After a while, his pupils constricted as if he had thought of something. He took out his phone with a shocked expression and opened the official website. "Senior, why aren't you saying anything?" The bespectacled guy had just finished asking when he saw his senior covering his phone and jumping up on the spot. His face was filled with excitement and grief. "Ah, I just saw Goddess Gu. I even went up to her to hit on her." He said something. The bespectacled guy was dumbfounded. When the baby-faced guy calmed down, he directly opened the Baidu encyclopedia Gu Xue Jiao and showed it to him. After a while, he started to doubt his life. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Senior. Is the senior from Tsinghua University so awesome?" He started to doubt his life and started to feel that he was a newbie. From that day onwards, the legend of Goddess Gu began to circulate among the freshmen of Tsinghua University. Of course, Xue Jiao didn't know any of this. She got into Lin Jihua's car and went home. Then, the two of them prepared to cook and eat together. Of course, she was mainly in charge of doing odd jobs. "Jiao Jiao, does that mean you won't be so busy in your senior year?" Lin Jihua's eyes lit up slightly. Xue Jiao nodded. "Yes, when I don't have to go to school, I can go to the company with you." She felt a little guilty because after this year, she might have to go abroad to study. Lin Jihua smiled and said, "Finally, I won't be alone in an empty room." The last few words were said very softly and ambiguously. Xue Jiao glared at him, but her cheeks were slightly red. Lin Jihua drove the car into the garage. Xue Jiao opened her mouth and wanted to say that she might go abroad. The first thing he did when he stopped the car was to loosen his seatbelt, turn around, and lean on her body. He gently bit Xue Jiao's lips that had just spoken. She responded softly. Lin Jihua paused and became more aggressive. After a while, Xue Jiao pushed him away and pulled out his hand that had reached into her clothes. "Let's go back and cook." Lin Jihua licked his lips and savored the aftertaste. Xue Jiao opened the car door with a red face and a racing heart. She had forgotten what she wanted to say. After that, she found several opportunities to talk about this matter, but she was always interrupted by Lin Jihua. Xue Jiao thought about it and didn't say anything. She wanted to study under Professor Kong Lade, but he might not be willing to accept her. She would tell Lin Jihua later. She would delay it for as long as she could. This wait lasted until February, when Shui Han's first draft of her thesis was completed. The first draft was a little rushed, but the application for MIT was about to close. She could only finish it first and send it to Professor Kong Lade with an email. Xue Jiao took a deep breath, turned around, and submitted all the recommendation letters and application materials written by academician Shi and the others. She first sent a message to Professor Kong Lade to let him know about her existence. She also explained in the letter why she wanted to study under him and her determination. Otherwise, she was afraid that Professor Kong Lade wouldn't accept her application. After submitting everything, Xue Jiao began to feel nervous. Not only was it because of the application, but also, she didn't tell Lin Jihua. Xue Jiao became anxious. During this period of time, Lin Jihua began to get busy. Xue Jiao wanted to talk to him several times, but he was very busy, so he delayed it. At the same time, at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Kong Lade said angrily to the student next to him, "Idiot. I told you to watch. What are you doing? Do you know how important this is to me? Idiot." The fair-skinned student lowered his head and didn't say anything. How did our school recruit someone as stupid as you? What's even more ridiculous is that you're stupid and not serious. Do you know that you, Professor? The student suddenly looked up. Kong Lade was stunned. He looked at the student in front of him who was sneering at him. That person threw the things in his hand on the ground and sneered, "My Professor Kong Lade, you've been doing this for more than 20 years. If you could have achieved anything, you would have done it long ago. You used to be a genius, but now you've lost your ability. Do you think I want to come here? If I didn't offend Mar, I wouldn't have been assigned to you. You call me stupid? No, Professor, I think you're the one who's really stupid. I've had enough. If you want to deduct points, then so be it. I don't want to stay here for a day. Staying here is a waste of time. The entire mathematics world knows that Professor Kong Lade is useless." After the student finished speaking, he didn't care about Kong Lade, who was panting from anger, and walked away. Kong Lade patted his chest and took a long time to calm down. Then, he sat on the ground dejectedly. How many people was this? It seemed that he had only lasted for more than 20 days. Now, even these students who had just entered university were starting to laugh at him. In his opinion, this student was really stupid. He didn't expect these people to understand what he had been doing for so many years, but since they were here, they should have a serious attitude. Unfortunately, this student was stupid and not serious. He only asked this student to look at the computer and immediately export the data when it was terminated. However, this student sat next to him and played games. An hour after the termination, the data was already invalid. Kong Lade actually didn't want anyone to bother him, but recently, the things he had been researching for more than 20 years had begun to show signs of progress. Kong Lade was anxious and wanted to speed up the progress, so he asked someone from the faculty to help him. Who would have thought that the other party would send a second-year student who didn't know anything, not to mention that they didn't care about strength? Kong Lade was a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. After more than 20 years, even the school had finally given up on him. The computer beeped and the unshaven Kong Lade immediately stood up and quickly walked forward. F***ck this group of idiots, he had been working alone for more than 20 years, so he couldn't continue. Soon, Kong Lade began to redo the previously invalid data. Beep beep, it was the sound of an email. Kong Lade was irritated and was about to close it. Which idiot was contacting him again? Just as he was about to close it, his eyes inadvertently swept across the subject of the email, Megarsi, constellation chart. Kong Lade was stunned and opened it with a frown. After a while, he stood up after reading all the content and walked around the room with even more annoyance. After walking around and around, his frown deepened. In April, Xue Jiao received an offer from MIT, followed by a sentence from Professor Kong Lade, "Hurry, come over." Xue Jiao, she didn't know why, but she faintly felt that her master's career might be a little different from what she had imagined. But now, the most important thing was, how was she going to tell Lin Jihua that she was going to go abroad? Xue Jiao rubbed her head. Her head was bald. In the evening, Xue Jiao first told Tsinghua and the others. The three of them were stunned at first, then laughed. They were also reluctant, but this was something good for Xue Jiao, so there was no reason to stop it. Congratulations Jiao Jiao, our Jiao Jiao is amazing. Tsinghua's voice was happy. Li Sidong was even happier. Jiao Jiao is amazing. When she went out for beauty treatments with the other ladies, she could brag about it again. They were all happy for her, but after they were happy, they began to ask when she was going abroad and reminded this and that. Their joy turned into worry. They chatted until late at night. Tsinghua suddenly asked, "Does Lin Jihua know?" Xue Jiao was silent. "You haven't told him yet?" Tsinghua's voice rose. Xue Jiao nodded. "I don't know how to tell him. I feel very sorry for him." Several times, she had mustered up the courage to tell him, but she was interrupted. Xue Jiao felt guilty. She had always tried to avoid telling him one day at a time. Tsinghua was silent for a moment, then said, "You still have to tell him personally." Xue Jiao bit her lower lip. After a moment, she stood up. "I'll go to his place." After that, she ran out. Qingmingzi was stunned and stood up instinctively. It's so late, and she went to Lin Jihua's place. Li Sidong tugged at him and winked at him. The two of them have already decided that they'll be husband and wife sooner or later. Jiao Jiao is not young anymore. If she wants to live with Lin Jihua, she can live there. Qingmingzi didn't say anything and sat back down. Tsinghua didn't say anything. He couldn't tell if it was good or bad in 1 year. 2, 3, for years, what else could he not tell? Lin Jihua was indeed the person who would accompany Xue Jiao for the rest of her life. After a few more words, the Qing family went to bed. On the other side, Xue Jiao knocked on Lin Jihua's door. Lin Jihua's voice was slightly surprised. She blinked and said, "Jiao Jiao, why are you here?" He was very confused, but he still subconsciously pulled her into the house. The night outside was cold, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Xue Jiao looks at the man in front of her with heartache. She feels more and more guilty, but there are some words that she must tell him personally. She opened her mouth slowly. "Jihua. I've applied for a master's degree at MIT. I've passed." When Xue Jiao said the last 3 words, she bit her lower lip as if it was very difficult for her to say them. Lin Jihua was stunned for a moment. His reaction was somewhat out of Xue Jiao's expectations. She originally thought that he would be angry and shocked, but she never thought that Lin Jihua would only give a flat and did not say anything else. However, this made her even more afraid. She looked at him, not daring to miss any of his emotions. Lin Jihua stared blankly for a while before saying, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk in. Xue Jiao reached out and hugged him from behind. Her face was pressed against his back, and her eyes gradually turned red. "I'm sorry, but please give me 2 years. Just 2 years." She wanted to do research, and these 2 years were unavoidable. Lin Jihua was very important, and so was her dream. Xue Jiao could not give up on Lin Jihua, nor could she give up on her dream. After she finished speaking, Lin Jihua replied indifferently, "You left my world for 2 years. The outside world is so big, and I can't stay by your side. You're so outstanding, you'll meet even more outstanding people. They're like-minded and younger than me. They can talk with you about the things you like. They can even work on projects with you and take care of you in every possible way." Lin Jihua had always been concerned about her age. He was afraid that he wasn't good enough for Jiao Jiao. He was afraid that an outstanding young man would appear by her side. "I won't." Xue Jiao opened her mouth. Lin Jihua's voice was soft and carried an indescribable loneliness. "If I don't have anything holding you back, will there be a day when you leave and never come back? Are you going to leave me to wait here alone?" Xue Jiao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Lin Jihua turned around and pressed a finger against her lips. "It's late. Jiao Jiao, go back to sleep." Xue Jiao looked at him. Lin Jihua couldn't bear to part with her, but he was also worried about her. However, Xue Jiao couldn't produce any evidence to prove that she wouldn't change her mind. Words and promises, those were the palest things. She bit her lower lip. "I'm not going back. I'll stay with you tonight. She felt the body she was hugging tremble slightly. In fact, nothing happened that night. Xiaojiao was even prepared. When she hugged him gently in her pajamas, she could feel Lin Jihua's clear emotions. But even though the veins on his forehead were popping, Lin Jihua still took a deep breath and covered her with the blanket. He said softly, "Sleep early." "Good night." Xiaojiao couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned for a few hours until Lin Jihua's even breathing could be heard. Even the sky was turning slightly white. She turned sideways and looked at Lin Jihua, who was lying quietly beside her. His good-looking eyes were exactly the same as when they first met. However, when he opened his eyes, the sharpness between his eyebrows had lessened a little. His face, which used to never smile, had become much warmer and less cold. He could even give her a doting smile. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, but his brows were slightly knitted together. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well. His uneasiness and fear were so obvious even in his sleep. She was leaving. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he restrained himself from blaming her. He endured it to the extreme. Even though she was lying beside him, he endured it. This man had waited for her for 6 years. They had known each other since the second year of high school. He had waited all the way until they graduated from university. He waited from the age of 26 to 32, but she still didn't give him the confidence to be at ease. Xiaojiao got up slightly and kissed him on the forehead. "I love you. Will you be able to be at ease if we have something to tie us down?" She had an idea in her heart. She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. After a while, the man beside her opened his eyes. His eyes were clear. It was obvious that he wasn't asleep at all. The corners of Lin Jihua's mouth moved slightly, revealing a victorious smile. He reached out and slowly hugged the woman he loved to the marrow of his bones tightly in his arms. Then, he whispered softly, "I love you too. I love you very, very much." At the end of June, Xiaojiao graduated from Tsinghua University as an outstanding graduate. A group photo froze the entire 4 years of university together. These 4 years, which were neither long nor short, passed quickly. After saying goodbye to close friends, Xiaojiao received her graduation certificate. She changed out of her bachelor's gown and wore a bright red long dress. She used the bathroom mirror to put on makeup. The woman in the mirror was beautiful beyond compare. Xiaojiao slowly smiled at the mirror. Today was her graduation day, and it would also be another important day in her life. "Jiao, you look so beautiful." My Jie smiled as she carried her makeup bag. Xiaojiao smiled embarrassedly and looked at the time. "Let's go. Otherwise, he will come to pick me up." "Then hurry." My Jie agreed. The two hurried to the school gate. Qingshua, Li Sidong, and Qingmingza were already waiting. Today, they drove a nanny van. After Xiaojiao and my Jie got in, Li Sitong's voice was slightly worried. "Let's go directly to Jihua's company and make such a big scene, okay?" Qingshua was not in a good mood. He snorted coldly. "Such a big scene? He can't wait to have a bigger scene. He can't wait to have a global live broadcast." Xiaojiao covered her mouth and smiled embarrassedly. After spending so much time with Lin Jihua, she already knew him very well. Lin Jihua really wanted her to say that she liked him in front of everyone. He wanted the whole world to know that she belonged to him. Thinking of this, Xiaojiao's face turned even redder. "Are you nervous?" My Jie asked with a smile and winked. Xiaojiao nodded. "Yes, I am." Seeing that her hand kept pinching the corner of her skirt, my Jie reached out and held her hand. My Jie's eyes were a little red. It was tears of joy. Ding Qi went abroad, and because of what happened to Shu Lan, she was very repulsed by men. She liked Chu Sheng for a few years, but she lost to reality. She was going back to her hometown, and he was going abroad to study. He didn't even know that she liked him. My Jie didn't want to talk about it. There was no need to talk about inappropriate feelings. There were too many feelings in the world that ended without a result. Her relationship was not one of them. Shu Lan. She didn't want to remember what happened to Shu Lan. Among them, Xiaojiao was the happiest. She met a man who loved her, and she was brave enough to love him. My Jie didn't have the courage to do what Xiaojiao did today. It was because of this that she deserved the most sincere feelings. Finally, one of them was happy. My Jie smiled. Thinking of Ding Qi on the other end of the phone today, she smiled even more brightly. The car quickly drove to the Lin group. Tan Qi was waiting downstairs with a shifty look. As soon as he saw Xiaojiao, he hurried forward. Xiaojiao. Manager Wang and Secretary Chen can't keep the boss. He said that he's going to pick you up. Xiaojiao took a deep breath and asked him, Assistant Tan, are you ready? Tan Qi suddenly smiled. Don't worry. We've arranged the whole company today. The whole company? Xiaojiao was surprised. Tan Qi winked and smiled. Secretary Chen said that he'll give everyone a chance to increase their salary. Of course, Tan Qi and the others also knew that Lin Jihua liked to show off his love. Xiaojiao shook her head helplessly and walked into the Lin group's hall. Upstairs. Chen Yan, what on earth do you want? Lin Jihua's face was cold. Chen Yan shivered, but he firmly believed that even if he made the boss angry now, the boss would never blame him later. Boss? Chen Yan began to rack his brains again to think of a way to keep Lin Jihua. At this time, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. Boss, it's okay. You can go and pick up Ms. Gu Xiaojiao. As he spoke, he slipped to open the door. It was rare for him to walk briskly and look happy. Lin Jihua turned sideways and carefully looked at himself in the small mirror next to him. He stood up and tidied his clothes again. The whole Lin group was guilty of making a big fuss behind the boss's back today. So no one noticed that the boss was wearing a brand new suit today. His shoes were polished and his hair was styled. Lin Jihua followed Chen Yan downstairs. As soon as the elevator door opened, there were cheers outside. Lin Jihua almost couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He pinched himself and walked out with light steps. He reluctantly put on a puzzled face. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang, the big balloons hanging in the hall all exploded. The fiery red rose petals fell. The red carpet was spread out. There were people standing around holding balloons and ribbons. They were shouting and shouting excitedly. Even if he was prepared, Lin Jihua was still so happy that his eyes turned red. The treasure he had waited for 6 years was finally going to belong to him completely. He walked along the red carpet to the hall. The whole hall was decorated. It was impossible to tell that it was originally empty. The end of the red carpet was full of delicate and beautiful roses. On one side were the Qing family and on the other side were the Lin parents. They were also holding balloons with smiles on their faces. Lin Jihua didn't see Xiaojiao. His eyes moved to the tall wall of flowers and he slowly walked over. At this time, singing sounded. This was Xiaojiao's first time singing. Her voice was very beautiful and she sang very well. She was so good that Lin Jihua's eyes were completely wet. You were the first to find me. The more expressionless I was, the sadder I felt. So when I trembled and refused to cry, you would hold me in your arms with heartache. When she first came to this world, facing Li Sidong who was stubborn and didn't know how to love, Xiaojiao was sad, disappointed, and upset. That day, she ran outside to sit in sadness. He was the one who appeared, handed her a tissue, and smiled at her. Facing old Madame Qing, who was on Qing Mingjiao's side, he gave her advice and gave her firm support and trust. You know me better than anyone. The desire in my heart is more than what I show on the surface. So when I fell and broke my wings, you didn't help me but accompanied me to learn how to endure the pain. He never told her that she shouldn't do this or that. He would only analyze for her and then watch her make her own decisions. That year, when she graduated from high school, she gave up on Etienne. On that rainy day, he carried her on his back and walked out of the pain of youth step by step into another period of happiness. I want to go to the place where I can see the farthest. I want to dance and talk about dreams with you. I want to be like someone who has never been disappointed or hurt. I want to believe that if I dare to fly, there will be a sky. That year, he encouraged her to sign up for the math competition. He taught her dreams, wishes, and hard work. Through hard work and perseverance, she changed from the timid Xiaojiao to the braver Gu Xiaojiao. Sometimes, I feel that we are very different. You can see things that I can't. Sometimes, I feel that we are very similar. We both like to raise our heads and not listen to fate. They were different. She wasn't as sharp and smart as him. But they were the same. They were equally determined and stubborn. Even if there was a wall in front of them, they would still break through it. Lin Jihua never admitted defeat in life. Xiaojiao and Gu Xiaojiao's lives also wouldn't stop moving forward. I want to go to the place where I can see the farthest. I want to wear the first ray of dawn on my shoulders. I want to be splashed with cold raindrops and snowflakes. I want to insist that my smile be as warm as the sun. Lin Jihua, thank you for being with me for so many years. I won't stop walking on the path of my dreams, but I won't let go of your hand either. Lin Jihua, I love you. We have been together for 6 years. I want to continue walking with you. Lin Jihua had already walked to the front of the wall of flowers. Xiaojiao took a deep breath. Let's get married. Bang, with a bang, the wall of flowers fell to both sides. The people who were holding the ribbons started to spray. Get married. Get married. There were also people who were shouting because they were happy. Marry her. Boss, marry her. The surroundings were noisy. Lin Jihua only had eyes for the girl in front of him. He stepped on the flowers and walked over. He stood in front of Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao looked at him and waited for him to speak. Lin Jihua chuckled. Silly girl, I'm very happy. I've never been so happy before. But this kind of thing should be done by a man. As he spoke, he knelt down on one knee and raised the ring. Jiao Jiao, Xiaojiao, will you marry me? Xiaojiao looked at his moist eyes. Her tears completely collapsed. Tears streamed down her face as she nodded. She couldn't say a word. He had never called her Gu Xiaojiao. Even when Li Sidong was serious, he also called her Gu Xiaojiao. Only Lin Jihua had never called her Gu Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao, he only called her Xiaojiao. To be able to meet such a man in this world, who understood her, who knew everything about her, and who still loved her so much, Xiaojiao was so lucky. She cried until she couldn't speak. She only reached out her trembling hand. Lin Jihua put it on her. This was also the first time he cried in public. Tears of joy. Then he stood up, held her face, lowered his head, and kissed her. Ah, the onlookers completely exploded. Xiaojiao's emotions were all taken away by Lin Jihua. She didn't have time to think, why did Lin Jihua take out the ring at the right time? Xiaojiao and Lin Jihua first got their marriage certificate. The wedding was planned to be held after she returned to the country. That day at the Civil Affairs Bureau, this usually serious man smiled like a fool. He gave out wedding candies to everyone he saw. But after they got their marriage certificate, it meant that Xiaojiao would have to report to MIT in 7 days. Professor Konglade was very anxious. In these 7 days, Xiaojiao moved into Lin Jihua's villa. The two of them spent 7 days undisturbed, shamelessly. Xiaojiao felt very guilty that she had to go abroad after getting her marriage certificate. So, she satisfied Lin Jihua's every wish for these 7 days. No matter if it was on the bed, in the bathroom, in the living room, or in the kitchen, she felt too guilty. No matter how shameless Lin Jihua's requests were, Xiaojiao still agreed with a red face. So much so that on the day she left, her legs were still weak. This Lin Jihua is too unrestrained. Li Sidong couldn't help but complain. Qingming's face was a little red. He looked away. Xiaojiao was also a little embarrassed. She tugged at the silk scarf around her neck. Her cheeks were bright red. Qingxua, Li Sidong, and Qingmingza came to send her off. Lin Jihua didn't come. He said that if he came, he would definitely hug her and not let her go. Although Xiaojiao was disappointed, she didn't force him to. Soon, it was time to board the plane. She left with red eyes amidst her family's tears. She looked back one last time. Indeed, she didn't see the familiar figure. He really didn't come. Xiaojiao was a little disappointed. But more than that, she missed him. After boarding the plane, she leaned against the chair and looked outside. The weather was very good today. Blue sky and white clouds. But she couldn't help but feel something in her eyes. The plane was about to take off. Next to her, someone sat down. Xiaojiao didn't look back. That person put his hand on the back of Xiaojiao's hand. Xiaojiao was stunned and turned her head. Her newlywed husband was looking at her with a smile. Xiaojiao stuttered, "Why are you here?" Lin Jihua raised his brows and said with a smile, "The branch company in America has just been listed. I'll have to head over frequently for the next 2 years." "When did you open the company in America?" Xiaojiao raised her voice. "When you took the TOEFL test." Xiaojiao, F***ck. No wonder he would interrupt her every time she wanted to tell him the truth. So, it was all planned. Xiaojiao was so angry that she bit him. This man was really unscrupulous in order to get married. She bit him really hard. She was really angry. Thinking about how she hadn't left the house for the past 7 days, Xiaojiao swore that by the time they reached America, this man could forget about touching her for an entire month. Although she was really angry, she was still happy in her heart. Compared to his companionship, her anger wasn't worth mentioning at all. But, she would definitely not let him off so easily. Humph, Lin Jihua ignored the pain in his arm and pulled the little girl into his embrace gently. "I've said it before. With me by your side, you can be at ease and pursue your dreams boldly. I'll be by your side. I'll be by your side forever." She was his salvation. It was because of her that he knew that there was such a thing as happiness in this world. Knowing her was the fortune of a lifetime. Xiaojiao loosened her bite and raised her arms slowly to hug this man who had brought her warmth. She was really lucky to have someone she loved by her side and a passionate dream in her heart. Up till this day, she had been living every single day with her heart. And every single day that she had spent was a day that she didn't regret. There were too many people in this world who followed the rules. There were too few who could ignite their dreams and continue moving forward. I hope that every single person who comes to this world will be able to find the meaning of life. I hope that we can carry our dreams forward in this lifetime. I hope that the future you will be satisfied with today. Our ambitions will never be extinguished. With the wind and rain, they will grow recklessly. Even in the barren years, even in the barren lands, they will grow recklessly and grow recklessly. End. Side story. Xiaojiao was quite angry that Lin Jihua had schemed to get married, so she made up her mind to make sure that he couldn't touch her for a month. Before meeting Kong Lade, Xiaojiao even imagined that Lin Jihua would act cute and pitiful, so she had to be firm in her decision. But after meeting Kong Lade, she realized that she was thinking too much. Xiaojiao followed the address and arrived at Kong Lade's laboratory. It was very remote and there weren't many people around. He was still on the upper floor, and there were several flights of stairs up and down. She climbed up with difficulty and stood in front of Professor Kong Lade's door, taking a deep breath. Then, Xiaojiao smiled and began to think about how to introduce herself and how to deal with Professor Kong Lade's question. Knock knock, Xiaojiao knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Professor Kong Lade appeared in front of her. This person was a little different from the photos she found online a few years ago. He was still short and his face looked very fierce, but compared to a few years ago, he looked even more sloppy. "Professor Kong Lade, I'm Gu Xiaojiao?" "Yes, Kong Lade interrupted her, "Come in quickly and help me take care of this. Then, derive the data. You have the formula in your thesis. Hurry up and calculate it." Hurry up." Xiaojiao, her life as a master's student, seemed to be a little unexpected. Her original plan to ignore Lin Jihua for a month had failed because she realized that she might not be able to talk to Lin Jihua for 2 years. Professor Kong Lade asked her to tidy up the room on the top floor. This was the dormitory that was assigned to her. "In the future, if you have nothing to do, stay in this building. Don't go too far and help out." Xiaojiao, she was quite helpless, but Kong Lade's tone was completely naming. Xiaojiao felt that if she objected, the result might not be very friendly. She told Lin Jihua the truth with a guilty look on her face. He had followed her all the way to America for her. In the end, she would be as busy as a dog. As a newlywed, she did not have much time to spend with her husband. Lin Jihua didn't say anything at that time. She just brought some people to help her tidy up the room upstairs the next day. Then, she moved in as well. Kong Lade was originally very angry. He felt as if he had attracted trouble. But after Lin Jihua finished cooking and asked Xue Jiao to bring him a bowl, Kong Lei didn't say anything. When it was time for dinner, he let Xue Jiao leave on time and followed Xue Jiao upstairs to eat. Lin Jihua was sometimes very busy, so she would put the food in the fridge. Xue Jiao and Professor Kong Lei would go upstairs to heat up the food. Xue Jiao tidied up the messy laboratory while helplessly looking at Professor Kong Lei, who was scratching his ears and cheeks and thinking hard. To be honest, she really didn't expect this little old man to be like this. Apart from work and food, he didn't care about anything else. In order to eat Chinese food properly, this professor taught himself how to use chopsticks. However, the more Xue Jiao learned about this little old man's work, the more shocked she was. She knew that Professor Kong Lei had been doing Megalisai horoscope mathematics for more than 20 years, but she really didn't expect this professor to have achieved such an amazing level. This genius had never dimmed before. It was just that his brilliance was covered. Xue Jiaogu, why are you looking at me? Kong Lei's mouth, which was tightly covered by his beard, opened and closed. Xue Jiao smiled and waved the information in her hand. Professor, what do you mean by the formula here? How come I've never seen this formula before? Kong Lei casually waved his hand and said, that's Kong Lei's Formula 1. Xue Jiao, she paused for a second and asked, when did you think of the name? Kong Lei, just now. Xue Jiao, oh yeah, Megalisai horoscope mathematics was called by Kong Lei's theory. When Shueshan first heard this name, she fell into silence, just like now. Kong Lei put down the things in his hand and walked over. He said, the original calculation method and derivation are too troublesome. We want to study the entire starry sky calculation, so we have to simplify it. Xue Jiao had a complicated look on her face. How many people had practiced each formula over and over again? Only this old man in front of her could define a formula. Teacher, why don't you publish these things? Actually, he already had a lot of results. If he just published a part of them, he would receive the attention of the entire mathematics community. He wouldn't be doing research under these conditions without anyone to help him. Troublesome. Xue Jiao, she wondered if the people who ignored Professor Kong Lei would regret it after seeing the information in Xue Jiao's hand. However, Kong Lei didn't like other people entering his laboratory. Other than himself, she was the only person who had seen these important things. Seeing that Xue Jiao was in a daze, Kong Lei asked, didn't your husband say he's coming over today? Why isn't he here yet? Something came up, he still needs an hour. Kong Lei thought for a bit and dragged Xue Jiao to the table. He said, then I'll tell you how to define new formulas and laws. If you can't solve them in the future, you can define them yourself. Xue Jiao. Wait a minute. What do you want me to do in the future? Although she was speechless at Kong Lei, she still listened to him carefully and learned what he taught. Kong Lei didn't hide anything at all. He wanted Xue Jiao to immediately learn everything in his head. He even told the core of Kong Lei's theory to Xue Jiao. Faced with this trust, Xue Jiao trembled with fear. She could only work harder. 24 hours a day, at least 16 hours a day, she was focused on the project. As a result, a year later, Shueshan discovered that this project gradually had Xue Jiao's Law 1, Xue Jiao's Law 2, Xue Jiao's Theorem 1. Xue Jiao, who had been led astray by Kong Lei, thought that these naming methods were exactly the same. What was the problem? As Gu Xue Jiao's teacher, Kong Lei was actually quite satisfied with this student come assistant come cleaner come chef come secretary. First of all, not to mention the environment, the previously messy laboratory was now neat and tidy. Everything was sorted. He just had to shout out what he wanted, and the girl would deliver it to him in 10 seconds. The most important thing was that this girl was talented and very serious. Young people could stay in one place for an entire year, working 16 hours a day, without any rest days, without any leave, and without any time to go out. She actually didn't have any objections and didn't lose her patience. The only bad thing was that her husband kept coming over. But seeing that he had good cooking skills and was responsible for all of their meals, Kong Lei felt that he still looked forward to him coming. This disciple was good, so as her master, he naturally had to be a good master too, but Kong Lei had never taught a disciple before, so he didn't know how other people did it, after thinking about it, he decided to increase Xiaojiao's workload. Let his disciple do more and learn more. He was a good master, right? Because of Xiaojiao's arrival, Kong Lade's progress greatly increased. The two of them didn't treat themselves like humans, they treated themselves like animals. In addition, Lin Jihua would come over from time to nurse his body. Kong Lade wasn't afraid that his body wouldn't be able to take it. Without any worries, he became even crazier. The originally planned 2 years was up. Xiaojiao couldn't return to China because Professor Kong Lade couldn't leave. His 20 years of work had reached the final moment, and Xiaojiao couldn't bear to leave him behind. After 2 years and 7 months, Kong Lade's 25 years of work was released. Kong Lade's theory had a huge impact on the field of mathematics and physics. Ever since the results were released, the scientific community had been analyzing Kong Lade's theory for 3 whole years. This wasn't just a study of mathematics. It was an extremely valuable asset in astronomy and other fields. Some people even claimed that this was the mileage of human mathematics and a treasure book for human exploration of the universe. Kong Lade became famous overnight. He used Kong Lade's theory to win the Wolf Prize, the Abel Prize, and other mathematics prizes, as well as the Nobel Prize in Physics. Gu Xiaojiao was his only student in his academic career. Yes, only one. After Kong Lade's theory was released, there were countless people who wanted to be his student. Even some professors wanted to learn from him. Kong Lade kicked them all out and said that Gu Xiaojiao was his only student. This caused Gu Xiaojiao's name to be tied with Kong Lade's. In fact, Kong Lade even wanted to drag Xiaojiao along to win the award. However, Xiaojiao refused. She only spent 2 years, and she didn't have the face to share a genius 20 years of hard work. However, Kong Lade's theory of Xiaojiao's law and Xiaojiao's theorem still brought her several valuable awards. Although these awards couldn't compare to Kong Lade's, she was still young and had a long future ahead of her. Before Xiaojiao and Lin Jihua boarded the plane, Kong Lade hugged the two of them and didn't want to let go. According to his plan, he had already finished what he wanted to do. He was going to follow Xiaojiao and Lin Jihua to China. He could watch his students and eat some delicious food. How wonderful was that? China welcomed Kong Lade, a mathematician, but the United States didn't want to let him go. What if he left and didn't come back? Kong Lade was still negotiating with the United States, but Xiaojiao and Lin Jihua had already returned to China hand in hand. After all, China was also urging Xiaojiao to come back. The dean of the Faculty of Science called Xiaojiao several times, and with Lin Jihua's encouragement, the two of them unceremoniously abandoned Kong Lade and left hand in hand. Jiao Jiao, good girl. Yes? Wifey. Yes? Say something. We should hold the wedding when we get back. Xiaojiao blushed. Okay. Lin Jihua grinned, looking very happy. Xiaojiao turned to look at him and smiled. This was probably what they meant by peaceful times. Side story 2 My name is Lin Sinian. My name is Sinian from Yu Sinian, receiving the blessings of heaven. But everyone likes to call me by my nickname, Little Rice Cake. I'm 5 years old this year. My name was given by my great-grandfather, although I've only met him twice. I heard it from my grandma. She said that my great-grandfather had a conflict with my father, so he didn't leave the house. He didn't even attend my father's and mommy's wedding. Alright, because of this, Little Rice Cake didn't like his great-grandfather very much. But my great-grandfather treated me well. I heard that he left me a lot of money. A man who called himself my uncle said that he should have a share of the money. My father used my name to embezzle all the money. It was a huge sum of money, enough to buy everything. Then I asked my father. My father brought me to compare the total assets to zero. Even though Little Rice Cake didn't know how much money it was, he knew that his daddy was richer than him, much richer than him. Daddy, a strange uncle said that the money could buy everything. I'll give you all the money, please help me buy it. Little Rice Cake looked at his father expectantly. What do you want to buy? Lin Jihua asked curiously. Mommy, sell mommy to me. Mommy will sleep with me in the future. Then. Little Rice Cake held his butt. It still hurt when he thought about it. In other families, the father went out to earn money while the mother took care of the family. My family. I think it was Little Rice Cake who took care of the family while the father went out to earn money while the mother went out to contribute to the country. When I was born, my father was already 35 years old. Grandpa and Grandma said that they were so worried that Mommy was pregnant with me. But I think it was because my father didn't want me. After all, he often said that he wanted to stuff me back into Mommy's womb. I want to go back into Mommy's womb too. Then I can be with her every day. When I was born, my mother cried in pain and my father fainted. He was so embarrassing. Little Rice Cake despised him. After all, he didn't faint even when he was injected. After that, Grandpa cried and hugged me, giving me the name Sinian. He hoped that I would live a long life and that the Lin Corporation would prosper. Mommy agreed. Daddy thought about it and felt that Sinian was the same, so he agreed. Mommy was always busy and her time at home was limited. Every time she came home, she would hug Little Rice Cake gently before his daddy snatched him away. That was why Little Rice Cake hated his father. Daddy could visit Mommy sometimes, but Little Rice Cake had to study in the upper class, so Daddy didn't bring him along. Daddy would always sneak over to see Mommy when Little Rice Cake was in class. Little Rice Cake hated Daddy. Little Rice Cake didn't like going to school either. It wasn't that he didn't like studying, it was just that he thought the kids in the garden were too stupid. Every time Little Rice Cake sat obediently in his little suit and looked up at the sky, the teacher would come over to talk to him. Little Rice Cake, what are you looking at? Little Rice Cake frowned slightly, taking out a small handkerchief from his bag to wipe his hands. His face, which was a combination of all the advantages of Lin Zhihua and Xue Jiao, frowned slightly and said seriously, look at the sky. The teacher blinked. Are you looking at the clouds? Little Rice Cake frowned even more, looking at the teacher in disdain. Why are you looking at clouds in such a foggy day? I'm thinking about today's air pollution index. The teacher. Every time this happened, the teacher would laugh awkwardly and say, you are indeed God Gu's son, so smart. See, his mommy's genes were indeed good. He felt that he had inherited his mommy's intelligence. But why did everyone say that he resembled his daddy the most? Adults really love to lie. Little Rice Cake placed his hands behind his back, walking unsteadily towards the classroom. Actually, he didn't know what the air pollution index was. It was something that the foreign old man who claimed to be his mommy's teacher had told him. Even though Little Rice Cake had a lot of drama going on in his mind, his usual expression was the same as Lin Jihua's cold face, serious in speech and manner. After all, Little Rice Cake had been brought up by his father. Little Rice Cake had a father that he despised, but was rumored to be the world's most promising entrepreneur. He also had his favorite, the youngest and most famous scientist, his mommy. Many people liked his mommy and everyone called her God Gu. Little Rice Cake was very proud, but Mommy was also very busy. When she was in the laboratory, they could still visit her. But Mommy had been working on a project for the country, so she was completely closed off. Little Rice Cake cracked his knuckles. He hadn't seen his mommy for 2 months. He still had his grandparents who doted on him and a very handsome uncle who treated him well. But his grandparents always angrily forced his uncle to go on blind dates. But Little Rice Cake wouldn't tell them that he had seen his uncle kissing a baby-faced pretty sister. This was his and his uncle's secret. He wasn't someone who would keep secrets. There was also Uncle Yangzhan and Auntie Zhanghan who were scientists like his mommy. He liked them a lot, but his favorite was still the 4-month-old sister in Auntie Zhanghan's stomach. Uncle Chuxin was also very nice, but he was the same as his uncle. They were both old and single, men that no one wanted. Little Rice Cake wouldn't be like that in the future. When Little Rice Cake was 18, he would marry a woman like his mommy. There was also Auntie Jia Shui who was good at making pastries. She and her husband had a chain of shops all over the country. But Little Rice Cake had her card. He could eat any pastries he wanted for free. Little Rice Cake planned that if he ever left home, he would bring the card along. That way, he would have pastries to eat wherever he went. Little Rice Cake had another secret. Actually, he had a godfather called Tianyu, but he didn't dare to tell his daddy. They had met when Auntie Jia Shui brought him out to play. Godfather was tall and handsome. he was good at basketball as well. He could even lift little rice cake up high before hugging and kissing him. Little rice cake liked him, but he said his daddy didn't like him. He couldn't let his daddy know, whom little rice cake felt like his daddy already knew, he just didn't care. Little rice cake was lost in his thoughts for the rest of the day. After school, his grandparents came to pick him up. Little rice cake frowned. "Where's daddy?" "Your mommy came back today, your daddy went home to cook." "Come, little rice cake, give grandma a hug." Li Sidong smiled and reached out. Little rice cake's eyes lit up, he pounced on his grandma. "Grandma! Bring little rice cake home. Little rice cake misses mommy." Okay. After his daddy finished cooking, little rice cake and his daddy sat on the sofa, staring at the open door. Two similar faces, one big and one small, filled with longing and anticipation. When Xiaojiao entered, she saw the scene and her eyes reddened. She missed her husband and child too. "Mommy!" Little rice cake cried as he rushed over. He didn't like to cry, but he missed his mommy too much. He didn't want to be a man today. Xiaojiao hugged her 5-year-old son, then Lin Jihua's broad chest pulled her into his embrace. He hugged both mother and son, his heart filled. "Hubby." Xiaojiao was moved, her voice soft. "You have 10 days off this time." Lin Jihua broke into a smile, he was overjoyed. At a certain level of research, there were more and more things to do, especially since Xiaojiao wasn't just a mathematician, she was also involved in astronomy and physics. The sciences were interconnected, and towards the end, she was good at everything. Hence, she was getting busier and busier. Thankfully, Xiaojiao had been taking care of her family all these years. Even though she didn't have as much time as others, Lin Jihua was already satisfied. "Mommy, can you sleep with little rice cake tonight?" Little rice cake wrinkled his nose. Xiaojiao instinctively wanted to nod, but when she met Lin Jihua's fiery eyes, she choked. Lin Jihua held little rice cake under his armpit with one hand and hugged Xiaojiao with the other. "Jiao, let's eat. Don't bother about this brat, he's already so old, why isn't he sleeping?" Little rice cake was furious, his daddy was already so old, but he still needed mommy to sleep with him. At night, Xiaojiao wanted to coax little rice cake to sleep before returning to the room with Lin Jihua, but little rice cake was too excited and didn't want to sleep. Lin Jihua didn't care anymore, glaring at little rice cake coldly before carrying his wife away. Little rice cake laid on the bed for a long time, tossing and turning. Finally, he hugged his pillow and got up, walking towards the master bedroom. Little rice cake was smart. The moment he stepped out of his room, he started crying. He knew he was scared. He had to sleep with mommy. Little rice cake thought as he walked towards the door. Suddenly, he heard his mama's sobbing sound. Daddy didn't just hit him, he hit mommy too? Little rice cake was furious, he leaned against the door and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Daddy! Bad daddy, don't bully mommy." There was the sound of something falling to the floor. Little rice cake heard his daddy's exasperated voice. Lin Xinian. Story 3. When Yi Tianyu went abroad for 2 years, he met Gu Shiyun in another province. It was a little cold that day. Yi Tianyu pulled up his collar to cover half of his face. Because of this, Gu Shiyun, who was talking to someone, didn't see him. Yi Tianyu recognized her at a glance. Gu Shiyun and Xiaojiao were half-sisters, so they were somewhat similar. Gu Shiyun was the woman he missed so much. When he met someone who looked like her in the crowd, he would take a few more glances, let alone this woman whom he already knew. He stopped and looked at her. Gu Shiyun was obviously begging someone. He stood far away and couldn't hear anything. After a while, the man noticed what Gu Shiyun was saying. He reached out to Gu Shiyun. Yi Tianyu frowned slightly. After a while, he saw the man about to take off Gu Shiyun's clothes. Although it was cold today and there were few people outside, there were always 1 or 2 people passing by occasionally. Seeing that the man was about to push Gu Shiyun down, Yi Tianyu frowned and stepped forward to pull the man away. "What are you doing?" the man said in Chinese. Yi Tianyu frowned even more. "I'm calling the police." The man felt guilty for a moment, but soon, he raised his voice. "She's willing." At this time, Gu Shiyun stood up, mind your own business. Her eyes stopped on Tianyu's face, and she was shocked. You are Tianyu? Tianyu glanced at her indifferently, he didn't care at all. On the contrary, Gu Shiyun was anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed Tianyu. Tianyu. Take me back to China, I beg you. He ignored her because he could see that this woman was indeed willing. Her purpose was naturally to return to China. As for why she couldn't go back, Lin Jihua must have done something. He turned his head and wanted to leave. Gu Shiyun couldn't stop him, so she could only chase after him. Isn't it good for you to take me back to China? Gu Shiwajiao and Lin Jihua are getting married. Aren't you angry? Take me back, and I'll help you get Gu Shiwajiao. Get married? Tianyu turned his head and met Gu Shiyun's poisonous eyes. He felt that this woman was really scary. He had just found out that Shiwajiao and Lin Jihua had registered their marriage, so he came out to relax. This woman, who looked so miserable, actually had first-hand information. How much did this person hate Shiwajiao? No matter what situation he was in, he could always pay attention to Shiwajiao's movements. Tianyu was a little scared. He looked at Gu Shiyun and sneered, you want to make things difficult for Shiwajiao? Then you can forget about going back for the rest of your life. Gu Shiyun's eyes flashed with hatred when she heard his words. Tianyu had already walked far away. Behind him, Gu Shiyun roared. What's so good about her? She's with Lin Jihua. Why are you still protecting her? Tianyu's back was already out of sight. The man felt threatened and rushed over to grab Gu Shiyun. You *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Shiyun sneered and pushed him away. Yi Tianyu saw that he wanted to go back to China. He would definitely tell Lin Jihua. Then, it would be even more impossible for her to go back to China. This man. She didn't care about him anymore. She wanted to leave, but the man didn't let her go. As the two of them pulled, Gu Shiyun fell down. Her head hit the wall and she fainted. The man was scared and quickly ran away. After a long time, Gu Shiyun opened her eyes in confusion. She had just had a dream. In the dream, there was no Lin Jihua, no Li Sidong, and Gu Shuijiao had been killed by Qing Mingjiao. She was married to Qing Mingzi. Qing Mingzi had a successful career. She was the noble Miss Gu, Mrs. Qing, who was envied by everyone. Ha 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 ha. I'm Mrs. Qing. I'm married to Qing Mingzi. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tianyu took a deep breath and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He walked for a long time. When he was tired, he went to a coffee shop and ordered a cup of coffee. He sat there quietly. There was no one in the shop today. The couple who ran the shop couldn't help but talk to the only customer. Sir? Where are you from? China. Yi Tianyu smiled politely and distantly. The woman bumped into the man. The man took out a dessert and gave it to Yi Tianyu. Here, you're lucky. My wife just made it. I don't like sweet things. She's on a diet. We'll give it to you. Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the two of them. Then, he smiled and took it. Thank you. He didn't lack the money to eat desserts, but he could accept the poor care of the couple next to him. Hey, what are you thanking me for? What are you worried about? The man saw that he accepted the dessert and his attitude became much better. He dragged a stool and sat down across from him. Perhaps because the man's eyes were too sincere, Yi Tianyu couldn't help but reveal what he didn't dare to say. The person I love married someone else. Huh? The man's eyes widened. The woman couldn't help but step forward. I think you're very handsome. You should be very popular in your country, right? Why doesn't that girl like you? Yi Tianyu forced a smile. Because there's a man better than me who's in love with her. I'm not good enough for her. What's there to be good enough for or not? Young man, if you miss one, there's always another. Don't be sad. Yi Tianyu smiled and shook his head. His eyes were a little red. There was no next. There was only one Gu Shuijiao. There was only one good Gu Shuijiao. He opened his mouth and slowly told his story. The man said, "Oh, you're so unlucky. She actually likes you too. It's just that there's a more suitable choice by her side." Otherwise, when you're a little more mature now, you still have a chance. Xianxia smiled bitterly. The woman also said, sigh, little boys are always at a disadvantage. She clearly liked you back then. Unfortunately, you couldn't see it. You wouldn't give her a sense of security. If you were to return to the past with your current character, she would like you no matter what. Xianxia was stunned and suddenly looked up. She likes me, of course. If she doesn't like you, why is she so good to you? Does she have nothing better to do? Xianxia was stunned. He recalled the past between himself and Xiaojiao again. His heart ached. He laughed, and cried again. At night, Xianxia lay in bed. He thought that he wouldn't be able to sleep, but in fact, he fell asleep very quickly. He had a dream. In the dream, he returned to the beginning of the second year of high school. He saw the girl in his heart, but that girl still had red hair and a grumpy face. Others pointed at her, but she still did things her own way. Xianxia observed her for a few days. He felt that she was a little different from the Gu Xiaojiao he was familiar with. He observed for a long time. He saw that this girl was impetuous and was bullied by Qingmingjiao and the others. She was looked down upon by the whole class. Lin Jihua wasn't in the class. She always liked to follow Qingmingzi, although Qingmingzi disliked her very much. She wasn't his bookworm. Xianxia frowned and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Until one day, at a parent-teacher conference, he saw Li Sidong slap Gu Xiaojiao, who was in the last place in the exam. It was just like what he remembered. The red-haired girl with strange makeup ran away and hid in a corner. She hugged her legs and wailed. She looked sad and sorrowful. He couldn't help but approach her. Then, he reached out and said, "Get up." The different Gu Xiaojiao looked up. There was still fragility in her eyes. The strange makeup on her face was smeared by tears, revealing a face that was very similar to that of a bookworm. She didn't have the tenacity of a bookworm. She didn't have the confidence and hard work of a bookworm. She also didn't have the persistence of a bookworm. She was far inferior to a bookworm. But Xianxia still pulled her up. He held her hand and walked to the classroom, saying softly, "Gu Xiaojiao, you can have a different life." Side story. The president of the Lin Corporation and the scientist, Goddess Gu, had always been envied. President Lin had doted on Goddess Gu for more than 50 years, especially after the age of 65. Lin Jihua handed over the company to his only son, Lin Xinian. After that, he directly stepped into the door of science and followed his wife in and out all day long. At first, some people despised him for doing science as a businessman, but later, he even knelt down and called him father. "You're still the same old daddy." Lin Jihua was never obsessed with scientific research. He was only obsessed with showing off his love with Goddess Gu and doting on her. Such a happy life passed for more than 10 years. Lin Jihua was 82 years old and critically ill. 82 years old was already considered very old. He wanted to spend more time with Xiaojiao, so he cared more about his health. Unfortunately, he didn't meet Xiaojiao when he was young and didn't care much about his health. He couldn't overcome this difficulty when he was old. He was 9 years older than Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao had been carefully taken care of by him, so her health was still considered healthy. Lin Xinian was most worried about this. He was afraid that his mother would take things too hard after his father passed away. Lin Jihua was good at calculation when he was young. In the last year of his life, he actually had dementia. This was something that Lin Xinian couldn't imagine. Lin Jihua, who had dementia, didn't remember anything, but he still remembered Xiaojiao. This was his lover. Every morning when he woke up, the first thing he would do was to hold the hand of the woman lying next to him and gently call out, "Wife." Then he would smile, smiling like a child. Only Xiaojiao could feed him, and he only listened to Xiaojiao. Thus, Xiaojiao retired from the scientific world when she was 73 years old. She accompanied Lin Jihua all day long. The two of them went out for walks, and she wore reading glasses to read to Lin Jihua. Then she saw Lin Jihua smile like a child. His toothless mouth opened and closed, and he called her, "Wife." Xiaojiao also smiled. Wrinkles appeared on her face. Even though she was old, she was still the most beautiful and loving old lady. After Lin Jihua's 82nd birthday, he was sent to the intensive care unit. After he regained consciousness, he kicked up a fuss and went home. Although Lin Xinian was his biological son, his eyes were still brimming with tears when he finally met his father. However, the old man said, "You'd better leave. Don't disturb me and your mother." Lin Xinian, his tears were still on his face, but he was choked and unable to speak. Lin Xinian and the other juniors all went out. Xue Jiao looked at Lin Jihua with a smile, not at all sad that Lin Jihua was going to leave. Lin Jihua was also smiling happily. "Good boy, I'm old." "Uncle, I'm old too," Xue Jiao replied with a smile. When they were fooling around in the past, Lin Jihua loved to hear her call him uncle. Lin Jihua grabbed her hand. His hand had already become wrinkled like tree bark. The veins on his hand were bulging and even trembling. Xue Jiao held his hand back and helped him into the wheelchair. "It's still early. Let's go out and watch the sunrise," Lin Jihua said. Xue Jiao nodded. "Okay." The two of them went to the balcony outside. The weather was very good today. There was a ray of light in the sky. The sun was about to rise. It could be imagined that there would be blue sky and white clouds today. Since Lin Jihua and Xue Jiao created the largest and most advanced cleaner 10 years ago, Beijing's sky was free of smog. When the weather was good, there would be blue sky and white clouds. This was Lin Jihua's only scientific achievement. This was his birthday gift to Xue Jiao. "My love, I'll give you the blue sky and white clouds." Xue Jiao was also old and could not squat. She brought a stool and sat beside the wheelchair, leaning against Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua looked at the blue sky and asked softly, "Should I have died long ago?" "Before you came." Xue Jiao nodded obediently. This was the first time in their lives that they had mentioned this. When he proposed, Xue Jiao found out that he knew. However, he never mentioned it again. Today, he actually said it. "Yes, that car accident." Lin Jihua smiled. He smiled very happily. "No wonder I love you so much. It turns out that you are my life. I love you too." Xue Jiao tilted her head and looked at Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua was so old that he could not move. However, he still tried to tilt his head and planted a kiss on Xue Jiao's forehead. Then he said, "Jiao Jiao, I can't carry you anymore." "It's okay. You've carried me for long enough." Xue Jiao smiled. Lin Jihua smiled and squinted his eyes. "Meeting you in this life is the greatest grace that the heavens have given me. In the next life, I hope that we can still be together." Xue Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked at the old man in front of her. He was old, but she felt that he was still as handsome as ever. "I'm leaving. Don't follow me for the time being, okay?" Xue Jiao's eyes reddened. She did not speak. Lin Jihua held her hand tightly and said softly, "Good baby. I love you." The strength in his hand loosened. With a smile on his face, he left the side of the person he loved. Xue Jiao looked at the gradually rising red sun in the sky. She revealed a big smile, but tears flowed down her face. After Lin Jihua's death, Lin Xinian did not leave his mother's side. He was very worried. However, his mother calmly handled the funeral and completely sent Lin Jihua away. Lin Xinian was even more worried. At this time, his father's lawyer came with a will. Lin Jihua had handed over all his assets to Lin Xinian. This will was for his wife, Gu Xuejiao. Mrs. Lin, academician Gu. Even the top lawyer was extremely respectful to her. Xuejiao looked at him and said softly, "Jihua." "What did he say?" The lawyer took out a document and said gently, "This will is Sir's plan for the next 10 years. He did not want the desolation of 10 years of life and death. Even if he died, he still wanted to pamper Xuejiao for many, many years. Sir said that when I'm alive, you have to accommodate me. There are many things that you can't do. Now that I'm dead, I hope that you can try." Xuejiao's face was full of tears, but the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. "Give it to me." She reached out and took the 10-year plan that Lin Jihua gave her. This was Lin Jihua's gift to her. The first year of Lin Jihua's departure. Xiaojiao stayed at home to take care of her great-grandchildren and recuperate for a year. During this year, the great scientist, academician Gu, refused to see anyone. The second year of Lin Jihua's departure. The 74-year-old academician Gu went to teach. Fortunately, Lin Jihua's decades of recuperation allowed her to go to the highlands and mountains. However, Lin Xinian and the country were worried and brought a few people and doctors to take care of her. For the next 6 years, academician Gu went to many places. Every time she went to a place, she would bring hope and attention to that place. The 7th year of Lin Jihua's departure. The 80-year-old Xiaojiao started a global lecture. This was something that the 73-year-old Xiaojiao had never done before. However, the 80-year-old Xiaojiao went. She went to Africa, the Americas, and all the major universities. She never hid anything. She said whatever came to her mind. The results of her research, her progress, everything. Academician Gu's name resounded throughout the scientific community. Every time she spoke, it was rewarding. Wherever she went, countless researchers from all over the world would rush over. The 9th year of Lin Jihua's departure. The 82-year-old academician Gu went into seclusion to help the country's core physics research team develop radiation-related things. During this year, the results were remarkable. During this year, Xiaojiao received the country's highest treatment. During this year, she rejected the country's most advanced medical team. The 10th year of Lin Jihua's departure. The famous scientist, academician Gu, and her husband, Lin Jihua, passed away in the same hospital at the age of 83. The whole country mourned. All the major universities held memorial activities. From then on, Gu Xiaojiao's life was completely over. New children were born continuously. One story after another continued to happen on this blue planet. End of chapter 122. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.